You're taking corporate guests around at the moment and just introduce them to what it's like.
Yes, I've got a few friends here this weekend. I stand back, let the team get on with things. So they do a great job without me. So I just enjoy taking some friends around, showing them what goes on behind the scenes.
I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure you know everything that's going on.
I try my best.
Thoughts for the different entries you've got this weekend in Hearts of Racing? You've got different categories. Thoughts?
Well, no, it's early days yet. We've got a long night ahead of us now. The GT3 cars look very strong. The Lexus ahead of us is also looking pretty good. Valkyrie's not quite there yet, but they've got another Evolution coming next year, so I think we'll see them back up again next year.
David, thank you so much for your time and lovely to see you again.
Great to see you. Thanks.
I have to say, John, the Valkyrie, I mean, David glossed over it a little bit, but considering where they were last year, they flattered only to deceive in the free practice and the qualifying sessions, because they were right up there, seemingly on the pace. One of the free practice sessions, indeed the test day, was headed by an Aston Martin Valkyrie. So it's slightly disappointing to see them languishing that far down the list. 14th and 15th, Harry Tinknell in the 007, Marco Sorensen at the moment in the 009, but both of the Valkyries have dropped off the lead lap. And on the subject of that, both of the Peugeots are off the lead lap as well. Stoffel Van Dorn just taking that drive-through penalty, and Malte Jacobsen in the 94 car. Both of those cars have dropped a lap behind. And if I was a French manufacturer looking for a car to retire rather than Alpine, I'd be thinking that Peugeot should maybe be pulling out.
So the tires still seem in the window, but I would still think that it might be interesting to try slightly smaller cuts, slightly lower Alpha 9. Copy.
Smaller cuts?
Yeah, not taking as much curb.
Oh, I see.
I reckon that's, if I was being told that, that's what I would be thinking. Don't get the tyres so far over the curbs. We're on a set of 27 lap old tyres. He's only half a second away from Robin Fryne, so he's right with the BMW now. The two set of headlights going into the Daytona suspend. Now that Nielsen Racing 20-second penalty has been suspended at the moment, so clearly some further investigation going into that as we have a battle for the lead of the race with 17 hours and a minute to go, coming up to 11 o'clock at night. I've got literally no idea where the time's gone today. Sometimes, even with the excitement of multi-class motor racing, there are times when the time seems to go a bit slowly. It's been absolutely the opposite way around now. We'll just postpone doing the weather update for a moment. Oh, hang on. We've got Buemi on the flasher. He must think he's close enough to Robin Frynes to put a bit of pressure on him as they come through the right-hander at Mulsanne. They've got a bit of traffic in front of them, which includes is that an Alpine? That must be Ferdy Habsburg, isn't it? Just trying to stay on the lead lap.
What's interesting here is that this is not the first time that this BMW has been caught by what is clearly a faster car behind him, because a couple of hours ago we had Jack Aitken in the 38 Cadillac doing exactly the same thing to Sheldon van der Linde, and so the BMW is kind of where it is as a result of strategy and the way the pit stop cycles are working. But in terms of pace, it's interesting to note that not only the Cadillac but also the Toyota is quicker.
Just a bit of a wiggle there. Robin Frynes getting the rear Michelin's lit up now, coming into the Porsche curves. Traffic involved as well. And it is Ferdy Habsburg who's let the leader go, but unwittingly perhaps he's just blocked up Sebastian Buemi a little bit through the first of the Porsche curves. Coming down with the Ferris wheel on driver's left. and that has split them up a bit, which is a perfect time for us to check the weather here on Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, what a lovely day it's been today, and it's going to be another absolute cracker tomorrow. Dropping down, well, not very much actually. At the moment, we are at 24 Celsius. We're going to lose about another 9 or 10 Celsius to be 13 or 14 overnight. Tomorrow, full sunshine, 31 Celsius, 0 chance of rain, 33 on Monday. And by the way, if we were racing next weekend, the forecast is 35 on Friday, Saturday and Sunday with a chance of thunderstorms on Saturday.
I was going to say, this is then where thunderstorms start happening, isn't it?
Exactly right. That's your weather. Track temp, 28.6, air temp, 24.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
So I'm down at Heart of Racing Aston, having moved from one side of the garage where I was chatting to David Richards a few minutes ago. In that time, the 009 car came in. I'm going to talk about atmosphere a minute. Atmosphere in the pit lane, where the 009 car had absolutely stinking and smoking brakes and was literally filling the pit lane, so they were glad to get that moving and get some air through it. But atmosphere on the inside of the pit garage is a little bit different. I've caught up with Lucy Brazier, who's the physio for Heart of Racing and team, and we've seen people do exercises and different things. Lucy, you've got a slightly different technique to keep the team occupied during these hours of the race.
Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously optimal nutrition, hydration, that sort of thing, all the warm-ups that you see us doing on the television before the pit crews
get to the fun bit.
That's all important, but morale is obviously very important as well. So we've got a couple of games here in the garage. We've got a ring toss game, we've got some top trumps and some cards, just some basic card games, and then a reaction test that we use with the drivers will come down into the garage as well.
But Lucy was showing me, to give some context to this, obviously it's motorsport's competitive, but you've even got a little chart going up, haven't you, like a cool wall of all the mechanics, who's ahead, who's not, what times?
Yeah, we've got a nice little leaderboard going. It's going to get competitive as the night goes on, I think.
And any penalties been applied yet?
Oh, no, not yet. I need to give that some thought, I think.
And what's the prize at the end?
I haven't thought about that yet either. Any ideas?
We've got more work to do on this, haven't we, Lucy?
Yeah, we do.
Work in progress. Lucy, thank you for your time.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Let's just check in at the other end of the pit lane, and we haven't heard yet from Neil Coles down at the other end. Good evening, Neil.
Bonsoir. Yes, good evening. It's funny because I walked through the brake smoke that Snowy was just describing, because I had to pop back to the pit entry and then pop back up to pit exit, which is not an inconsiderable walk. And yeah, I got a lungful of Aston Martin Valkyrie brake dust, which was good. So yeah, it was quiet. Then I just saw a pit stop, and now I'm about to witness another pit stop. I'm up by Toyota, and things are quiet, but we may be getting a car number 8 in at Toyota very, very soon, because there's activity. The well-physioed athletic pit crew are ready and waiting to pounce on the car. So I shall witness this. Yes, I think the number 8 Toyota is in the fast lane, the pit lane, and is on its way to me now.
I think that's the BMW number 20.
Oh, no,
it is both of them. Yeah.
So rather than being a lap later, Buemi has brought the Toyota in on the same lap as Robin Primes in the BMW, so they're both in the pits at the same time. So Neil will have his hands full. Two cars come in, and it theoretically will be Frines getting out and handing over the car to Rene Rast, whereas Sebastian Buemi will be having a fuel-only stop. So I guess this is Buemi having the opportunity to do the jump, because the Toyota pit stop will be quicker than that of the BMW.
That's because of no
tyres.
No tyres. Actually, we're assuming people know why that is the case here, and we shouldn't really. For me, this is the best way for endurance, because you get a genuine time advantage by not changing your tyres. You can put fuel in the car, or you can put tyres on the car. You can't do them both at the same time. The general convention says you put the fuel in first, but I don't think there's actually any regulation that says you have to do that. You could change the tyres. I believe you could change the tyres first and then put the fuel in, but nobody ever seems to do that. Let's go back down to Neil, who's been watching those two stops and watching the driver change in particular at the number 20, where René Rast has taken over from the outgoing driver.
Yeah, I just stalked Robin Freins back into the debrief room where he is in the process of debriefing, helmet off, look of concern, and then hand on hip, looking at the data. And I have put in a request to speak to him, and I shall stand by and wait until he's done his short debrief before the big debrief, and then the cool down, and then whatever he does before his next stint. But yeah, it was a pretty smooth pit stop, not as much brake smoke as we saw further down the pit lane, and obviously the Toyota number 8 and this BMW M-Team WRT both very smoothly and quickly back out on track. But I shall update you if I get more than a couple of feet away from Robin and he looks me in the eye and talks to me.
That sounds good to me, Neil, thank you. Harry Chandler, hello H, how are you doing? He says, I heard you talking about the distance record earlier on. Is it too early? Well, we were on it at 6 hours. It's never too early, because somebody's going to ask it. He says the pace seems fast, minimal interventions, etc. ... I'm off to touch some wood. We talked about it being 100 laps after 6 hours, which would be right on track, possibly a lap or two more than we need. I didn't see what we were in the next hour, but we're only at 118 now. So
no, we're still on. So you need to be... I do this whatever happens, whether it's this race or any other race, but you need to know the laps per hour figure, and it's 16 and 2/3 laps per hour. So anything between 16 and 17 keeps you on track. You can have a 16 lap, as long as you get a 17 lap in slightly more often than you get 16. So we were on 17 laps at the end of the 7th hour. So we are still on schedule. It will go to pieces if we get more slow zones. We've only had one slow zone so far in the 7 hours of the race. We haven't had any of the other thing.
The other thing. Okay, fine. Earl Bamber leads by 24 seconds for Cadillac Hertz Team Toyota in the 1938. Seb Buemi is second. He's just come back out the pits in Toyota number 8. That's why the lead has changed over. Now, what happened a moment or two ago? All kinds of machinations. And there was a touch between Ferrari, 2 touches on the Ferrari number 50 as he was trying to get past the Felbermeyer car. Now, that was earlier on, I think. And a fantastic save by, I think, Nicholas Nielsen as he was putting laps on cars. We'll sort of try and work that out. And let's get down to the pit lane and speak to Robin Freins from BMW with Neil.
Robin Freins, I just saw you having a quick debrief. I'm guessing that's what it was. You looked serious. Tell us what you were discussing.
Well, I just wondering what the pace like compared to the others. Obviously, you're pretty much alone out there, and you're like, I see the gap 30 seconds in front, and they are closing into behind me. So I didn't particularly feel very strong in the car myself. So I was just wondering like where I was losing it. Obviously the sister car had an issue. I don't know what kind of issue it had. I just jumped out, but obviously I saw them in front. But I didn't feel so comfortable in the car as I would love.
Right rear puncture, I understand.
That's new to me.
Okay, you should have come to me for the debrief.
Yeah, exactly. Next time I'll call you.
For the sister car, anyway. So, apart from that, just tell us what that stint was like, going from day into night, the temperatures dropping.
Well, obviously the sun's going down, heading to Indy 1. So it's difficult to see all those kinks. Obviously, when something is happening, when there's a slow car in front, you basically don't see them at all. That's quite dangerous. But now the sun is completely down, and the view is it's okay now.
So now that you know a bit more what's going on, what kind of intel could you give to René before he got in the car, or none at all?
I think René did a good first stint. He already knows the car pretty well. For me, it was the first time, and did a good job. I mean, he took the lead and drove away a bit. So now it's up to him to see what the car's like. Obviously, the temperature is dropping a bit. If that's good for us, we are going to find out.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
That car back out, Paul, and
medium tyres rather than soft, which is slightly surprising. I think I would have expected it to have gone onto the soft tyres. The Cadillacs having gone onto the soft tyres when they came in for their equivalent stop, and the other car that came in for a stop was the Wavy came in. He's gone out on mediums as well.
Yeah.
So
it's still 28.2 on the track. It's not as if it's not as if it's gone down to 15 degrees. So it's interesting. There's a few people got out on softs when it was still kicking them whatnot away from 30 Celsius.
Early in the stint, I don't think we'll see the difference. But if they try and triple stint, then I think we will see a difference. Now, one of your correspondents asked the question, if you can do a quadruple stint on mediums, does that mean automatically that you can do a quadruple stint on the soft? My answer would be no, because the temperature setting onto the soft would be different.
Correct.
And so you would have to get a different
sign-off.
A different sign-off, as it were, because you're doing something different with a different type of tyre. So it may well be that the people who have got onto softs have got onto softs now in order to do a triple. That will take them up to, midnight, and then they can do a quadruple from midnight to 4 o'clock in the morning. Because as you say, John, the temperature hasn't gone down yet. Air temperature is not supposed to reach 14 degrees until 5 o'clock in the morning when the sun, just before the sun comes up. So the coldest part of the night is the time just before the sun comes up. And so, that's where the air will be at its coldest. And I was saying earlier on, that will also be as the sun comes up and we're able to see where we're going a bit better, when we probably see some very fast lap times. And hopefully the cars will be able to benefit from the fact that the track is nicely rubbered in. Although there's been bits of debris spread around, we haven't had to have any more full course yellow periods to enable the marshals to pick those bits of debris up. The other interesting thing which I've just realised I didn't mention before is that although we've had that one full course yellow, I shouldn't say things like this, we've yet to have a slow zone incident. And I know as soon as I say it, one will happen. But it's all contributing to this extremely fast pace. And given the fast pace, makes the reliability even the more remarkable.
Sorry, I was just counting on my fingers there to see how much actual darkness we have. 5:59 is sunrise in the morning, so just a little bit before 6 o'clock in the morning, and just before 10 o'clock tonight was official sunset, so that is pretty much spot on 8 hours of official darkness. I thought it was less than that, if I'm honest.
8 hours is about right for this race of darkness.
Aston Martin Valkyrie from the heart of racing heading back out, and that is the 009. Marco Sorensen brought it in.
But that is not a routine pit stop, I would suggest.
Well, that was a set of tyres, so maybe they had a tyre issue, Paul.
Possibly so. So Marco had been out for 2 full stints, but then did 4 laps before coming into the pits again. So that one is clearly a bit of an issue for the 009. It is Marco who stayed behind the wheel, but as I say, with a stint of only 4 laps under his belt before he goes back out again.
So that's something for our pit lane team, informed as they are by the all-new driver database, driverdb.com, to find out. Aston Martin means that the fact that I've used the words Aston and Martin in close proximity. Peter Peter Snowden will be there. The 007's come in as well, Harry Tinknell. Also Daniel Hunkadea in the number 19 Genesis Magma racing car. BMW of Kevin Magnussen. Investor in the Le Mans Football Club, along with Felipe Massa and Novak Djokovic, amongst others. Thibaut Courtois, who I made French the other day, and of course I know he was Belgian national goalkeeper. Apologies for that. Oh, BMW in the garage. This is the number 15. This is the one that was already delayed. We'll get to Neil in a moment, but let's take an update from the Valkyrie in Heart of Racing and Peter Snowden.
Yeah, the 007 car, I'll come back to 009 in a minute for you, but the 007 car's just had a rear wing change, and the end plate on the offside, the front of it is quite heavily damaged, like it's obviously something has hit it. It's almost bird strike. It's on the front end of it, if that makes any sense.
I can tell you, Peter, that it had a huge lock-up at Mulsanne Corner a few minutes ago and ran long, so whether it hit something or there's something more something slightly worse going on, I'm not sure with that one. So that was the 009 you were talking about?
No, that was the 007.
007, okay.
Which its brakes were a lot cooler, by the way, at standstill than the 009 car. So I will do a little bit more investigative journalism in here and just try and find out what's going on with 007 and 009 for you and come back to you.
I suspect the 009 had flat-spotted tyres after a big lock-up at Mulsanne. Neil is watching some frantic work with a mechanic that barely sees legs as he's inserting himself into the left-hand side. They've got the front clip off as well. This is quite frantic work that's going on now.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bit of a shock because the car came up into the apron of the garage, and then it looked like it was a last-minute decision to swing it round on the trolleys and back it in. And there's work going front and back. And when I can, when it's less frantic, I'll try and find out what's going on. But they're actually stripping out stuff from within the cockpit as well, screwing those off. Not just the driver's seat, but the elements under the driver's seat are coming out. There's plenty going on to try and see what the problem is with this car.
This is the car that was delayed earlier on, Paul. It's had a couple of incidents. Dries
Van Tour had the clash with the DKR Engineering car number 3, but it was the merest of touches, but it just seemed to have hit the BMW in an awkward place. And as I say, when they tried to put the rear deck on, they found it didn't fit properly because the mounting point on the gearbox had come adrift, and so they had to fix the mounting point on the gearbox in order to get the rear deck on. But there's just something, when the car was going on its formation lap, it was clear that Kevin Magnussen, who was in the car at the start, wasn't happy with something. And it's almost as if that car, as occasionally happens, sometime between qualifying and the race, gets a little bug or a gremlin that gets in there, and you know how I talk to cars, something just gets in and upsets the car. And that BMW has reduced their challenge, the Team WRT challenge, to just one car out of 2, whereas the Cadillacs have still got all 3 of their cars running. They've got the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota team cars running in 1 and 3, and the Wayne Taylor example is currently in 5th place. And we know as well that the Cadillacs are quicker than the remaining BMW. Robin Frijns wasn't at all comfortable with his BMW, and it's these kind of flavours. You get the sense that BMW are struggling just a little bit, even though they're still up there and challenging. The Cadillacs are pretty solid so far.
I'm just going to let that lie for a moment. Peter Snowden, he promised that he would find out what had happened to that wing end plate on the 007. What can you tell us, Peter?
Well, you're not going to quite believe this. Remember I said it was slightly odd damage, as in it was on the leading edge. It was not a bird strike, as I suggested, potentially. It was a camera strike.
A what?
And that a camera strike, hear me out. When it came into the pits, one of the cameramen from another crew walked out and whacked his camera on the leading edge of the end plate
Wow.
of the 007 Valkyrie. And that's why they suddenly had to rush and get one out. Obviously, they're prepared for this kind of thing. And that other one is now being taken to the back and will be repaired. There's a spare one in place already, as you'd expect. But that's all it was.
I'm just standing in line to talk to the representative of the BMW team to tell us what is going on. What I could observe is that there was one of the engineers was head first upside down in the cockpit of the car with his hands through where the pedals would be. So they really have got to get into the nitty-gritty of the front of that car, and similar behavior at the back. So I think I'll just let the guy from the Equipe go. And could you please tell us what has happened to that car?
At the moment, the guys are checking. For sure, we saw the contact with the LMP2 car, and now Kevin was out. We repaired the car. Kevin was out, but then he felt a strange feeling, and some things were not okay. So we brought the car in to really check everything, that nothing is on the car. I think we can bring it out again, and then we keep on racing, and maybe we can gather some information for the sister car.
So it's rear suspension alignment. I can see that the back end is going back on, so they must have seen something.
I guess so. So they checked now everything, but I don't know details. I haven't talked to them yet, but I think they checked everything, and maybe they found something, and then the car will go out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good stuff, Neil. So that is all from that tiny little bit of contact earlier on with the P2 car.
And when you consider how heavily Alessandro Pierguidi contacted an LMP2 car and how much damage didn't happen, that was just a merest of touch for the BMW.
The two BMWs did hit each other at the first corner, however.
Well, that's true.
I'm not saying that is significant, but I am adding it to the potential evidence folder here in CSI at Le Mans. 91.2 FM. Good to have your company.
Nothing
Paul
wrong
Truswell
with
and John Heindorf.
Nothing wrong with Robin Fryns' pace, though. Now,
No.
Sorry, because it's not Robin
Kevin,
Fryns anymore. It's Rene Rast.
Oh, Rene. Right.
Rene Rast back at the wheel of the number 20 car. Although he's in fourth place, he is lapping as quickly as Robin Fryns was. Although, to be fair, Rene is on a new set of tyres, so perhaps should be going more quickly than he actually is. Maybe the medium tyres taking a bit of time to warm up. That was always the issue with the old compound of Michelin, was that they just took a little bit longer to warm up.
Just to let you know, the tyres still not great. So much slip on right now with the TC values and the rear brake shape.
We need to do one more stint. It's okay?
Yeah, it is, but just have a very, very good look.
That was Philip Hansen talking to his engineers. He's talking about having to compensate for a lack of tyre performance by using the traction control in a different way, TC traction control. Now, good drivers do not like to turn the traction control up because it loses them time. They are better when they can control the traction, or the what is it they call it now, the torque demand, which means putting your foot on the throttle, themselves, and moderate the torque demand themselves. So Phil clearly slightly concerned about trying to take those tyres into another stint, which his engineer sounded as slightly shocked that Phil was a bit worried about the tyres. And Phil finishing off there with saying, have a good look at them. He's clearly concerned there, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, there was clearly concern as well on the team members in the yellow Ferrari's pit garage a few minutes ago. New best lap of the race at this stage. That's 25 past 11 at night. Earl Bamber's enjoying the evening happy hour. 3 minutes 20. That is not a new best lap of the race. Yes, 3 minutes 26. Beg pardon. It is, as you were. 3 minutes 26.370 is a new best lap of the race for Earl Bamber, and that beats the previous best lap of the race, which was in the hands of Sebastian Buemi, who did a 3 minutes 26.5, so down to a 3:26.3 now, and in a way an indication of the conditions, not knocking anything against Earl Bamber, but he normally would see Sebastian Bourdais or Jack Aitken being quicker than Earl. I think he'd possibly accept that. But the gap first to second has been stretching as Earl Bamber has got to grips. And the soft tyre, all three Cadillacs, to remind you, are on the soft tyre. And they're the only team who have gone to an all-soft setup. We've got soft tyres on the Alpine, or at least on one of the Alpines, but not on the other. The 36 Alpine Jules Gounon has soft tyres.
Fuel only, box at the end of this lap.
That's James Collado, fuel only at the end of this lap. And James in 6th position, the best place of the Ferraris. I said before the race started, and indeed yesterday at our first tickets campsite tour, I said Ferrari have got to have a different mindset this year. They are not going to be able to dominate on sheer pace, so they've got to keep themselves in the fight and be clever. And at the moment, they've kept James Collado within a couple of minutes of the lead. Now, you can say that's a long way off, but I'm going to tell you that's just on 2/3 of a lap, isn't it?
As long as you're on the lead lap,
yeah,
a safety car will save you.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Absolutely. Because this year, as in previous years, it changed relatively recently. Exactly what our listeners were talking about, actually. The old days of 3 safety cars and trying to keep the 3 lines somewhere near the same kind of speed, etc., etc. There was always winners and losers, and quite often it split the race up into 3 and ruined a class battle or 2. Now we withdraw the interim safety cars so that number 2 pulls off, number 3 pulls off first rather, and they go up to the back of safety car line 2, and then number 2 pulls off and they go up to the back of safety car line 1, and then we release them. So it's much more, in terms of the effect of the safety car, is much more like a single safety car, Paul, and we get everybody back together for a bunch start.
And we get a wave around as well, or a pass around as well. So it does close the field up, but we don't get as many safety cars as we do in some other 24-hour races, which I won't mention, which has to be a good thing. Last year, do you remember how many safety cars we had last year, John? Somebody distracted you.
4. Here, lower, 3, lower, 2, lower, 1.
We only had 1 safety car period last year, so you know they're banking on getting a safety car at some stage. But it's not a given that we're going to get one. Don't say fingers crossed. If it's going to keep the pace up, then hopefully it will be. We can be able to do it with slow zones and full course yellows. The one safety car we did have last year lasted for nearly 40 minutes, so it was a significant impact on the race. Just going back to fast times, Will Stevens in the other Cadillac Steam Joe to V Series R, car number 12, has just put in the best lap of the race for that car and the second best lap of the race overall at 3 minutes 26.550. That's quicker than Sebastian Buemi has gone as well. So we're continuing to get these Cadillacs on the soft tyres going faster than anybody else, and they'll be learning this and knowing that this is happening, and I suspect it will also kind of give them a bit of a moral advantage as well, because as I say, once they get on to assuming that they're going to do a triple stint on these soft tyres and then think about going for quadruples, it will put Cadillac in a strong place, and I'll leave that there for the moment. But Toyota in second. The other thing, of course, the Toyota is an LMH spec car, the Cadillac's LMDH spec cars. One of the things people have been shouting about is the advantage of one particular platform over the other type of platform. Well, when you've got the race, it's nearly 7.5 hours old and just 27 seconds separating those two specs of car, it's a close run race.
Yeah, True enough, Toyota with their much revised TR010. The same basic configuration as its predecessor, but they've played a lot of their evolution changes.
Seats with us. They have about 1 second of fuel less in the car than Alpine.
Yes, it's okay.
I'm not sure Nicholas Nielsen really felt he needed to know that, but from the dismissive nature that he spoke to his teammate, Nick Nelson, of course, when he comes into the pit lane, that's their team car, which has got Jack Doohan behind the wheel. There's still that suspended 20-second penalty on that. And do you know what? As I say that, I've manifested that on the screen. The tyre pressure infringement has now been confirmed. Meantime, the contact between the two cars that we were talking about earlier on, which was the number 4 of CrowdStrike Racing by APR, and what was the other car in that? Was the 14, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was. Yes, thank you, Paul. And
TDS.
The TDS car, that has been no further action on that one. We're a little bit over because we were just getting that done, but it's time now with another hour of racing completed. 7.5 hours complete now. 16 and 27 to go. Let's take a CrowdStrike hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
And as we move towards the witching hour, just half an hour away from Sunday morning here in France, it's Cadillac Hertz Team Jordan. Earl Bamber, the confident Kiwi, getting on for 30 seconds to the good now over Toyota Racing's Sebastian Buemi in second position. As I say that, Earl Bamber comes in to the pit lane. There's another 30 seconds back to René Rast, who is the third different manufacturer in the top three, BMW M Team WRT. Just leaving the pit lane, Will Stevens, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jordan number 12. He's ahead of Jules Guinot in the number 36 Alpine in fifth position. Then the two Ferrari, 6th and 7th. That's the 50 and the 51, Nick Nielsen and James Collado. 2 minutes and 50 and 3 minutes 8 behind the leader. And another second also further back, Philippe Albuquerque, Cadillac WTR, the Wayne Taylor Racing Blue Dex Imaging car, the 101, has 7 seconds on Mike Conway in the Toyota Racing number 7. He's got 15 seconds on Philip Hansen, who makes up the top 10 in the yellow number 83. In LMP2, Duquesne and Julien Andler lead by a substantial margin, but that's because we've just started the pit stops into Europol. In second, Bijoy Garg has taken over the 343, and he is 9 seconds, call it 10 seconds ahead of Ian Aguilera, and he is in the CLX Motorsport number 37. Best of the Pro-Ams in fourth position is Rocky, the winged horse, the number 99 of Dane Cameron, former American Le Mans Series, WeatherTech Sports Car Series, I'm dating myself there, champion. Louis Rosset is in the Forestier Racing by Panas at number 29 in 7th. 8th, Nielsen Racing with the 22nd penalty at the next pit stop reinstated, and that is Jack Doohan. 9th and 2nd in Pro-Am, TDS Racing, the number 14 car. It's another 14 seconds further back, and rounding up their top 10 is United Autosports with the Mikkel Jensen number 22. In GT3, it is Porsche and Timo Boguslavsky for Manthey TDK Engineering, the number 91, by half a minute from Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, Simon Mann in the number 21 car. He's got 21.5 seconds on the best of the Akkodis ASB team, Clemens Schmidt in the 87. Their teammates Tom Van Rompuy is another 9 seconds further back. He's just pitted. In 5th position, Eric Powell for Proton competition for Ford Racing with the Mustang GT3. Matthias Drudy, Heart of Racing's Aston, is in 6th, another 40 seconds back. He's got 8 seconds on Kessel Racing and Dennis Marshall, the number 74 car just coming out of the pit lane. Giuliano Alessi for Team Kata by Iron Lynx. Kata will be absolutely cock-a-hoop tonight. A 1-1 draw with Switzerland after going behind in the World Cup. And rounding up the top 10, Ben Keating recovered-ish from his badly broken elbow. Give mine a rub, but even thinking about it makes it sting. The 33 TF Sport Corvette has 25 seconds on Team WRT. Darren Young, who's just come out of the pits in the number 32. That is the BMW. Retirements, the AWA, formerly AWA, now 13 Autosports number 13. That's the Ori Fadani, Matt Bell and Lars Kern car. That car out earlier on. And the number 61 Iron Lynx AMG. Just the 2 retirements at the moment. Sebastian Buemi leads. He's completed 127 laps and has a 30-second lead.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Yeah, I'm in the garage of the Flying Horse, the 99. That was loud. I'm just going to try and have a word with Dane Cameron, who's having a quick debrief, but I'm sure I can interrupt. He's got a smile on his face. You look like you enjoyed that, Dane. Talk us through that stint.
Yeah, it was good settling into the night here. It's obviously fun to get the transition. Makes life a bit easier to drop into the night there. Good fun racing with Kevin. So yeah, a lot of fun from our teammates at time at Porsche, but we never battled very much. So that was good. AO by TF boys are doing a nice job. PJ, James as well. So quite a long way to go. But yeah, just trying to chip away at it here.
Okay, well done. Good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil Cole in the pit lane there, coming back to us because the Vista AF Corsa number 54 Ferrari is off deeply into the gravel with what I think, well, it's Frankie Castellacci behind the wheel. I can tell you that for sure because it's his yellow and grey helmet. I think he's lost a left rear wheel and or tyre. I can't decide whether it's just the tyre that's come off the rim, Peter Mackay, or whether it's the whole wheel as well.
I'm going to say tyre off the rim there, but very lightly, but due to some sort of contact to have that. And we have a safety car around the circuit at the moment.
Safety cars?
Just as I stepped in here just over 10 minutes ago, we were discussing how many safety cars did we have last year?
One.
And then, well, 1 all.
All 3 safety cars are rolling. A safety car is... The safety cars are trying to pick up the right machines. The substantive safety car, I think, is trying to let the number 25 car go past, which it's steadfastly not doing at the moment because the leaders in the next group, the other 2 safety cars circulating as well. Whilst this is happening and we're neutralising the field, let's go down to Peter Snowden for a Garage 59 update.
Yeah, the McLaren 720S LMGT3 car, number 10, came in a few moments ago for its routine pit stop. However, we talk about preparation of these teams and also safety. The the offside rear light was not illuminated. The brake light element was, but the actual light wasn't. Now, obviously, that's against the rules and that can't be done. But rather than change the rear deck and muck about with that, how prepared are Garage 59? They have a pre-made LED strip of red light with its own battery pack, self-adhesive, to place over the light to compensate for that. Turn it on, stick it onto the car, and away it goes. It's got a light. How cool is that?
Very well thought out. So long as you have one rear light, you're legal. But the worry is, of course, hang on, here's Frankie Castellacci.
Just for your information, when I went, we went full throttle and they really struggled to leave.
Yeah, that's not what caused the incident, though. He was going around the outside of another car, Peter. Come back to that in a second. Just for clarity, one tail light is fine, one headlight is fine. The worry is that if the other one then goes out, you have to come in straight away, and then you wouldn't be able to fix it in your normal pit stop cycle. Peter Mackay, did you catch which other car was involved there? Or have you got a feeling?
It was definitely one of the Proton Ford Mustangs in LMGT3.
Right.
It's very difficult to tell, but the 88 car of those two are 77 and 88. The 88 has blue end plates on the wing, and the car went by in a bit of a blur, so it was really hard to tell. But that would be my first guess. But well, I'm sure we'll find out in due course which of the two Proton Ford Mustangs that got side-to-side contact coming down the hill towards the towards the Forest S's, and they just collided together, and the Ferrari was on the outside and into the gravel. And that bit of radio message we heard there from Francesco Castellacci saying that when he tried to get out the gravel, which of course is very deep and you're unlikely to, he felt even then there was just no power, which makes you worry as a broken drive shaft or something like that.
Something like that.
So, what was that, 7 hours and 40 minutes before the first safety car, Paul?
7 hours 38 to be precise, but
right,
yes.
Thank you. Well, I expect you to be precise.
The pit entry is open when the safety car is out, so people can come into the pits. Both the Alpines have done so, and also the number 8 Toyota has done so, and that's Ed Buemi who's come in.
But the pit entrance is closed.
The pit exit is closed until the next queue of cars comes through. So this is where you kind of aim for track position, and most of the teams will have a process in place to know whether or not they are within a window.
So he is going to give up the lead because René Rast is in that safety car queue in the number 20 BMW, and he won't be able to join that queue, that safety car queue that's coming across the line about now. He can't join that queue until they've all gone by.
That's right.
So he's going to actually put a lot of cars between himself. Oh, in fact, no, because René Rast is pitting as well, so he dropped onto the...
Yes, but Buemi will be able to get out at the tail end of this queue.
Correct.
René Rast will have to wait for the tail end of the next queue, which, as you say, will give Buemi a gap of 1/3 of a lap. Well, it won't give him a gap of 1/3 of a lap, but it will put...
Did they have to come in the BMW with a short on fuel?
Neither of them had to. Buemi had completed 10 laps, so had René Rast. So they were on their, they would say out for 12 or 13. 12 or 13 laps is the hypercar stint. Interestingly, the 38, both of the Cadillacs have come in as well, and they didn't have to come in because they just made a stop.
It was the number 88, Gianmarco Liberato, who was involved in that incident. It is under investigation. And meantime, the Ferrari incident with Nicholas Nielsen, which was getting on for an hour ago now, at where was that? Marshall Post 34 is at the end of the lap.
Curve.
Yeah, a reprimand for that car, not for a driver. Interesting. Let's go down to Peter Snowden. This doesn't look like a standard stop for the mighty 38, which has been leading the motor race. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Is this the first stumble?
It most certainly is, or was, in the past tense, as in the mighty 38 is just left right in front of me. But that came in first. Its sister car, the number 12, came in front and parked at an angle. They swapped it around quickly on the Go-Jack, as they do. Other brands are available, and straightened it up and serviced that car, and it was out. There was some work going on the bodywork just after the front offside wheel. So I will go and I will go into the pits and endeavour to find out what that was and come back to you folks.
That was very interesting, as if they were clearing out something behind the front wheel.
They were replacing the right-hand side number panel.
Is that what they were doing?
Because they had been told to do so at 7 hours and 34 minutes. They'd been told to do so 10 minutes ago by race direction. So taking the chance of doing it during the safety car. The other car that has a problem with its side door number is one of the United Autosport Oricas. It's the number 22 car, which will also have to do an equivalent stop to get that door panel number to work.
So that was a Porsche. Was that the
very, very well-timed safety car for the 91 DK Engineering Manthey Porsche, because Timur Boguslavski was running up in the podium positions and had a rear left, not just a puncture, I mean completely destroyed Goodyear tyre on the rear left, and that could well have kept them in the race. If that was a green flag stop, maybe not so lucky for Manthey. And clearly it's happened at a point later on in the circuit, and of course under a safety car it's easier to drive it back and you're losing less time too. So where he picked up that puncture is hard to say.
Sven is
very impressive.
Sven has asked, why is there a safety car, not a local slow zone? That's a very good question. I suspect they think that it will take a long time, and they want to control the pace of all the cars. But
yeah, they won't use a full course yellow if it's going to take longer than around about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, 2 laps.
But a local slow zone, I suspect there is some debris around the circuit that they want to collect
at the same time.
And I suspect that what is happening around the circuit is that there is debris being collected.
Well, I tell you what, I want to be a steward and work out who's done what to whom. A quick hello to John Langler, poolside at Las Vegas. Yeah, we're slightly envious. And Neil Cole has some news on Robin Kubica.
There's dramatic scenes, really. When just as the safety car was called, the crew for AF Corsa number 83, of course, the last year's winning car, Robin Kubica, was fully kitted up, helmet on, ready to go. And of course there are 7 AF Corsa garages neighbouring each other, lining up across all 3 categories. But he then, so they pulled back into the garage, he was waiting. I've just watched him storm across the pits to the pit wall, remonstrate, full gesticulations with his engineer, then back into the garage, and now he's taken his helmet off and he looks furious. So I'm not sure if the safety car has hampered their strategy, but he is not happy, and he is not about to get in the car anytime soon.
I'll do some speculation because I've been in the same situation. The race engineer has taken the decision not to pit Phil Hansen. He was 7 laps into the stint, and he said, no, we'll stay out for this safety car because we'll lose more time by pitting, because we'll then lose the positions behind the safety car. Kubica has disagreed with him, and they've then had a frank exchange of views, which I've had with a driver in a garage about whether we should have done this or had done the other. And now the moment has passed. Maybe not, because maybe they can pit next time around. So we'll see how it pans out. But I suspect Phil Hansen, as I say, would have completed 7 laps. We saw other cars coming in, including the car that was leading, the Cadillac, the Hertz team Jota Cadillac, number 38, came in. Didn't have to come in. Well, it did, because it had to repair that number panel, but it chose to make the call under safety car rather than waiting for its next scheduled stop. Safety cars take a long time. You have to clear the incident, and then you have to go through the procedure that John was referring to a few moments ago, where you remove the B and C safety cars, then you do the pass around. As you do the pass around, the pits are closed, but until the incident is cleared, the safety car stays out, the pit entrance remains open. And as I say, maybe the idea is that the 83 Ferrari can pick up some positions by delaying its stop. I don't know.
Clive Stonebridge is saying there was an awful lot of gravel down at Arnage, so it makes sense to do a track clean-up given the opportunity.
I mean, given that there's been so much green running, it's inevitably there's going to be a lot of debris littered around the circuit, just because of, as you say, gravel going off, cars dragging gravel back on the circuit and things like that. There's also, go on, Peter.
Just thought we were going to get apologies. I thought we were going to get a note from the race director there.
It looks like that left rear wheel, by the way, did come off as the green light goes on at the end of the pit lane
on
the Frankie Castellacci car.
Castellacci Ferrari.
He absolutely whizzed round the outside of that Proton Ford Racing Mustang. Was the Mustang just coming out of the pits?
It must have been, because Gianmarco Liberato's a quick driver.
He is.
It's not as if he's, pedestrian and was on the racing line. And I agree with you. I think it is very likely an outlap. Paul will be able to confirm, I'm sure. But one of those contacts that, look what's taken the number 15 WRT BMW hypercar out of the fight for the win with Dries van der Boer. I mean, such a minute little rub coming through, a very high speed section, but we see those a lot and nothing happens, and then, it rips a bit of bodywork, the tyre goes down, and it's any chance of a win gone. It's
and
the lap of the gods sometimes.
And they had to do a suspension adjustment on that car as well, and we were speculating whether that light contact is what knocked the toe or the caster of the camber out or whatever it was, or whether it was the side-by-side contact at the start of the race, to be quite honest. Mark Daniels was in hospital having a kidney out during our Nürburgring 24-hour coverage, and he said, you guys got me through the wee small hours. Thanks, as your coverage makes the world of difference. I'm glad to hear the operation went well, Mark, and we can't claim to have played any part in your recovery, but we're pleased to hear that you're getting on well, which I wonder what hospital you're in Glasgow, but I were in Glasgow. I spent a lot of my vacation time in my early to mid-teens with my great aunt Catherine, my aunt Giddy, who lived just off the back of the Kelvin Grove Park up there. It's a change since then, mind you, in the city of Glasgow. Coming down to 16 hours to go. If you want to get in touch, then drop us a line at RSL_studio. The hashtag is 21RSL24. Peter Mackay, Paul Truswell, me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's Neil Cole and Peter Snowden.
Okay, so just an update on the 12, 20, and 38. So 12 took new softs at that stop. 20 and 38 did not change tires, so the 20 is on second stint medium, and the 38 is on second stint soft.
I really must ask Buemi's engineer to just not use the car numbers, if he could use the team and the manufacturer as well.
He didn't go to the go to the briefing, did he?
No,
I
he
think
didn't go to the briefing.
Seb Buemi's gone back on the radio saying, I already know that. I'm tuned in to 91.2 FM on my TRO10.
Yeah, absolutely.
And John and Trussers are keeping me right. And I don't know what that Scottish chap's doing, but anyway, just ignore him.
Yeah, very good. I might as well give you a quick update as we're coming up to midnight. So Toyota Racing leading. Forget the gaps at the minute, because they don't mean anything, and it's all going to get closed up anyway. But Toyota Racing, Seb Buemi in the number 8 hypercar leads from BMW Team WRT René Rast. They've both just pitted for the 11th time for fuel. No tyres for either of those. 27 laps under the medium Michelins of the leader, 40 laps under the Michelins of the Team WRT car in second. 15-lap-old softs for both the third and fourth place cars. Will Stevens, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, now ahead of the mighty 38 Now, whether that was just the extra little bit of time to change that number panel, but they have swapped round. 5th position, Nicholas Nielsen, Ferrari AF Corsa, medium tyres, 18 laps old in that Ferrari. Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing, Felipe Albuquerque, and of course this is going to close everybody back up again, the 101 on 15 lap old softs. And the top 10, Ferrari number 51, 9 lap old mediums. Mike Conway's Toyota number 7, 32 lap mediums. And Phil Hansen, the only car in the Ferrari stable still on the 2 mediums on the front and a medium on the right rear with a hard on the left rear. 30 laps old, those tyres, with Matty Jaminet, the first of the 2 Genesis cars. He's in 10th in the number 19. And then Matthias Jobert in the 17. And they've been doing this odd split. 10 laps on the rears, 0 laps on the front. So new fronts, 10 lap old rears. So it's a bit of an odd one there.
That may update when we come round to the line. It seems that it does once they go through. It should update as it comes straight out of the pit lane, but it doesn't appear to sometimes. But we heard from Sebastian Buemi-Buemi's engineer saying that the number 12 Hertz team Toyota Cadillac had put fresh softs on, so they've gone from 15 or stint and a bit old soft onto fresh, and that could mean that we see some very hot pace when we go back to green flag. We're getting really close to the race lap record set last year, funnily enough, by a Hertz Team Toyota Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, 3:26.023. Best lap of the race so far is a 3:26.370. I think if it doesn't go in the next couple of hours, I think it will go in golden hour in the morning. Yeah,
that's right. I mean, we had a brief happy hour this evening where that 3:26.3 was set. I thought, oh, here we go, because the other Cadillacs, Will Stevens' car, also put in the best lap for that car. But they were the only ones running on softs at that stage. Everybody else was on mediums.
And to talk to me more on the radio, because I know this car has more pace than we've had the last few stints. We get these break this together, and I really want to do well, man. So please help me where you can with talking and motivating.
Yeah, copy. Sorry. I'll do more.
That's Ferdy Habsburg.
Wow.
And he feels there's more to go. Mark was in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, know it well, in Glasgow. He said all the nursing staff were superb. I missed my time in Glasgow as a youngster, and then more latterly, when would that have been? Late 90s, when I was working in Edinburgh and Glasgow, stayed over in Queen's Park for a while. Jumped on the train. Here's the race director. Oh, no, maybe not.
Very quickly.
We should be, we're just, by the way, we're going to get, it's going to sound like we are in the middle of some kind, hang on, he's
Whenever you have the time and you don't have to focus on something else.
Yeah,
busy, mate.
No worries. We'll give you some feedback on driving. We are checking it now.
In about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds time, we're going to have the drone and the fireworks show. So don't think we're under fire here. I remember doing, was it you and I doing the Porsche race last year for IMSA? And it sounded literally like we were being attacked because we were right next to the ground mines outside. Was that the, what Porsche race was that?
Montreal.
It was Montreal.
And it would have been played out all over the PA around Montreal Formula One circuit and in the hospitality and everything. Just very, very quickly before we go to the weather, what we've just heard there from Ferdy Habsburg is exactly why he's improved so much as a driver in the last 5 years. Because how do you improve? Well, you get advice, you train, you get coached, and in the middle of probably the biggest race of his, no, definitely the biggest race of his career so far, with a car that could potentially win, he's speaking to, I'm guessing by a French accent, that was Charles Malaysia he was speaking to, and asking his teammates, where do you think I can improve? if you spot something where I can gain a tenth, well, across the stint, that can make a difference. Across the double stint, it can make even more. Really interesting.
Firework, and we had Ellen Luhr in here earlier on, and Freddie Habsburg is one of the drivers that uses the AVL software and simulation tools to help him. It is midnight. We have got just under 16 hours to go. 91.2 FM here at the track, around the world on RS1 and across North America on Sirius and XM. Sirius 137, XM 202.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Dropping down to 13 degrees tonight. 0 chance of rain. It's actually going to be quite clear, so that temperature might come down a bit more. Tomorrow now, the top temperature forecast to be 31 degrees. Right now, at the Ford Racing Global Performance Centre, but Global Broadcast Centre, excuse me, it is 20.8 C, and it's 26.8 on the track.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
Can you hear the fireworks? We'll commentate on the fireworks, I think, for a moment. Ooh. There's a blue one.
Can I talk about Ben Keating?
You can talk about Ben Keating.
Because we had a lovely interview with him earlier on. He's now been at the wheel for 5 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah.
So he will be using up time under this safety car at the rate of 7 minutes every lap. So another 2 laps and he'll have done his 6 hours. Which will mean that I expect Ben Keating will play no further part. Now, to do that within 8 hours of the race itself is a mighty achievement in itself. And I mean, Ben is a bit of a hero. But, to pack all of his driving into the first 6 hours, and of course he'll have lost absolutely nothing for that car because the safety car is going to bunch them all up.
Well, and they might as well do the driver change while the safety car's out as well, if he can stay on the lead lap by doing that.
Well, if the 6 hours can come up, because as soon as I say, as soon as the incident is cleared and we move into the second phases of this, he's not going to be allowed to pit. So
that has been quite clever by the team, though, because the thing you can fall foul of there is the 4 hours in any rolling 6. So to get his 6 in the first 8 is actually pretty well planned.
Absolutely. That's why I just wanted to mention it, because it's a good performance. The other thing we can do is to, although it's not really relevant, I was going to say we can reflect on who is behind which safety car, but it's not really relevant to do that, because once we start the pass-around procedure, then whatever safety car you're behind, it doesn't really matter, everybody will bunch up. Now you can talk about the fireworks, because they're going off like a lot.
At the moment, Duncan Vincent is sleeping in the van, which is parked pretty close to where those fireworks are going off. So, sorry, Duncan, if this is a disturbing your snooze.
Handy that we've got a safety car just as the fireworks are going off, so that they don't distract anybody and we don't have to try and talk over them.
Because we've never known somebody to go off behind the safety car, have we?
Well, no, indeed.
And before somebody says, they've just thrown it out on purpose, I don't think the Ferrari going off into the gravel was really stage managed, to be quite honest.
Hello to Mick Palmer, who is in for the night shift with his multi-screen setup. Hello, Mick. Ham and peas pudding buns. Fireworks being set off by a neighbour for a birthday party, adding to the effect of P there. However, he does live in Southwick, which is a place in Sunderland, so it might not actually be fireworks. Possibly be a firefight there. No, I'm only kidding. Hello, Mick. Nice to know you tuned in. And also, whilst we've got the opportunity, hello to another one of our listeners who was meant to be down here, but his 36 weeks pregnant partner decided not. And Matt's managed to disappear right now. But congratulations on the addition to the family. Paul Trustwell.
Yeah, what is relevant, as I say, which safety car you're behind doesn't really matter, but there are 18 cars between the Toyota of Sebastian Buemi and the BMW of Rene Rast. So by pitting when they did, Sebastian Buemi has packed an awful lot of cars between himself and Rene Rast. So when they get going again, Rene is going to have a lot of overtaking to do, although he might not physically be in time that far behind the Toyota. He's got a lot of work to do to get through and catch up with him.
It was Frank Clayton whose partner has delivered. I presume Carter delivered it. Maybe. Anyway, he's sitting on C1 Scuderia Polo Rosso. Very cute. Are enjoying and listening trackside.
Red Chicken.
The Red Chicken. Scuderia Red Chicken. Polo Rosso.
That is a C1 racing team.
Racing team, yes.
Because C1s are racing at Silverstone this weekend.
Without Scuderia Polo Rosso, obviously, because they're here.
Okay. But Ugga Dugga Racing are going to be racing.
Ugga Dugga.
Ugga Dugga, that's the team for which my son is racing. He's racing tomorrow. So I will not get distracted, I promise you. But Robin is racing at Silverstone tomorrow in a Citroen C1.
Is that his first race?
Second race. He raced at Brands Hatch in April and came home 19th out of 31.
Did he get his signature?
Oh, yes.
He'll get several. He'll get 2 signatures if he's in the car more than an hour.
He was in for 48 minutes.
But in this endurance race,
yeah, he'll be in for another 48 minutes, or maybe an hour.
Just one stint.
3-hour race.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a 3-hour race. He gets the idea of the C1, the rules of the C1 Endurance Series, which is a great series, is that it's a 3-hour race, but you have to make a pit stop in every hour. Which, if you think about it, doesn't quite work because you have to make 3 pit stops and you've got 3 drivers. So
somebody misses out a bit of track.
So you have to be a bit clever on the strategy. But the team, Ugga Dugga Racing, I'll give them another name check. They did a good job.
We're missing nothing, by the way, at the moment. Right, what's going to happen now? This is the second. Hang on a second. This is the second part of the safety car closing out the safety car. So this is called merging. So we take out safety cars 2 and 3, and the pits are closed at this point, by the way. The pits
entrance and exit.
Correct. And so all of the cars can merge behind a single safety car.
And nobody is in the pits at the moment, so they've all done what they needed to do.
Yeah. So safety car A is just coming to Tertre Rouge. Safety cars B and C have pulled off the circuit, and so down at Indianapolis, that long line has now become 1. So 2 have become 1. And now they're playing catch me if you can to the back of the safety car A field, which the car at the back of that is the car that was involved in the incident earlier on. It's the TTS Racing Tobias Lütke, number 14 LMP2, and I think, well, Paul, you might be able to say it better than me. I can't change the size of that one, so there's no point in me trying. I can't quite see who's leading them round through the Porsche curves. I think it's a 57. It is the number 57 LMP3, which is Conrad Larison and the Kessel Racing car. Conrad, what a nice young man he is. And loving being here at Le Mans. So he's got to get the wiggle on and catch up, and then we can withdraw safety car A and get going again. Now, if Conrad can put his foot down, we might be able, because it's such a long lap, Paul, to get going at the end of this lap.
No, we won't, because we'll have to have the pass around at that stage.
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
And the pass around has a change in its format this year, because in previous years LMP2 has been defined as one single class, although there's been this subdivision into Pro-Am and LMP2. For the purposes of pass-around, LMP2 was all one group. For this year, they're going to split LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am. So if you are in the wrong place, in other words, if the leader of the LMP2 class is behind you, then you are allowed to pass around the safety car in order to catch up. And you do that per class. And for that purpose, the Pro-Am class counts as a separate LMP2 class. Although having said that, oh no, we only have 3 LMP2 Pro-Am cars on the same lap actually. So the LMP2 Pro-Am class, we've not really talked about it that much, except for the leader being the AO by TF car, which PJ Hyatt is driving at the moment. That's the car number 99 called Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky, the winged horse.
Yes. So that one is leading LMP2 Pro-Am. Second in LMP2 Pro-Am is a TDS car, currently in the hands of Toby Lutzker.
To start working on it.
Bronze driver. And the only other car on the lead lap for LMP2 Pro-Am is the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR Orica in the hands of Alex Quinn.
In terms of driver time, Paul, in LMP2 Pro-Am, obviously very pertinent what the bronze drivers have done in terms of their minimum driver time. PJ Hyatt seemed to be doing a lot of work, heavy work at the start of the race, and at a strong pace compared to his peers as well, which we often talk about, particularly in qualifying at the IBSA WeatherTech Championship. PJ is so quick in Spike the Dragon, the other AO LMP2 creature.
Yeah, he's only done 2.5 hours driving, PJ. 2.5 hours driving for PJ Hyatt. Yeah.
Oh, that's a surprise, I have to say.
Yeah. I was surprised when I looked it up there. They've actually shared the driving out pretty evenly between them. Dane Cameron has actually done more driving than PJ Hyatt. I would suggest that PJ is one of the quicker bronze drivers, though. So, in a way, you don't need to get his driving time out of the way, because he can perform well enough when he's out on the circuit to kind of hold the end up for that team.
Let's take the opportunity whilst the pass around is taking place. This basically allowing any car that is about to lose a lap.
Request cars which did the pass around, please pick up the pace. Do not overtake amongst yourselves. Cars which did the pass around, please pick up the pace. Do not overtake between yourselves. We need to form one solid line behind safety car A.
Okay, that makes sense. So that's going on now. Let's go down to the pit lane. Neil Cole.
I have Jack Hawksworth with me. The pit lane is obviously quiet because pit entry is closed, and the race director is explaining what's going on. How, when you're in the car under these circumstances with 3 safety cars, then the pass around, how complicated is that?
I mean, I'm not in the car, but just watching the boys on the pit stand, it looks pretty complicated. Yeah, I mean, they're just the rules in general with the safety cars, and for me coming into this championship just for one race with the slow zones and everything, it's a lot to get used to. And big track like this, it's unique regulations, and yeah, the guys on the pit wall are earning the money.
So let's talk about your race, your team's race so far, the Lexus, car number 78. You started the race, and when do you think you'll be back in the race again?
I should be getting in. I was supposed to, the reason I'm out here is I was supposed to be getting in, but obviously the safety car came out, so that's kind of changed things a little bit now. So I'll probably get in here in the next 45 minutes once this thing gets back underway.
And talk us through how it's going so far.
So far, we've had a really solid race. We're 8 hours in, and we've had a touch wood, a smooth race so far, and just trying to execute and keep it going.
Now we can hear a mixture of the fireworks and the cars starting to pass around and go past us on the main straight. How do you were obviously ready to go in the car, it's been delayed. How does that change your mindset, or is it just very easy for you to just put the helmet on and go?
I didn't. I think you said I've been delayed getting in the car. How does that change your mind? Honestly, not a big difference. I just woke up a little bit too early, I guess. But no, I feel good. I'm ready to go. I would say I drove the first hour and a half of the race, and I look forward to getting back in.
Okay, well, thank you, Jack, and have a good one.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Jack Hawksworth, a real star in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. If you only really follow the World Endurance Championship, well, first of all, you need to start following the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship because it's amazing. It's great fun, great circuits, great drivers like Jack. Very much although it's in the United States and Canada, it is very much an international championship. And he's one of the superstars. Drives with Lexus there, hence the connection for Vassar Sullivan. And we've seen him get his elbows out big time with others in the fight for wins at places like Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, etc. He's some driver. And this is his third year in the row, Paul, where he's been a super sub of sorts.
Yeah, exactly, when he's been able to take the car over. So we're waiting for the single safety car to come across the start-finish line at the moment. There's been an awful lot of cars taking part in that pass-around, as we were just hearing a moment ago when Neil Cole was talking to Jack Hawksworth. A lot of cars were going past at that stage, and we heard them all going through. However, the car that is immediately behind the safety car is not the race leader, Sebastian Buemi. It's actually Mattia Drudi, who leads the GT3 class. And Mattia Drudi is immediately behind the safety car. Behind him is the car number 58, which is Benji Goethe, who I think probably would have been allowed to go past. Benji Goethe is in the LMP2 car. So the safety car A is then coming up to the start finish at the moment.
Benji's an LMGT3.
He's an LMGT3. Okay, so he has
Garage 59 McLaren.
Of course,
number 58.
Yes. Of course, so he isn't allowed to go past because he is behind Mattia Drudi. Here they come now, crossing the line.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 P2s, the rest GTs ahead, and then we have the 11 or 12 cars behind us that I told you before, in between us and the next hypercar.
So that was the message going out to Sebastian Buemi again, and once again it's the Ryan Dingle who's getting in touch with him, giving him all the news. And
he's been more on our radio service than we have, Paul.
Yeah,
I'll have to give him a T-shirt.
And I think, as I say, he counted something like 17 or 18 cars between himself and the second place car in the hypercar class, which is Rene Rast with the BMW, but only one car between Rene Rast and Will Stevens, John.
Let's get a few mentions and points arising from @RSL_studio using the hashtag 21RSL24. Kenneth Sunderland is tweeting us live from the Fox in Kettering. Now, which Fox in Kettering? That's what I want to know. I know the Fox that's on the 509 on the way out towards on the way out to Peterborough. Been done up recently, that's good. He says, but the football's on, but my mind is on the WEC, and I'm listening in to Radio Shore Limited. Thank you very much for that. Chris Humphreys, hello. Hello, Chris, listening in. Michael D says, I'm sad I'm not at the circuit this year, but loving the race and the RSL coverage. This safety car, bizarrely, has lifted my heavy eyes. Night shift, here we come. And Charlie Simpson is watching from the UK. Missing being at the circuit this year, but not missing Radio Le Mans. I've got it on here. Say hello to my brother Toby, as he'll be listening as well. Done that for you. @RSL_studio, hashtag 21RSL24.
While we're saying our hellos,
yes.
A big hello to multiple Porsche Club of Great Britain sim racing champion, the King Hippo himself, Ryan Parkins
and
Luke Holroyd as well. They're having a watch party with a plethora of dips from the picture that was just sent to me. So hello, and we hope you're enjoying the race so far. We'll be back to racing very, very soon. The field nearly bunched up altogether. Nearly the entire train has come together. The front of the train's just coming into the second chicane. The end of the train's just coming out of Tete Rouge. That's how long it is. Remarkable.
When was the safety car called for, Paul? That's the sort of thing that you can find.
7:38 hours into the race, 42 minutes ago.
Yeah.
43 minutes ago now.
Paul, if you just decide that you like dominoes or stamp collecting or something like that, we are in so much trouble. Really.
Hello to Speedbird 001. Now that used to be Concorde's call sign.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Speedbird 1.
I didn't know that.
Listening in for the night shift next to the Ford chicane. Some great fireworks could do with some advice for staying awake. Best advice for staying awake I've got is don't go to sleep.
Watch the race.
Yeah, watch the race. Sing. You cannot fall asleep when you are singing. Do you know that?
Double shot of Sacred Coffee.
Well, there you go. We are into the Sacred Coffee nighttime hours, aren't we? The Sacred Coffee overnight. The hours of darkness. It's a good idea, actually. I'm nearly finished, but I still might have a little...
compostable pods, very important.
Yeah.
Because anyone who uses another type of pod for that type of machine, the circular one, you know what I'm talking about. You have to put them in a bag, and then you seal it up, and then you have to, and then you think they're getting recycled, but you're not really sure. Whereas the compostable pods, pop it in your landfill, and it composts.
I think the safety car is going to come in at the end of this lap. The Porsche
It should do, but the problem is there's a bit of a gap built up going out of Mulsanne corner, but I think they've closed it up coming down to Ornage.
Flashing lights are off.
Yeah, no, the safety car is coming in this lap.
Will be reported to the stewards for the gaps you are creating.
So that is... Did he say 79 there? Was that the 79 he said there?
He did say
safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap. We will be restarting. No overtaking before the finish line.
That's the iron
You should
links.
be in Bravo 11-1 if you aren't already.
Bravo 11-1.
Yeah.
Is that a bit like Concorde's call sign? It's
Right,
a bit like
absolutely.
clear for hot.
Safety car in the pit entry road. Safety car in the pit entry road.
That's Matteo Cressoni who's going to be reported. So that will be a penalty.
I think he might have meant 59 rather than 79, though, John.
Right? Do you?
That's where the gap is. At least I think that's where the gap is.
The leader, by the way, is not at the front of the queue by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I explained that, John. It's because the LMGT3 car is the one that's leading the race, or is leading his class.
Yeah. Side-by-side action under the Goodyear Bridge as we've restarted. This is going to get very messy very, very quickly unless drivers hold on to their enthusiasm and curb it somewhat. Big gap back as the rest of the cars come through, and I think that's the leader that's just gone through the first corner and up to the Dunlop chicane under the Goodyear Bridge. Sebastian Buemi, Julian Andler right up his tailpipes. René Rast is back about 15 seconds in the traffic, so this is going to take a lap or two, Peter, to sort itself out.
A few drivers popping into the pit straight away. Nicholas Nielsen for Ferrari, of course, number 50. Mathieu Jaminet for Genesis, number 19. Julian Andler for Duquesne has popped in. Looks like Julian has stayed on board. Oh, now the Ferrari 50 is going into the garage. What is going on here for Fuoco, Molina and Nicholas Nielsen?
Yeah, problem for the 50 then. Clearly he was waiting for the pit lane to open. It may well just be a standard stop, actually, because he was getting short on fuel, but why they would put it back into the garage if he only needs fuel?
No one's getting back. So Nielsen has got out, but nobody has jumped straight into the car. That is not a good sign.
Is this another stumble then for one of the major runners? We have 3 cars having retired. The 13 Autosport, the number 61 IM Lynx AMG, and the number 54 Ferrari involved in that incident. Various bits of cleaning up going on. And nobody in the cockpit at the moment.
That's never good.
No.
Usually if it's something that's being fixed quickly, the current driver will stay in, or the going in driver will get in very, very quickly indeed.
Yes.
But to leave the cockpit empty, that's a terrible sign if you're a Ferrari fan.
Yeah, and that wasn't the best place of the Ferraris. That's still James Collado with the 51 in 6th. And he now, of course, has closed up, as everybody has. So the top 10 are now only separated by 35 seconds.
That was the better placed Ferrari, John. So
was it?
Yeah, so the 50 was in 5th place and the 51 was in 7th.
Right.
But with the 50 car going into the pits, that's elevated the 51 into 6th place.
The number 88 gets a drive-through penalty. That was the Gianmarco Leverato car that was involved with that number 54 Ferrari that went zinging round the outside. I can only assume that race control think they didn't hold their line for some reason. Let's go down to the pit lane and take a driver database informed pit lane report from Ferrari and from the number 50. Snowy.
Yeah, I just got into that garage there. Nielsen obviously got out of the car as we saw and Peter reported, but Ferrari being very, very cagey and just all the media just been asked to get out of the garage and not they won't tell us anything at all. Number 51 is also about to come in for its pit stop, but I will try and keep my eyes on the 50 for you, but I think we as a pit crew are due a pit crew change as well, so the next team will do it.
We've got an update coming in a second, but I think we can squeeze in an interview as Snowy keeps an eye on what's going on with Ferrari with Julian Andlauer, who in about 30 seconds time is going to be with Neil Cole. Neil?
Yes, this team, Duquesne team, was the first in the pit lane to have a pit stop ready as soon as the pit lane was open. And Verschoor got in the car, Julian Andlauer got out, and the body language from the whole team is very positive, but he had quite a lot of concern. He sort of was making a gesture with his hands like there was a smell. He's also got some heavy bandaging on his wrist, which I shall ask him about. So I think it's not been a simple stint for him, especially made more complicated by the safety car procedures at the end. But he has just sat down with his engineers, so he said, I'm going to say one thing to the engineers and then I'll come to you, but that one thing might take 5 minutes. So I'll wait patiently, but I don't expect you to.
I'll tell you what we'll do, Neil. We'll take the CrowdStrike Racing update a little bit early as we've got racing again, and also to let Julian do his debrief. So just before midnight, here is the next CrowdStrike Racing update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
Just gone midnight. We've had 8.5 hours of the 2026 Le Mans 24 hours, and it's Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with number 38 Earl Bamber in the lead of the motor race, but the let's start that again. It's Sebastian Buemi, the Toyota, in the lead of the motor race, car number 8, and he has a lead of some 12 seconds over the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car of Will Stevens. So Toyota leads Cadillac. Earl Bamber is in 3rd place with the number 38 Cadillac, and he is just 2 seconds behind his teammate. So Buemi in the Toyota, 12 seconds ahead of Will Stevens, 2 seconds ahead of Earl Bamber. Rene Rast is in 4th place with the BMW. He is right on Earl Bamber's tail, trying to get past the Cadillac. In 5th place is Felipe Albuquerque in the 101 Cadillac, the Wayne Taylor Racing entered car. 6th is the first of the Toyotas, Mike Conway in number 7. And again, just 6 seconds separating him from the car in front of him. 7th is the 83 Ferrari. That's the leading Ferrari at the moment. The number 83 car. Phil Hansen is behind the wheel of that one. In 8th place is the first of the Genesis cars, the GMR 001 hypercars. Mathis Jobert at the wheel of the number 17 car. In 9th place, Harry Tinkle with the Aston Martin from the Aston Martin Valkyrie team 007. And in 10th place is the first of the Alpines. That's car number 36. And Jules Gounon is the driver at the wheel of that one. And as a result of the safety car being out, they are all now on the lead lap. LMP2 is being led by Inter-Europol competition, Bijoy Garg with the 343 numbered car. In 2nd place in LMP2 is Harry King in the Proton competition Orica car number 9. And in 3rd place, the other Inter-Europol competition car, Kuba Tchaikovsky in car number 43. LMP2 Pro-Am is now pretty much all settled behind all of the LMP2 cars. So LMP2 cars, all 10 of them, occupying positions 19 through 28 in the overall order. And then in LMP2, it's AO by TF leading, PJ Hyatt back behind, or still behind the wheel of the number 99 car, leading the way. Alex Quinn is in 2nd place in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR Orica, car number 4, and 3rd in Pro-Am is the TDS car, number 14, Tobias Lutka in that car, and he is in 3rd place in LMP2 Pro-Am. In LMGT3, Mattia Drudi is in the lead for Aston Martin. He's got the Aston into the lead of the class, but only by 3 seconds. Simon Mann on a bit of a charge. He got through and sneaked back up into 2nd place in the class as the safety car withdrew, getting himself with the Ferrari ahead of the Kessel Racing Ferrari of Dennis Marshall. So Ferraris doing somewhat better in the LMGT3 class than they are in the hypercar class. So is the Aston Martin, to be fair. So Ferrari's 2nd and 3rd. The Acodis ASP Lexus, Clemens Schmidt back behind the wheel of car number 87 now, but he is down into 4th place in LMGT3. So there are your top runners with a mere 15.5 hours of this race still to go.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
You're listening to Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit and live around the world on RS1. Let's get straight down to the pits for an update with Neil Cole and Julian Andler.
Julian, the last time I spoke to you was about this time of night in Daytona in January. But this is a very different race and a very different team and car that you're driving. How was that stint?
Yeah, good to see you again. Every time you come see me is a pretty good sign. Yeah, different track, different car, different teammate, different team, but I would say similar position where we are competitive, and I think that's the most important right now. Car feels good. We're trying to put down a pretty smooth strategy as well as smooth driving. Still a very long way to go before seeing anything, but everything looks all right at the moment. Trying to stay out of trouble, and yeah, keeping up the pace. Yeah, I would say so far so good. So yeah, let's keep pushing.
When you first got out of the car, you looked concerned about things, and I noticed you have some strapping on your wrist. What's the injury?
Yeah, it's a new wheel, a new car. I'm not really used to it, so I started to have a bit of blister. That's it. So I just wanted to prevent and put some strap already earlier, like early on in the race. So everything is all right.
And when will you next be in the car? Do you know how did that safety car affect your strategy?
It did not affect us too much. I think we still could keep a bit the advantage we had. Let's see, like virtually, it's not really what we can see right now. So, yeah, I'll be back in the car within a few stints. Richie is out for 2-3 stints, maybe Dorian 2-3 stints as well. So, I'm gonna go for a nice race now.
I think you deserve it. Thank you very much, Julien. Thank you. So Julien showed me his hand, and he's definitely got those blisters from when you were breaking in a new steering wheel or a new bike. And while we were talking, we were being hoovered around, like when you're watching the telly and your mum wants you to lift your feet up. So, but you know, he's pretty happy in the very new team, doing very well.
Thank you, Neil, for that driver database informed pit lane report. And what we need to be informed about is what's going on with the Ferrari number 50, and Peter Snowden can do just that for us. Snowy.
Lots of work still continuing on this car. The front clip has been off and mechanics have been up underneath it, doing something underneath. I can't get into the garage, as you know, but the driver's seat and bulkhead and bits have come out, and there's mechanics either side going into both doors, doing some work on the sort of bulkhead ECU type area. The rear clip's been off and back on again. The front clip's been back on again and off again. It's had a new set of mediums put on. They were then taken off and another set of mediums put on. So whether they're incorrect ones with the RFID readers, I'm not quite sure. But it's there's still frantic work going on in the centre of the car, and it's not looking like it's progressing at any rate at the moment. But I just don't really know what the cause is.
Thank you, Snowy. Yeah, great work there trying to figure out, and yeah, you can understand Ferrari aren't wanting to be particularly forthcoming with what is exactly going on, but in this type of Le Mans 24 hours, Paul Truswell, any kind of delay like that, maybe 20 years ago you might have been able to recover. Nowadays, not a chance. Who were the winners and losers from that safety car, would you say?
So the winner was Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car, because remember that I was kind of saying that was the car that didn't benefit as the pit stop cycle rotated. Although he was running in either third or fourth places, he was the car, or that car, the number 12 Hertz Cadillac, was the one that never took the lead. Well, it is now in a proper second place, because they all came into the pits when the first safety car phase was in operation, when all three safety cars were out. All of the leading cars came into the pits. Now that is an advantage for those cars who needed a lot of fuel, and a disadvantage for those cars who didn't need as much fuel, because they don't get the benefit of all that fuel going into the car. They needed not very much fuel, and so they weren't able to take advantage, whereas Sebastian Buemi had done 10 laps on his previous stint, and so has been able to eke out a bit of an advantage. The one who lost out was the 38 Cadillac. What held one Hertz Cadillac hurt the other Hertz Cadillac, because whereas the 38 was the leading Hertz Cadillac, it's now the 12 car. So instead of it being the Sebastian Bourdais Earl Bamber car that was benefiting, it's Will Stevens' Norman Nato car, which is the one who's really now trying to chase down the Toyota. That's as far as the leaders in the hypercar class is concerned. In the LMP2 class, Inter-Europol competition got a big benefit, because they've now managed to get a bit of a jump on the Duquesne team car. Julian Andlauer, we were hearing from, now out of the car, but they've lost the lead, and I don't think they're going to be able to get it back as the pit stop cycle through. So I think Duquesne, having been in the lead of the class before the safety car, will find themselves now, well, they're currently in, fourth place, but they're, as I say, going to struggle to get ahead of either of the two Inter-Europol cars ahead of them.
The voice of Paul Truswell, the supercomputer himself, keeping us absolutely up to date with the fine nuances of this 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And rejoining us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre is Bruce Jones. Bruce, this is a cerebral race so far. It's trying to keep on top of exactly what's happening. So many cars in the mix. What's your take on it in the last few hours?
Well, excuse me. My take on it is that the race has changed entirely in the 3 hours since I've been away. Before I went in, effectively, we had the 2 Toyotas running out of kilter from their very first stint. We had a few little fallers, and the number 15 BMW, Raffaele Marcello brought it into the pits quite a long time ago. That was definitely a consideration. But of the 2 BMWs, it was the 20 that showed the pace early on. I'm going back quite a lot of hours. But initial problems for the 15. A lot of the cars in the hypercar group really struggled because they weren't used to running in such hot temperatures thus far through this meeting. But it's the shuffling of the pack. Just not so long ago, suddenly the number 50 Ferrari comes into the pits. Those Ferraris weren't really in the mix. The sister car had a drive-through penalty for Alessandro Pierguidi's underestimation of the position of a car in front at the forest curves. I think we'll leave it out there as that. Cadillac have had loads of pace, but just as Paul was saying, the way that shuffle joined the safety car, and Paul's been saying this from the outset of the race, it's probably going to be decided by where someone is in their stint length when a safety car comes out. And as he said, it's reversed the Cadillacs. The Cadillacs have looked quick all along, but the thing that's really intrigued me in this race has been looking at the different pace of the cars down the straights, and the Ferraris just don't seem to have the push. Last year they were very strong on the straights, so it just gives the race a whole different complexion. But it's just been the last 3 hours, pretty much since I popped up the road just to have a little bite to eat, that it's like the dial has been turned to slightly more random. I think it's slightly more random, may get to the fully random setting later in the night. And may I say, by the way, people in the commentary booth and people listening around the world probably have no idea how loud the fireworks were outside. It was considerable. I won't say how much apparently they cost because it was a lot. But you thought, oh, wow, that was incredible. Just came back from outside of the booth, came in and then, oh, no, that was the warm-up
finished yet.
Oh, gosh, they've not finished. But I wonder what the drivers think. They were driving around behind the safety car at that point. And the sky must have been just, they're used to coming back and coming through the Porsche curves. There's a bit of light on either side, coming towards the grandstands and the pits, and that, great beam of light. But it really has changed the last few hours. Sorry, that was, a communication to Dennis Marshall. Sorry about getting out of kilter as the calls come through. No, I think it's a really enthralling race. Has everybody shown their hands? And don't forget, we were talking earlier, when it was still 28 degrees air temperature. When it cools, some of the cars out there might suddenly come to life because their setup was more for the night.
The other thing which happened as a result of the safety car being out was that instead of having 11 cars on the lead lap or 10 cars on the lead lap, we've now got 13 cars on the lead lap. One of the Aston Martins has got itself back onto the lead lap, number 007. That's the car currently Harry Tincknell driving it. And we also have one of the Aston Martins. Both of the Genesis cars are on the lead lap. So the only hypercars that have fallen off the lead lap are the Peugeots, both of the Peugeots, and the Aston Martin Valkyrie car number 009, and the number 15 BMW, which of course had problems sitting in the pit lane. So, again, the safety car has this effect of bunching up the field, and it has enabled the Aston Martin Valkyrie, or one of them at least, to get back on the lead lap. And that will affect the overall complexion of the race as well, because, of course, they're all on the lead lap, they're all lapping, and in fact the gaps between them from first down to 13th place, Robert Kubica, who is on the lead lap, is just over 2 minutes and 19 seconds from first all the way down to 13th. So, here we are, 15 hours to go. Any of those cars who are on the lead lap could still win this.
It is, and it's just that element that we keep saying, you've got to be on the lead lap, got to be on the lead lap. Oh, those people aren't anymore, but we've had a couple come back.
Yeah.
As well as the fact, also, this may be something that's really quite crucial in this race. It swapped those two Cadillacs around. 38 was ahead of 12, but 12 benefited, and Will Stevens sitting there in second place. And, let's see how it goes. But 15 hours to go, 15 hours and a quarter to be precise. It's properly dark outside, it's cooling down, and that is definitely going to have an effect on this race. We may see, as I said before, some of the manufacturers out there, some of the constructors, their cars might just be better in the cool temperature. But the thing I heard was it was going to be 29 degrees tomorrow. That has now been raised to 31 degrees. And just wind the clock back, the teams hadn't done any hot running in the test weekend, the test day. through practice, through qualifying, and certainly some of them were uncomfortable when it was 28, 29. 31 could be a whole different ballpark.
I mean, Bruce, you've seen enough of these races to know that the nature of these cars is they start hot, they cool off, they get quicker and quicker, and then they suddenly have to get hot again. And that's where all those little radiator ducts that have got a bit blocked up by the various bits of debris, you see the mechanics clearing out the radiator ducts, but they're not going to get every little bit out. And as the temperatures increase on Sunday, then the heat that we had today, just because they survived the heat that we had today, doesn't mean we're going to survive the heat of tomorrow as well. And I think, yes, we'll get some quick times early morning tomorrow morning, but I think we might get some more reliability problems creeping in related to heat.
Speaking of speed at the moment, Sebastian Buemi, our race leader, is on a big push. He's just put in that car's best lap of the race, a 3:26.3, which is getting really close now. Not quite. He's 0.04 of a second off the fastest lap of the race.
Way off.
Set over 8.4 miles. Set by Earl Bamber, and we're getting dangerously close right now to the local boys' race lap record. Sebastian Bourget, Bougie Birdie, who's a local boy. He's got the lap record, but unless he sets it again himself, I think that numbers we're going to be into the 25s for a race lap record, I think, before the end of the race.
Oh, I certainly think so. And we've talked before about how if it's going to go down to 14 or 15 degrees tonight, so just before the sun might think about coming up to lighten the sky tomorrow morning, the track could be in fantastic situation. But one thing that is still going great guns is the LMP2 battle. We expect it to go great guns, and it's tightening and tightening. It isn't at the top, but at the top at the moment. But in the pits, it's 3:43 for inter-Europol competition.
And in that LMP2 battle, the stint lengths are so short that the pit crew, that there's even more of a premium on them. And Joe Bradley, our driver database informed pit lane reporter, is watching two crews at work. Joe.
Oh, this is an absolute stonker of an LMP2 lead battle. The 3:43, the Interpol car came in just behind it, literally meters. And the estimated, the way that Harry King in the number 9, that's the Proton car, the bright yellow Proton car, the number 9, was catching the 3:43 out there on track. He came in not quite under his rear wing, but he wasn't that far away. He could certainly see the rear lights of the number 343 Inter-Europol car. I think B. Joy Guard at the wheel of that one. So Harry King is catching, and it looks to me as though it's only going to take on fuel. Harry back out. Has he beaten the Inter-Europol car off the marks? No, he hasn't. So they're going out now in slow motion, as it seems, with on the pit lane speed limiters, literally nose to tail back into that LMP2 battle.
Yeah, both of them going out for their third stint, or the third element of a triple stint. I was guessing it's going to be a triple stint for both of the LMP2 cars at the front there. I was talking to one of the engineers from an LMP2 team before the race and trying to get him to tell me whether they were going to quadruple stint, and he wouldn't, but he said they would at least triple, were his words. So we'll see what happens. And again, we'll keep track of what's going on in the overall battle for the lead as well, because we saw our first quadruple stint on the medium tyre before we went to the soft. And just to remind you, the Cadillac's still running on the soft tyre, the Toyota still running on the medium tyre. So there's a difference in philosophy of what is the best tyre. But evidence, as Michelin said, that there is quite an overlap between the two tyres. They will give you the same performance at the same temperature. It's just that the medium is designed for the warmer temperatures, the soft for the cooler temperatures. But there is quite an overlap between them.
You're listening to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. The number 50 Ferrari hypercar is still in the pits and has been there for quite some time now.
25 minutes.
25 minutes. Let's see if we can get any more colour on that with Owen Mildenhall in the Ferrari garage.
Yeah, hi guys. So I'm standing here in front of the garage. The car's still here, and basically we've got, I think at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys all trying to lean inside the cockpit. There's it looks like, it's something wiring inside the cockpit, because we've got umbilicals in there, a lot of torches inside the cockpit. Obviously the driver is out of the car. For a split second then, about 2 minutes ago, they started to clear all the camera crews out the front of the garage as if they were going to push it into the pit lane, but that seems to have rescinded, and now there's lots of guys back inside the cockpit and lots of work going on inside.
Thank you, Owen. We discussed the battle in LMP2, and it's gone from a 2-car battle to a 3-car battle on track, with the 343 into Europol car of Bijoy Garg, chased hard by Harry King in the Proton number 9, and Pietro Fittipaldi now for Vector Sport in the 26 is right on their tail as well. Harry King not quite able to dispatch with Bijoy Garg yet, so the American driver doing a top job there. But Bruce, I have to say, the fact that the Proton number 9 car is anywhere near the front battle, considering the damage they picked up from the
51 Ferrari, the Pierre Guidi.
Yes, which you put very diplomatically and delicately, but it wasn't a diplomatic or delicate incident. There was a big contact between them several hours ago.
It was. I feel when you get the highlight reel at the end of this race, that will certainly be one of the moments. And it was the fact that both of the cars at the Forest S's, they took out a couple of the bollards, but from the wrong side. It was the outside of the bollards coming back into the track. And then coming down to terra firma was Pierre Guidi. His car was snapping left, it's bounced down, he tried to get it right, it snapped left again, and somehow he stayed clear of the barriers. A great shot just now was the amount of tyre debris around the track. And Paul, you made a fantastic point a short while ago, because we got to 7 hours and 41 minutes before we had a safety car. It meant there were a few occasions where the debris could be swept away. So talk about little elements just popping into those radiators. That certainly means there will be much more than you'd have at this point, or at the 8-hour mark normally. And knowing it's going to be super hot tomorrow, that could definitely be playing in the minds of all the crews.
Exactly so, and as I say, it's they'll love the cool of the night, they'll love the early morning cool, but I think the worst thing they want is, as I say, temperatures really building up. And of course, this is the bit I always forget. You get through the night and you think, oh, the race is nearly over now, but you've not. You've got the biggest part of the race happens on Sunday. There's only 8 hours of the race happens on Saturday. All the rest of it happens on Sunday. And, getting through Sunday is a big, hard slog. And if it's hot, whether you're a spectator walking around the spectator enclosures, whether you're a driver, whether you're a mechanic, it all takes time.
It does, yeah, that's a great point, Paul. The 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie is in the pits at the moment, and pleased to say that the Ferrari has been repaired. The number 50 Ferrari is on the pit apron now, getting fueled up. But let's get an update on the Heart of Racing Valkyrie with Joe Bradley with his driver database informed report.
Well, I actually have a question for you guys. The 009 has come in. It's DeAngelis at the wheel. A very short fuel amount went in, and only the right front tyre and wheel was changed. So I know this the 009 Aston Martin is a little bit down the order somewhat, but what I've just seen, I think, is adding more of a character-building race for this team. And you guys, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to see that is an out-of-sequence pit stop for that car.
I'm going to, if I could put my guess in, that sounds like a puncture to me, or a slow puncture anyway. That's an unusual tyre to change. That's the least loaded tyre on the car, on this circuit.
Stop for that car, although its in-lap wasn't actually that slow, so normally with a puncture you'd get a slower in-lap, but it wasn't a particularly slow in-lap for Romain D'Angelis in the 009 Aston Martin, but he's back out on the circuit now, back on his way with a full tank of fuel, but they only had to put half of a tank in to get it full.
There you go. It's how you manage those fractions. Right, just while that was happening, Paul, Bijoy Garg was under pressure for second place in LMP2.
Great job. Push and box this lap. Push and box this lap. Driver change for Brendan. Drink your drink and take off the tube.
Okay, so that's a message to our race leader, Sebastian Buemi, coming through loud and clear. He'll be coming through. It's just the little details, isn't it, in those messages? Just finish your drink and unclip the tube. Right, just talking about Bijoy Garg. He was second behind the Duquesne team that's leading LMP2. One little lock-up and he lost second He lost third as well because, bang, no second asking. Harry King went through, but Pietro Fittipaldi has now passed both of them. So Vector Sport up to second in LMP2. They've got about 20-second deficit to Duquesne team's number 30 with Richard Verschoor, who's just showing that he can adapt very nicely from single-seaters to sports cars. But a Fittipaldi on the move, a King going forward, but then going backwards, and Bijoy Garg, one little slip up, 2 places lost.
Bruce, is Richard Verschoor part of the Equipe Verschoor dynasty? He's not.
No, because I'm fairly sure that is spelled W-R rather than double-O-R.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, who used to run McLarens and things in GT4.
Van Merkstein.
Yes.
RS Spider.
Yeah, no, I'm 99% sure. We'll stick
That's good enough
above
for me.
average then, above 50%. Right, race leader into the pits, car number 8. Driver's change coming up. Looks as though it's probably Brendan Hartley going out to replace Sebastian Buemi. Sebastian has had a really smooth race. And what we haven't seen from Sebastian is the traditional shot thus far, where you look across, helmet cam, and he's just looking furious and responding. But right now, bear in mind, Toyotas weren't exactly the stars of Hyperpole because they weren't even in it. And yet, there was still a lot of feeling that they were looking good this weekend. And that just emphasises how super, super competitive Hypercar is at the moment. So all the ways they control their respective performances seems to have been done rather well.
Sebastian Buemi is an intense driver anyway.
In any happy or sad.
I think he really, really wants this win. It's been a while since Toyota won. It's been their exclusive playground in the past, from what are we talking, 2018 through to 22 probably?
Yeah, he won the ball
playground
in 2018, spot on, and then of course the world titles followed thereafter.
Yeah, but this year I think he's so on it, and if he were to get a win, he'd join Derek Bell, Emanuele Perot and Frank Biela in a very exclusive club of 5-time 24 Hour of Le Mans winners. One driver who's got a lot of experience here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans is the Ferrari driver Simon Mann, who's caught up with Owen Mildenhall with this driver database informed report.
Yep, Simon's just jumped out of the car. He's just cooling off in the garage. Simon, obviously a few issues for your sister car, but everyone looked very happy when you came back. You're running in the top 10. How's things going for you so far?
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure what's going on with the sister car, but on our side, so far, smooth race. We were able to, in the mess, kind of get ahead to P2, so I still a super long way to go. But it's nice to be in the top 10 and fighting in those positions, so far so good.
And we're seeing that the Ferraris seem to be doing pretty strong in GT3. I mean, how is the with the hotter temperatures you've experienced before it got dark, and how is the car performing overall? Is it what you expected from qualifying and the test day, or do you think the Ferrari is in a better place than you hoped?
Yeah, I think from the whole 10 days we've been here, the race start this afternoon and even now in the evening, the conditions are very different. It's much hotter. It was much cooler even in the quali and the FPs, the night sessions. So obviously the balance changes a little bit, but we were able to adapt. The car feels good. So let's see if the temperatures go down a bit more, but it's still pretty warm.
Brilliant stuff. And when are you in the car next?
In 2 hours.
Okay, get some rest. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you.
Simon Mann there with Owen Mildenhall for that driver database informed report.
Simon Mann had a brilliant start off the safety car. I was hoping Owen might talk to him about it because he jumped a car as they went up through the Dunlop chicane as the safety car pulled off. So he really did get a good jump at the end of that safety car. So congratulations for being on the board for that.
And that takes us back to a point that Jack Hawksworth brought up about within the last hour when he spoke to our pit lane team, that he's used to the IMSA WeatherTech Championship way of things and only comes in really to race the World Endurance Championship at Le Mans, only occasionally, and getting used to the slow zones going in and out is a skill. And of course Simon is very experienced in the World Endurance Championship, and that pays, it really does.
It's the little things that really add up. Right, little things can include pit stops, and we've got both the number 12 and 38 Cadillacs in the pits. Will Stevens came in the first, and Earl Bamber in the second.
And also the number 20 BMW has come in as well. So a triple whammy. I was going to say I expected this to happen. What I didn't expect was for one of them, Sebastian Buemi, to come in a lap earlier, because they all took on a full tank of fuel at the same point in the safety car sequence, and I was going to mention this when Buemi came in, that the other 3 cars in the top 4 didn't. So we've got Brendan Hartley back out, as you said, in the number 8 car now. But he now has less fuel aboard his car than either of the 2 Cadillacs or the BMW, because the Cadillacs and the BMW are filling up now and have got full tanks of fuel, whereas Brendan Hartley has already used a lap worth of fuel. So, you know, you extend that out, it has an effect. Whether it was that they brought the Toyota in early to get it out of the way of the others, which is what we've seen them do earlier in the race, or whether they don't quite have the same mileage out of their energy, which is kind of, you couldn't see me, but I was putting the mileage in inverted commas, because it's not just the use of the fuel, it's the use of the hybrid energy.
You're back to the lead of the race.
Yeah, so he's back in the lead of the race, as Ryan Dingle tells him, and he gets back into the lead because the other 3 have done the same fuel stop as he's just done. But as I say, unless Brendan uses less fuel when he's out there, he's going to have to come in again earlier than the other 3. And depending on the timing of any safety car or other things that could happen, that could have an impact.
Well, he'll be hoping to channel his inner Scott Dixon to try and keep those fuel numbers down over the next stint or so. Brendan Hartley racing against his childhood pal Earl Bamber in that Hertz Team Joda Cadillac. They were at Porsche together in the days of the 919 hybrid, and you know, when they were little boys on the farm in New Zealand, they couldn't quite have dreamt of something as mad as this in factory sports cars at Le Mans, fighting for victories, and not their first one either.
No, entirely not. But I mean, there's been a spell, and there have been certain people very important in New Zealand motorsport that helped get them up there. And New Zealand punches way above its weight in so many sports around the world, but certainly Colin Giltrap and his contemporaries did a phenomenal job at putting them on the stage, and they've delivered since then. And really has been a massive help. But of course, Red Bull for Hartley.
The pedal box, because I felt there is some oil or something leaking under the pedal, under my foot.
Okay, mate, I'll ask the guys. The only thing I know is you don't have a drink system in.
That's radio from the number 50 Ferrari that was in the garage for nearly half an hour. Antonio Fuoco, see, he has got oil coming towards his foot. That's not good at all. You don't need to be a mechanic to work that one out while we close that point off. Oh, another one here. Let's
listen. Confirm it's just the water from the brake system that you fill in the pedal box.
Okay, well that's a lot better than oil. Yeah, I had that once when I had a Suzuki GSX-R motorcycle, and one day I hit a pothole and I stopped because I thought that surely I've got a puncture from that, and it was just black liquid everywhere, all over, and I'm going, oh no, what's happened here? Turned out it was a can of Coca-Cola that was in the seat unit that I'd forgotten I'd put there, and it had burst going over that. So it was just a loss of a can of Coca-Cola, that was all. But while we're on that point of Kiwi Motorsport, many of these drivers from New Zealand wouldn't be here, of course, without their tenacity and pace, but the Giltrap family, what they've done, a lot of them you'll see on their chin bar, on their helmet, Giltrap family. Colin Giltrap sadly passed away within the last year.
Yeah, last year, or possibly slightly more.
Yeah,
his son has been racing the Asian Porsche series, if I remember correctly. Marco, yes, I was scrambling for his name. But, you know, he was that quiet benefactor who just should have had so much, well, he would have had huge satisfaction to have, particularly Earl Bamber, who he really helped along, come up and take that win for Porsche. Already quite a few years ago now. You know, it really, you think it's recent, it's not that recent.
15 and 17 for Earl, yeah.
Anything that happened in the 2000s seemed recent, and then suddenly...
know what you mean.
Suddenly my children raise their eyebrows at me. Anyway, a couple of penalties coming through. Matteo Cressoni, the driver of the Iron Lynx Mercedes, who John Hindhaugh said in the previous session was going to be investigated. In fact, we heard it from Eduardo Freitas on the radio. He was going to be investigated for creating gaps behind the safety car. He wasn't keeping up with the safety car train, and so he's got a 5-second penalty added to his next pit stop, and also a 5-second penalty is going to be awarded to Ben Goethe and the Garage 59 McLaren team for an unsafe rejoin at the Dunlop chicane.
We're a little bit overdue for the weather here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe, so let's have a look at what we can expect in the coming hours.
Radio Le Mans weather.
It is perfect weather conditions right now in Le Circuit de la Sarthe, with an ambient temperature at the moment still hovering actually fairly persistently around 17 to 18 degrees Celsius. The low temperature expected to drop to 14 degrees Celsius around 5 o'clock in the morning before the sun starts to come up, and then we warm up into a total scorcher tomorrow, depending on the forecast you look at, but we're going to go somewhere around 30 degrees Celsius. Pretty balmy, and it's going to make the tyre decisions really important when we go to the conclusion of this 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
You're listening to Radio Le Mans just after 1 o'clock in the morning local time, and we're really into the meat of the race. This is where Le Mans becomes Le Mans, and the battle in LMP2 is raging on with a whole cast of stars, and Joe Bradley has spotted our leader come into the pits.
Yeah, it's great, this LMP2 battle, isn't it? I'm a big fan of the LMP2 class. It's the purity of the class. It's just a race car with an engine and a gearbox, albeit paddle shift, and drivers and teams going about their business. And now we've got the number 30, the Duquesne team, in from the lead of LMP2. It's going to flip-flop back towards Harry King in that number 9 Proton car. Would you believe that these two cars are neighbours? They are absolutely doorstep to doorstep together on the pit lane. So it's perhaps a good job that these teams cooperated with one another, because if they were on a similar strategy that the number 9 and the 343 was on, there wouldn't be room in front of both of these pit garages for them to pit at the same time. So I know for us it's going to flip-flop the lead of LMP2 between the two now going forward for the remainder of this race. It's going to be just a cracking battle at this stage of any race.
Thank you, Joe. Joe's loving this LMP2 battle, isn't it? We've got to keep it going, Joe. We're loving you keeping a watch on this. Into the pits comes the Genesis number 19. A very strong debut, I would say, for Genesis. Both cars running, and their drive lineups have been very impressive. The driver who's really impressed me the most, Bruce, is young Matthias Schober. He's nursing a foot injury from a paddle accident, not a paddle board, paddle as in the form of racket sport, but he's having to right foot brake in the car, and yet his pace has been really impressive.
I can't think of many drivers who come into prototype racing and hit the ground running to the fashion that he has managed. So yeah, we'll see through the course of the race. I'm sure it's a lot more, but you know, sometimes mind over matter can work, but sometimes particularly if you've got something like a foot injury, they're so delicate, you can then get to the position where you get that horrible thing you do not want, even just on the floor of your bedroom when you have to put your foot flat, cramp. When you've had foot injuries, you just seem so much more prone, and also when you become a bit dehydrated, as these drivers will be, that can also trigger cramp as well. So that's a little factor, and hopefully he's got mind over matter, but that's a very hard one to sort of dodge. But yeah, Matthias Schober, deeply, deeply impressed with him.
He's now known as Baby Driver in the Genesis paddock, because in the Genesis team, because they made him the star of one of their promotional videos for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, where he played the main character of Baby Driver in that.
Yeah, I'm deeply impressed by the way the Genesis has gone, but I don't want to say anything and jinx it all. I've just been looking, actually, Joe's focused my attention on what happened in LMP2 during that safety car period, because neither Bijoy Gard in the Inter-Europol car nor Jakub Stryjkowski in the other Inter-Europol car came into the pits during the safety car period. Didn't use it at all, stayed out, so they were able to extend their fuel whilst they were out there. And that's how they have popped up towards the top. Harry King, we just heard from Joe, having made the pit stop in the number 9 car, the Proton Orica. That car made its pit stop just as the safety car came out, but I think most of it was done before the safety car came out. So they went into the pits and then were able to get out just before the safety car came out. So it wasn't a deliberate ploy not to pit on the safety car. The fact was they just happened to make their stop just before the safety car came out. So the LMP2 battle has kind of been preserved through the safety car, whereas in hypercar everybody came in during the safety car, and so it kind of bunched them all up and put them on the same strategy.
That glorious rock concert of a sound coming from the back of the Cadillac was what you heard there. 5.5 litres of Detroit muscle, but it's actually going to be 11 litres collectively, because the number 12 and the number 38 from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota are pretty much nose to tail on track now, just over a second and a half between them at the moment. Will Stevens in the 12 car just ahead of his teammate El Bamber in the mighty 38. Hertz Team Jota, numbers, it's a numbers game. We've seen it with Ferrari. They've one car now out of the game, but another one very much in the game. And for Cadillac, of course, they throw in the Wayne Taylor Racing squad in there, Bruce. And what a change from last year's Le Mans, where I think it's fair to say Wayne Taylor Racing struggled. They're not struggling this year.
Absolutely not. I mean, it does really feel as though the pack has been shuffled and big time, which I really do not mind. Right, the number 51 Ferrari into the pits. This was the one, of course, Alessandro Pierguidi picked up that drive-through penalty. That knocked it down the order, of course, when we had the safety car, and it enabled to claw not only extra positions back, but certainly some of the deficit came back. So again, when you've had a setback, you hope and pray there'll be something like a safety car period. It came their way, just peeled in from, I think it was 6th when it came in, might have just been 7th, but obviously now, during the pit stop, it's tumbling down the order. The number 51 Ferrari from Ferrari A, of course, so Antonio Giovinazzi appears to be staying on board, but they're still in it. But at the moment, we've got Toyota leading the way. Brendan Hartley 10 and a bit seconds clear of the two Cadillacs from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Will Stevens and Earl Bamber, and as you pointed out, 1.6, 1.7 seconds between them. So that is super tight. But right now, Brendan Hartley, I think, just able to pace it at the front. And also nobody immediately in front of him. So again, he's keeping his engine as cool as possible. But I don't know if you've got access to what the outside temperature is at this very moment, because it's
around 18 degrees Celsius, according to one of my weather apps.
And it should be going down to about 14, 15 at sort of 5 in the morning, yeah?
The air is still thick, though. It's a thick, humid heat, which you would think, oh, is there rain coming? But 0% chance, according to all the weather forecasts that we're watching here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I think once we all go home, it's going to get even hotter during next week here in Le Mans. So it's definitely a pattern of weather. Just the best lap of the race for the Aston Martin Valkyrie has just been done. Let's hear from Fred McAvecchi.
Swap position with sister car before T13. Swap with sister car before T13, please.
Interesting. So that is an Alpine team asking Berdy Habsburg to let Fred McAvecchi through, or if they already swapped pole. I have to be honest, I missed that.
They could have done, because they're not that far apart in terms of time, but Ferdy Habsburg, his advantage is only 1.5 seconds over the sister car. Well, that's what it is at the moment.
The thing is there's a Ferrari in between the 83 of Robert Kubica.
Yeah, that could be the fly in the ointment, but Robert, yeah, definitely in between them in his bright yellow Ferrari. A lot of the sights around the circuit now, it's just a blaze of headlights, of course. You go to that moment, and again, you know, Le Mans isn't the darkest track in the world, but again, you compare it with the big first 24-hour race of the year at Daytona. They deliver their light differently, but over there it's almost more uniform, isn't it, at Daytona? Just when you're on the banking, when you're on the infield, there's plenty of floodlight. But still, when you go down the second half of the Mulsanne Straight in particular here, it's properly dark, but then there are pools of light over the first chicane, over the second chicane, down at Mulsanne. But you're in and out of it. Daytona is much more regular, which actually must be so much less tiring, not having that stroke in, out, constantly, trying to adjust your lights, your eyes, that is.
Yeah, I think that's right. This is more like a drive through the French countryside, I think, although, the floodlighting around the circuit is much better than it used to be. Just to go back, PMAC, to what you were saying about the Kubica being between the two Alpines. Yes, he is, but he is actually lapping quicker, so I think it's inevitable that Ferdinand is going to let Kubica pass, because Kubica is actually going faster. Then it's going to be up to the 36 car to get past when he comes up on the tail as well, because those two lapping roughly the same, Makovici lapping a tiny bit quicker than Habsburg, but not necessarily easily so.
So I think it's fair to say that that's a radio call for Fred Makovici to be let through by Habsburg when the opportunity presents itself. LMP2 is a battle as much in the pits as it is on track, and Joe Bradley, he's our man in LMP2 right now. He's very much informed with his driver DB report.
Well, I've leapt into hypercar land at the moment. The 007 Aston Martin has come in, and seventh place for this car. Harry Tinkle's just jumped out. It looked like Ross Gunn, the body shape of Ross Gunn, that's just got in. Another beautiful sounding race car, isn't it? It's got fresh tyres, it's got a tank of fuel. Harry Tinkle's got out. I think this car is going to rely a bit on attrition to get it up the field. Let's see if Harry agrees with us. Harry, I'm going to ask you one quick question, mate. All right, you're seventh. The lack of attrition in this race is quite incredible. Is that what you guys may be relying on?
I'm
sorry to break it to you.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I nearly binned it on the in-lap then, just on the exit curve of Mulsanne, so it's amazing how quickly it can get away from you even when you're all under control. So I think there'll be still plenty left to come, fun and games in this race. But yeah, I mean, we don't have the overall pace, we know that, but we're just sticking to our task, just trying to do everything as we planned in our meeting, clean race, no issues, and so far so good. I mean, the safety car was good timing for us, got to the back of the lead train, and yeah, look, I mean, I could keep the Toyota behind me until we got traffic, and then we just don't have, they speed past us on the straight, but I'm proud of everyone at Aston Martin and Heart Race, and we'll keep pushing.
What's the tyres like when they're getting to their end?
Do you know what? It's not too bad. I know some are probably going on softs now. We were on the medium there for a triple stint, and actually, I did my best lap on the last lap of the triple. So, yeah, look, I think the fuel plays more of effect than the tyres. But it's great to see, the setup that we've got. That longevity. The car is pretty light, and we're pretty good on our tyres. It takes a little while to warm them up, which is why we're vulnerable at the start, but that pays dividends at the end. So, pretty decent.
Harry, I need to ask you a question. We're in the middle of the night now, so you've just stepped out of a hypercar. How hyper are you, and how easily will you find some sleep?
I mean, the boys have got some Red Bull in the back, but I definitely won't be needing to take it. I've had my dopamine hit on track, but yeah, I mean, look, we have a routine that we go through here. I'll give the guys a quick debrief, get on the treatment table, a little bit of massage, just loosen the shoulders, loosen the neck, a little bit of food, and then shower and just try and at least close my eyes. I find it very difficult to sleep during the race. I mean, it's Le Mans 24 hours, for goodness sake, this is what we live and breathe for all year round. But I also know that there's nothing I can do from the motorhome, so if I can at least go back and rest my eyes and, even get half an hour's sleep, that will pay dividends come the end of the race.
Stay hyper, mate. That's why we love you.
Harry Tinknell there, straight out of the Aston Martin 007 Valkyrie. Robert Kubica reporting on the radio that he's really struggling with top-end speed around those Alpines, which have been the strongest car on the speed traps. And at a circuit like this, well, it's one where top-end speed is more valuable than anything else.
It is, but the Alpines may be fast in a straight line, but where are they sitting? Just moving up to 6, actually, with the pit stops happening around him. But yeah, the two Alpines now 6th and 8th. And if it really would be all about top speed, then we'll be seeing the top of the times, wouldn't we? So the Alpine, I remember 3-4 years ago when it was incredibly quick on the straights in qualifying, and then it got hammered with a BOP restriction before the race. So, you know, they've been trying to preserve the obviously slippery shape of the A424, but also give it a bit more of a balance, a drivability, a bit more downforce without losing that top speed. Well, they've achieved the second part of that. They've not lost their top speed, but whether they've achieved enough downforce, I would suggest maybe not, because otherwise they'd be further up.
Behind us, 4 seconds behind.
Radio there to Nick de Vries. Warning him that the number 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi for Ferrari, of course, is right in behind. Interesting comment there from Harry Tinkle talking about how he nearly binned it at Mulsanne. That corner getting more and more covered with gravel. It's so much gravel. I spoke to Bob Bell from McLaren, who's raced here a few times, and he said when he raced here they tarmacked it, but then of course everyone would take full advantage and break track limits, so they put the gravel back in, but he said it gets really messy there. Pit stops as well down in GT land, and Joe Bradley is on top of it for this driver database and form report.
Yeah, second place car, the Ferrari number 74, that's the Castle Racing car that has come in for its pit stop. It's having a full service. Fuel's already in, the driver's already being changed over, and now the last of the tyres are on. It's off the jacks and it's away. So from second place in GT, that'll relinquish that position until this all goes through. The pit stop phase in GTLM.
Joe Bradley showing his age there, talking about GTLM, LM GT3. It's the right letters. It's just needs to keep putting them in different orders, Bruce. They're just trying to catch us out.
Yeah, I think so. It's just a crafty little rearrangement of the Scrabble hand, isn't it?
Yeah, we've made quite a good Scrabble. Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac Hertzstein Joe Dakar just pulling away. Oh, no, actually, no, he's not. The gap is very much steady to his teammate Earl Bamber, who's behind him a second and a half for the battle between second and third place.
The pair of them, the pair of the Cadillacs, are closing on Brendan Hartley. Not by a lot, but they are bringing the gap down. In fact, they brought it. I think it has been a lot, actually, because all of a sudden we've got a real battle for the lead, because Will Stevens is right on Brendan Hartley's tail now. Whether the cameras can pick that up in the night time, I'm not sure. But Will Stevens now putting the pressure on Brendan Hartley, and those two Cadillacs once again are faster all the way around the circuit. They can turn in faster lap times even when they're following closely behind another car. That was what they failed to be able to do in last year's race.
Yes, it's one of those many factors that need consideration. It's not just your lap pace around the field, it's what can you do in disturbed air. And let's face it, you know, particularly after a safety car period, you may have a train of 6 or 7 hypercars in front of you, and that sort of multiple churning of the air, and if your car is a little bit loose and doesn't want to play, what's that going to do? It's going to knacker your tyres. That's a technical term for wear them out a little bit.
We talked about Alpine, and both the Alpines are battling away with last year's winner, the Ferrari 83, or were, because Robert Kubica has brought that number 83 into the pits. But they are under investigation for an incident at Marshall Post 3, which is just coming in towards the Dunlop chicane, so an area where we've seen cars get together in the past. That was just coming up for 20 minutes ago, so that's under investigation, as is one of the front runners in LM GT3 that's driven by Jack Hawksworth at the moment. It's the Accordis Lexus 78, under investigation for a pit stop infringement about half an hour ago.
Well, looking at the Accordis ASP team, they've really been in the battle very much in the front of GT3, but that could potentially be a setback for the one that has Jack Hawksworth on board at the moment. It's 5th overall. The sister car, number 87, flipped those numbers around. Clement Schmidt on board is 2nd, but we'll keep an eye on that, because a lot of these penalties or investigations are taking a while, almost when you've forgotten In comes the answer, but it hasn't come on our screen as yet.
It's game on for the battle in the lead of the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota is a 3:43 not the lap just completed as they go over the line, but the lap before. So that's something's gone badly wrong for Brendan Hartley on the previous lap. But they're much closer now. But Will Stevens took half a second out of Hartley, and Stevens is getting closer now as they go underneath the Goodyear Bridge. This is your battle for the race with 14 hours and 35 minutes to go through the Forest S's, and there's GT traffic for Brendan Hartley in the Toyota Racing number 8, the new TRO10 developed off the base of the very successful GRO10. But the Cadillac is pushing hard with Will Stevens on board right now as they tear through Tête Rouge and onto Mulsanne.
Yeah, it was in the final sector where Brendan Hartley lost the time last time around. As you say, it was a much slower lap for Brendan, a 3 minutes 43, as opposed to what they should be doing of 30 or less. So he lost over 10 seconds, and that was all lost, as I say, somewhere in sector 3. Whether he had a spin, we had a indication of a yellow flag having been briefly shown just before Mulsanne corner, but that's actually in sector 2, so maybe he lost it on the exit of Mulsanne corner. Heard Harry saying that he almost had a problem. Just wonder if out of the sight of everyone, we had a brief spin at the exit of Mulsanne corner from Brendan Hartley there. If any of our listeners are watching from out there, can let us know. But certainly Brendan, over 10 seconds lost. That's more than just getting through traffic. That's a spin and recovery.
Agree.
Yeah, what comes with spin and recovery? Sometimes damage to the underside of your car, flat spots on your tyres. So have to keep an eye on the pace of the Flying Kiwi. 3 minutes. Yeah, last time around he lost half a second, but it was what happened in the lap or so before that.
And bad news for Brendan Hartley. It's his old sparring partner, his old childhood pal, Earl Bamber, who's also come to join the party. So it's not just one Hertz Team Jota Cadillac, it's 2. That's again the strength of Cadillac so far in this race, and not a million miles behind them, I don't know, 20 seconds further back. The Wayne Taylor car is there too, so Cadillac have several bullets in the gun right now as we just coming past 25 past 1 local time. We'll have a CrowdStrike Racing in-race update for you in the next couple of minutes as we have P1, 2, 3 on. Now tell me, Paul, these cars that are all really close together on track right now, strategy-wise, are they on a fairly similar strategy, or is there one that's has got an edge compared to the others?
The 2 Cadillacs have the edge on the Toyota. Remember, I told you the Toyota of Sebastian Buemi came in a lap early, came in all on his own, whereas the 2 Cadillacs stayed out for that extra lap. That means, by all the maths that work, Brendan Hartley should come in a lap before either of the 2 Cadillacs. But I still think this is a race on the racetrack, not in the pits. We're going to see Will Stevens and Earl Bamber challenging hard to get past Brendan, who presumably is being left alone at the moment by Ryan Dingle, who we've heard so much from the race engineer for that car. Either that or the person who's eavesdropping on his radio has changed and we're not hearing so much from him. But certainly Brendan did something a couple of laps ago which cost him the time and has dropped him right into this battle for the lead with the 2 Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs right on his tail.
Brendan there taking a bit of time back from Will Stevens on that previous lap. The Toyota Racing number 8 gaining 9/10 of a second. Let's hear from him.
Front grip becoming quite digital. Probably due to the little flat spot. I think we might need to consider tyres.
Fascinating stuff. So front grip becoming more digital.
He said critical.
Critical, okay. I was thinking, is that got something to do with the hybrid being on the front wheels? No, okay. Front grip more critical for Brendan Hartley. And the lap times show it. I mean, we're 3:31.4 for Hartley last time by. Coming down to Mulsanne a few laps ago. Oh, my word, got it completely wrong. Nearly ends up completely off the... In fact, he does. He has to go... the race leader having to go around the roundabout... way off at Mulsanne, goes round the roundabout, uses his knowledge of every part of the whole facility, not just the actual track itself.
Wow.
That could have been race done.
The fact he only lost 10 seconds, I find extraordinary. He rejoined almost slap bang in front of Will Stevens, but I don't know if there are going to be any penalties for rejoining the way he did. I think it looks about okay, Paul, but that is a really unusual one.
Well, he, as he said, and he also admitted to flat spotting the front tyres. So, Peter Snowden did exactly that on our journey here, didn't he? Took the wrong exit off the roundabout, and we had to go round the roundabout to get back on the track.
He didn't lift, but we just kept shouting instructions. Yes, exactly. I knew I'd seen that move before.
Brendan Hartley, Peter Snowden.
Yeah,
part of an exclusive
in the same breath.
club. Well, let's take a CrowdStrike Racing in race update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Somehow it is now 1:30 in the morning. I don't know where the last 9.5 hours of my life have gone, but an utterly absorbing 2026 Le Mans 24 hours. Brendan Hartley leads, but by less than a second after 9.5 hours racing. He's driving the number 8 Toyota, and he's in the lead ahead of 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. The first one, number 12, Will Stevens. The second one, the mighty 38 with Earl Bamber at the wheel of it. And as I say, the pair of them, or the three of them, separated by just 2.5 seconds. Fourth is the BMW, René Rast at the wheel. That's car number 20. And he isn't that far behind either. 17 seconds is the gap between third and fourth. Rast in fourth place. In fifth place is Philippe Albuquerque in another Cadillac. So we've got 3 Cadillacs in the top 5. This is the number 101 car that Philippe Albuquerque is driving. In fifth place. In sixth place is Ferdinand Habsburg in the Alpine, leading a pair of Alpines which are separated now by 6 seconds, with Fred Macavici at the wheel of the 35 car in 7th place. In 8th place is Mathieu Jaminet in the Genesis Magna Racing car. Car number 19 is Jaminet, and he is 19 seconds clear of recovering Toyota number 7, Nick de Vries now at the wheel. That had a couple of extra pit stops, did the number 7 Toyota, and is now trying to catch up. Another car trying to catch up is in 10th place. That's the number 51 Ferrari in the hands of Antonio Giovinazzi. In 11th is the AF Corsa yellow Ferrari, number 83, in Robert Kubica's hands. Although he's just had a pit stop, so he's going to be in for the long run and could well catch up a little bit after that. In 12th is the first of the Aston Martin Valkyries, car number 007 with Ross Gunn at the wheel. In 13th, the second of the Genesis with Mathis Jobert driving. That's car number 007, and all of those cars are on the lead lap. LMP2, it's into Europol competition. Bijoy Garg leading the way, car number 343, who is 46 seconds at the moment ahead of the Duquesne team, car number 30, Richard Verschaw at the wheel. Although part of the reason that gap is so big is that the LMP2 cars are all on different strategies, which makes comparisons different. Third in LMP2 is the Oracle of the Proton competition team, car number 9 with Jonas Reed driving it. Fourth, number 26, the Vector Sport Orica with Ryan Cullen at the wheel. And in fifth place is the other Inter-Europol competition car, Kuba Srnikovsky, in car number 43. LMP2 Pro-Am being led by the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car number 4, Alex Quinn ahead of PJ Hyatt in the AO by TF car 99, and Tobias Lutke in the TDS car number 14, and he is third in LMP2 Pro-Am. LMGT3 is heading the way of the Lexuses once again, the RCF cars of the Acodis ASP team, with 87 Clemens Schmidt leading, 78 Jack Hawksworth. Third in LMGT3, the Racing Team Turkey Corvette number 34, and that's the top 3 in LMGT3.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
It is game on in the battle for the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Toyota leading the way. We've said that many times in the last 10 years, but it is a completely different complexion here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Even compared to 5 years ago, it's totally different, and it's Cadillac that are putting the Toyota under the big heat, with Will Stevens aboard the number 12 Hertz Team Toyota car, the sister number 38 in the wheel tracks, just a couple of seconds further back. But it's Will Stevens who's putting the heat on Brendan Hartley, who is struggling a little bit with front grip from his tyres and will be pitting in the next couple of laps and will be fitting fresh tyres, according to the radio transmissions that we have been able to have a little sneak listen to.
It's all a helping hand, but this lead battle is fantastic. The last lap or so, Earl Bamber has suddenly dropped back a lot. Because remember, we had the top 3 cars just a couple of laps ago, covered by 1.7 seconds. And where has all that time gone? Oh, he's entered the pit. Sorry, so we got him slowing, entering the pits. He's blinked.
But the point is valid, though. He had lost time. So those last couple of laps of the stint for Bamber were not strong for whatever reason. He's jumped out, the Kiwi, handing over to, I'm going to guess, by helmet design, Jack Aitken, jumping aboard the 38.
Yes, that will be Jack Aitken getting in, although it is a triple stint for Earl Bamber. I'm just a little bit surprised that Earl Bamber has come in already, because he's only completed 10 laps on the stint. So I just wonder whether those pit stops that were taken under the safety car did actually fill the car to the top, or whether in order to try and beat the queue at the end of the safety car, they might have done a slightly shorter stop at some point.
Maybe playing a little bit of just a little tactical joker here with the sister car, of course, of Hertz Team Toyota, really hassling the Toyota, and right on the tailpipe now, coming out of the second chicane on the Mulsanne. They may be bringing in the 38 car for Hertz Team Toyota early, put some fresh tyres on, say to Jack Aitken, push, and then we know how hard he can push. Best lap of the week so far, and how good he was there. But his teammate right now, Will Stevens, having a look at the inside at Mulsanne in the first part. No, Brendan Hartley able to negotiate the corner there without heading to go and take a little trip around the roads. Well, Earl Bamber will be able to tell us exactly what the story is with this driver database informed pit lane report with Joe Bradley.
Earl, from where we're standing, this looks like a bit of a fist fight. Is it for you?
Yeah, it is a bit of a fist fight out there. It's it's a great motor race. There's a fierce battle. There's a lot of strategy. You know, off sequence tyres. We were on a triple stint there at the end. But it's great. We were under safety car. There's still thousands of people out there watching, and I think it's a bit of a thriller right now. So, we're going to keep pushing.
There's no tyre management. You're flat out, yeah?
We've got to match the tyres a bit, but mostly we're flat out. It's just choosing which lap you want to pit on and stuff like that. So, it's cracking fun at the moment.
Did you manage to see any of the fireworks?
Yeah, and that drone show looked pretty nice there too.
We put the safety car out for that for you, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Good luck.
Earl Bamber there.
I don't know if Joe will be able to ask Earl off air, having done that interview, but the Cadillacs are the only cars on the soft tyres. And as Earl was telling Joe, there was an element of tyre management. It was a long stint, but the soft tyres seemed to be working all right for Earl. I can only assume that. Will Stevens is also on the soft, and he seems to be managing all right. However, Brendan Hartley is on the mediums, or was on the mediums, but he's now into the pits for what should be a fuel-only stop. So the Toyota comes in. Toyota no longer occupying the pits where they always used to at pit in, but now not that far away from BMW, up at the top end of the pit lane. For years and years and years, Toyota used the first pit at pit in, didn't they, Bruce?
Yeah, Toyota and Peugeot before them, and it just, when it becomes so ingrained, you just simply think that's what... if I was still working the pit lane, I'd still go right down there to talk to them. It takes a long time to change, but simply, I know. How are the pits allocated here? If you're world champion or last year's Le Mans winner, you get the
there's
choice.
an element of getting the same garage as you got last year. There's an element of spreading the hypercars so you don't get hypercars nose to tail. And similarly with LMP2s, you don't want to have the LMP2 cars nose to tail. But the teams will ask for the same garages because they bring... what's the official word for the pit? Accoutrements that they come in.
Structures.
The structures and things. Because every pit is slightly different. It's got slightly different roof attachments. So, you know, if you've got something that fits, then, you know, you can bring it again next year, or you build a new one, which is the same spec as the one you had last year, and you know everything fits.
Fresh, shiny medium Michelin tyres going on the Toyota TR010 of Brendan Hartley, who stays aboard.
So a slightly longer pit stop, no driver change, but all 4 tyres changed?
It was all 4, yes,
right.
Paul, yeah.
I think that's the right thing to do. It doesn't make sense to me to only change 2 at Le Mans because it's such a long lap, and I know that when you get towards the end and time is critical, then yes, maybe you do go to 2, but...
No tyre warmers here, of course, much like in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship in the United States. And why do I mention that championship? Because the tyre for Michelin is the same. And the warm-up of that tyre, when the tyres are brand new, they go in the car. In the past, the tyre had taken a while for them to get the heat in, and a lot of time was lost. Now, that was the same for everyone. Nobody's got a special tyre over the other. But that's something that Michelin have worked really hard on with this new Michelin Pilot Sport Endurance tyre. It has a really unusual pattern on it, which is purely there for decoration. So we've tried to ask, is there maybe a little bit of an advantage? No, it's purely there for decoration. The idea is to get a conversation started about the sustainable materials that are in the tyre, and it is quite remarkable how Michelin are able to increase the performance and make it more sustainable as well, which as we go forward only becomes more important.
But what are we going to do for tyre walls if you can suddenly recycle tyres? We've got so many tyre walls around the world which are just made up of old tyres.
Well, they just want to have like a freshly cut fleece off a sheep.
Well,
something like that.
But the only thing is, though, those tyres will never ever be found in a tyre wall, because they will all be taken back to Michelin, and they are... I spoke to someone who I know reasonably well from rallying in Michelin, and he said only once in the last 30 years has one tyre gone unaccounted for,
really?
And it was a motorcycle tyre, and it is a bone of contention in the office, so to speak.
So, new leader of the race, although he's coming down the pit lane at the moment, this is the first time that the number 12 Hertz Cadillac has led this race. So there was a moment there of history being made at 1:30 in the morning, 9.5 hours into the race, 2 laps led by the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car of Will Stevens. He'll be getting out of the car now as well. Somewhere else in the pit lane, the BMW number 20 is also in the pits, and René Rast will be getting out of his car to hand it over to Sheldon van der Linde. So the top 4 cars will cycle through, and that will, I think, re-elevate Brendan Hartley back into the lead, or will it? Because, of course, he's had a slightly longer pit stop for a tyre change. The other cars are all having driver changes, and are they going to manage to get the Cadillac out ahead before Brendan Hartley can come through?
That's the question. Brendan Hartley in that Toyota Racing number 8 car will confirm that in a moment.
Yep. The Cadillac's kept the lead. So Will Stevens, now handing the car over. So it's now... Oh, no, Will Stevens stayed behind the wheel, didn't he?
Yes, he has. Jack Aitken got into the Mighty 38, taking over from Earl Bamber, but Will Stevens has stayed aboard.
This is a long stint for Will, then.
He's a fit boy.
He's been in the car for a long time. Let me work it out, and then I'll tell you exactly.
Brendan Hartley has come out, actually one behind the Mighty 38 of Jack Aitken for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, a second and a half. So we wondered why were Hertz Team Jota pitting that tiny bit early with the 38 car. Well,
getting Jack Aitken in to pop in a couple of quick laps, that strategy's really worked and has got them out ahead and got them track position ahead of Toyota. And I love this, the fact that they're very different philosophies of car. You've got the Cadillac, which is a LMDH car, so it's a chassis that they get from Dallara. They have their own bodywork on it and their own engine, 5.5 litre V8. Toyota, they developed their own chassis, and the car has its own hybrid system developed by Toyota with power going to the front wheels above a certain speed, whereas the Cadillac has to, because it's an LMDH car, uses a spec hybrid system and gearbox that's provided for all LMDH manufacturers. So two different philosophies, and you've got the Cadillac running on softs and able to make them work over a triple stint, and then you've got the Toyota that's running on medium, and again able to make them work as well. I love it.
This is a really, really unusual race. I mean, the thing that really struck me, the first 8 hours of the race, just before the 8-hour mark, so just before midnight, we had the first safety car. But it's been just this relentless run. Yes, that safety car did several things, but one of which it bunched people back up and it allowed people to regain the ground they've lost. So it's a reset, but it's just the way at the same time. Of course, the temperature will be falling as we go past midnight.
P1, gap to P2 behind 15.4. 15.4.
Okay, that's a reminder to Will Stevens as he is trying to stretch his margin, but it's the falling temperature that's really, I think, the interesting thing at this point in the race. I think we're going to see changes. We are in the favour of Cadillac.
And that gain, of course, for Will Stevens is because they didn't change the tyres, whereas Brendan Hartley's crew did. Or did they put a fresh set on?
You told me they put a new set on. That was why I went straight over to my computer over here.
What I meant, actually, Paul, was the 38.
Right.
Right. We're on the right page now.
That's okay.
It's about as helpful as me describing the blue Cadillac as a blue Toyota. So there you go.
Yeah. Okay. No, it was a fuel-only stop for the number 12. So Will Stevens stayed behind the wheel, same set of tyres as he's been on. So that set of tyres, that's the question now, is that he's going on to a quadruple stint for the medium tyres that Will Stevens is on. And as you say, that's why he's managed to keep the lead. And in these temperatures, I would suggest that a medium set of tyres is going to last on a quadruple with no problem at all. It's the soft in these conditions which is going to struggle.
And very interesting indeed. And will that play into Toyota's hands? I mean, in the heat early on, Toyota were fast, really quick. But in the cool of the night, if you do enough good work in the cool of the night, maybe that you can survive through the heat of the day. But it's not as if Cadillac are off the pace in the heat either. So that's playing into it. At the moment, Genesis Magma Racing sit in 4th place, whether a Kirk Worker strategy or not, as we're nearly 10 hours into this race. And it's something that you can go and do as much testing as you want, but there is nothing quite like being in the heat of the battle at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Genesis, every exam, they're just passing it with flying colours.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, you almost don't want to mention them at the moment, just not to sort of spoil their progress, spoil their fun. But I mean, hold on. You look at Jamide, he's had a fair bit of success in his career, hasn't he? So they did very well getting him on board, and it's always a difficult thing. We had representation from Ford with the WECT coming for next year, selecting drivers who are going to be the right fit when you've got a new outfit. And obviously Genesis have already been through and got people on contracts for quite a while, but it's luckily for Ford, of course, Acura sort of shut shop, so they had some drivers available. But I don't know, Paul, if you were suddenly in charge of a WEC team starting from scratch and you have to select 6 drivers, so many drivers are tied into long-term contracts, so your hand is already slightly tied, but it is fairly critical to the likelihood of your success.
Yeah, I wouldn't choose them straight away because drivers come and go. I would leave it for a while until my car is kind of almost, I'd have a one or two contracted to develop the car, so 2 cars, 2 drivers. But my other 4 drivers, I'd leave to the last minute and say, okay, who's going quickly at the moment? Who's the guy coming up from underneath? What about Esteban Masson? Why don't we put him in our car? You know, when your program is as far seeing ahead, you want to get somebody who you can train up. And anyway, that would be my view. I just want to go back to this question of tyres and Cadillacs, because they're on softs. That's what I was being thrown by. The Cadillacs are on softs. The Toyota is on the medium. At least that was as far as I know. And
Toyota was medium, yes.
Yeah. So
I'm not throwing you out. I'm not doing this on purpose, Paul. Because you say, what does it say? A computer's perfect until a human inputs information, and you're the computer, I'm the human. So.
Yeah, but I'm not perfect either. So I'm just trying to reset my own thinking as well. Because we've got the 2 Cadillacs, in fact all 3 Cadillacs are on the soft tyre, and the BMW number 20 has also gone onto the soft tyre now. That is for the first time. So that, as we said, it is going to be Sheldon van der Linde that is at the wheel of that BMW at the moment. But it has now dropped as a result of its pit stop down to 6th place. But say the 2 Cadillacs first and second, as far as I know, they're on soft tyres. And if the number 12 car of Will Stevens is going out on what is now a quadruple stint for that soft tyre, it might be interesting to look at the lap times towards the end of this stint to see if they do start dropping away and whether they have to bring him in early.
Is it 100%? Sorry, Bruce. Is it 100% necessary to do a quadruple?
No. In terms of your tyre allocation, your tyre usage, no, I don't think it is. It helps you because it frees up a set of tyres for later on, because you then have some tyres available that you could use later.
So if you were a manager of a hypercar team, we know you're leaving your driver. You've got agents phoning you saying, hire my driver, and he goes, no, I'll make up my mind later. If you were in their shoes, would you be making that investment in the quadruple stint right now in order to have more? Or actually, is it that much of a payoff? Are you better just doing triples all the way through the night?
I would want to discuss it with the guy who was in the car. How are these tyres, Will? I'd want to see the tyres that came off the car when it did the triple stint on the soft tyre, because the Cadillac has been on the soft tyre certainly since it went dark. And so they've got the experience of running on the soft, and it seems to be going quite nicely for them. So, you as I say, I think we'll look at what the lap times of Will are towards the end of the stint. But as I say, I'm slightly surprised that they left him out there, but they've got him the track position, they've got him in the lead of the race, and that 14-second lead that he had has come down a bit now to 12 seconds. But that's partly because Jack Aitken is flying along in the number 38 car. And of course, don't forget, Will Stevens is only ranked as a gold driver according to the FIA driver rankings.
Even though he's an ex-Formula One driver?
He is FIA rated gold. Check your list.
Yeah, no, platinum on my list.
Is he? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. He must have changed recently.
There are some drivers who didn't have the most successful career in F1 who haven't really done a great deal since, who are still graded as platinum because they've driven in F1. Exactly, yeah. I mean, to be really honest, I mean, Mathieu Chaubert, we've talked about, he's still an FI Silver. I understand that he got out the car after a brilliant stint and he got a pat on the back from 3-time Le Mans winner Andre Lotterer, who just said, I hope you've enjoyed your time being a silver driver. Because that's gone. We can put that in the bin because you're going to get upgraded as well. So one of these anomalies. We're coming up towards the 10-hour mark of this race. There's been so much to talk about. There's been so much to analyse with so many different... Let's hear from Robert Kubica, though, for Ferrari.
A bit of collaboration from Peugeot. If he can let me buy before Porsches, will be nice.
Copy.
So, Robert Kubica is asking his team to, I presume, give Peugeot a ring and say, would you mind getting out the way? That's bizarre to me.
Well, I suppose pull any string you possibly can. It doesn't seem to be attached to anything, though, that one.
This is, I mean, I'm sure these are conversations that go on, but our colleagues in the who provide the feed for us with our effects, etc., doing a super job picking up on all these messages and picking what's relevant, what's not, and feeding it through to our feed, and we really appreciate that because it's really, really interesting.
Is it my imagination, or are we getting more radio messages this year than we normally have?
I don't think so. I think it is, but they're good. Some of them, okay, we could do without, but I think in the most part there's some really fascinating insights to read into. Speaking of Ferraris, the one of the factory cars has just come in.
Giovinazzi.
It's Antonio Giovinazzi with a 51. That's the front-running car of the two Ferrari works cars. Let's get an update from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I think this is purely going to be fuel. We've got the grills being cleaned out from the front of the car, the windscreen's being wiped. The mechanic is actually nailing on the front, on the nose of the car, completely on the car. The headlamps are being cleaned off. Meanwhile, the fuel is ongoing. So while the fuel is ongoing, all you can do is change drivers. They're not doing that. The driver stays on board. Giovinazzi stays on board. And that's it, just putting away in the background there. So the 51, fuel only.
Driver database inform report there from Joe Bradley as the Ferrari 51 Ave Corsa 499P accelerates out towards Dunlop Curve. Meanwhile, one of the other Ferrari 499Ps of Robert Kubica, who's just been asking for some assistance from Peugeot, battling away in the mix of another French manufacturer, Alpine. He's the Italian. The car is Italian. He is Polish, so maybe it's an Inter-Europol bun with some Italian salami in the middle of it. That's in the middle of the French Alpines. I've made a mess of that metaphor, but it's
you have. It's just
nearly
starting
2
to
in the
make me
morning.
feel a little bit hungry, a little bit of a post-midnight snack. But I suppose he knows other countries, because obviously Robert sort of went abroad from Poland to have his karting career. I'm trying to help you here, but not doing a very good job.
Well, you're a good man, Bruce. Thank you.
Cosmopolitan in so many ways.
Exactly. A great motorsporting nation, Poland, rallying-wise. I mean, which, of course, Robert, WRC2 world champion, believe me, to be that is such a high level to win at. Poland has an amazing rallying heritage, some incredible events. And of course, with Robert, his success in Formula One, and I think his legacy has just been enhanced so much by what he's done after his time in Formula One.
Oh, well, it takes an incredible human being to bounce back from the injury he had. You know, some will bounce back, but never as high as they were before. And yet, what we saw here 12 months ago, those final 4 hours when he was just going, I will carry this team on my back. That shows why he was the driver. Do you remember whenever Lewis Hamilton was asked who he thought his best ever rider was? He said this many times, Robert Kubica, and he's not the only one of that vintage who just knew the guy in karting was a superstar. And, you talk about the success of Poland as a rallying nation, but their racing pedigree was almost non-existent beforehand. So, you know, to be the one that is the breakout driver, that takes more than just speed in a kart, and obviously the rest is history that he's achieved thereafter. But he's such a good interview as well. He's got that little sort of wry smile on his face, and when he came back, people just didn't know what to expect, but they do now, that's for sure.
And you get the impression that he's a driver who's absolutely not here to make friends. He's here to win races. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, he's much like me in many ways.
You know, you've made lots of friends, Bruce. Well, we're approaching the top of the hour here at the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're tuned in to 91.2 FM around the circuit here in La Sarthe and live around the world on RS1. You can also, if you're so equipped in North America, you can tune into Sirius XM channel 202 and Sirius channel 137, crystal clear radio on those platforms. It's Peter Mackay, Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell with you in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We'll be doing a little driver change of our own in about half an hour's time. Wherever you are listening around the world, thank you for your company. We hope you're enjoying this absolute classic of this great motor race. Hello also to the voice of the World Rally Championship, Bex Williams, who's tuned in listening to us as well. But at the moment, we're under the cover of darkness here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, but expecting it to get very warm tomorrow. So why don't we have a look through what we can expect with the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
At the moment, ambient temperature here in Le Mans is 16 degrees Celsius. Expected to drop a couple more degrees before the sun starts to rise again tomorrow. And when the sun rises, the heat will build fairly quickly up to around 30 degrees Celsius. 0% chance of rain showing right now. And it's going to be hot, it's going to be sticky, and the heat is definitely going to play a factor in the outcome of this 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
Let's talk about LMGT3, shall we? Because
I was just going to suggest that, actually.
Well, aren't we on the same page, Paul Truswell? Clement Schmidt is aboard the number 87 Acodus ASP Lexus, sitting 10th at the moment, but in a bit of a train right behind the 33 TF Sport Corvette of Johnny Edgar. And then Julian Hans is in the 62 AMG for Team Qatar just ahead. And they're 10th, 9th and 8th at the moment. Leading the LMGT3 category is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, the number 27 of Zachary Robichon, ahead of the Kessel Racing Ferrari of Lorenzo Petresi and Charlie Eastwood in the Racing Team Turkey by TF Machine there. That's the outlines. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. What are you noticing, Paul Truswell?
Well, the number 27 car which is leading, this is the car that was started by Mattia Drudi, the Art of Racing Aston. David Richards said about 6 hours ago that the cars in LMGT3 were running quite well. Well, Zachary Robichon, as you say, is doing a great job, but he's pulling away, and that's the significant thing. The nearest competitor was the Lorenzo Petresi car, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which has just made a pit stop, and the next car up in the class, the 34 Racing Team Turkey by TF Corvette, actually has gone a little bit further on its fuel, so it's going to be taking over the lead eventually from the Aston Martin. But Charlie Eastwood, who's for my money the star driver in that car, is going to have to be getting out of the car at its next pit stop. However, he'll be putting Peter Dempsey into the car, who's also a pretty fast driver and doing extremely well in his new home of GT racing. I mean, last time I saw Peter Dempsey was racing the Walter Hayes Trophy at Silverstone at the back end of last year. But yeah, I think LMGT3 is finely poised, no doubt about that.
I touch a P2, Copy. Right hand side, correct? Yeah, right hand side.
Radio from Matthias Jaubert in the 17 Genesis Magma Racing machine. It's 13th in the standings at the moment, and it was a very quick flash past one of the LMP2s. There was contact.
The guy blocked the door and then he brake checked.
So Matthias not happy with the LMP2. My gut feel on the car it was the Proton competition number 9 of Jonas Reed, which has been in more than one scuffle with the hypercar now.
Yeah, the first one, of course, was with Alessandro Pierguidi. That was a very spectacular moment back when it was light in the relatively early evening at the bottom of the Forest S's, and he got a drive-through penalty, the number 51 Ferrari driver. But then Matthias Jaubert might have got away with it, but he found himself on the outside line, which is the line of diminishing returns when you go into the Porsche curves, and That could have been overly spectacular, Paul.
I do hate it when I'm working with Red Camel. I hope I'm allowed to talk about this, but I do hate, the trouble is they'll probably be listening, I do hate it when the drivers get on the radio and tell you something about which you can do nothing.
Yes.
You know, they'll come on the radio and complain about some other driver getting in the way, or they'll say, put the button on and say, oh, I just had a really close moment, but I got away with it. Why are you telling me that? I've actually worked with one of the drivers. Yeah, but it actually releases the tension, he said. It releases the tension if I'm talking to somebody. If I just say it to myself into my helmet, it has no effect.
They're just looking for a shoulder to cry
exactly
on. And they see you as an empathetic, sympathetic man who's going to say, it's okay, Rick, it's okay, Luke, you're fine. Now, one other man who, as part of our team, who knows exactly about this, dealing with drivers and their feedback, is Joe Bradley. Joe, what's your input on this one?
It's a very lonely job out there as the driver, and the reason why they're doing that is, I think you've just mentioned that, Peter. It's kind of just an extent. They still feel part and connected to the family that's waiting back at home in the pit lane, and they're just kind of reporting in and sharing the moment, and in some cases sharing the responsibility. Full conversations go on with drivers. I've never really done, I've done a bit of endurance racing where I've been chatting to a driver on the way around, especially during the safety cars. Some long safety cars, you hear stories of drivers asking for music. There was one story I heard where there was a massive safety car at Daytona. It might have been this year, if not this year, in previous years, where they played a full stand-up comic routine to the driver from a podcast. So he was listening to a podcast while keeping, just tootling round. So the driver does that to mean the connection to the team, so it doesn't make them feel all alone and lonely out there in the car.
There you go. So I think you actually need to bring in Joe Bradley into Red Camel Jordans for the Michelin 24-Hour Series, Paul, because so when the drivers are trying to share their disappointments, you'll be able to say, it's okay, I'll just put you on to our therapeutic consultant, Joe Bradley, while I figure out the nitty-gritty.
Sadly, Red Camel can't afford Joe Bradley's fees.
He's good value.
Could I just veer away from a second? We were saying let's look at GT3.
Yeah,
of the 3 retirements in this race, all 3 are GT3 runners. And what was the eventual retirement reason for Francesco Castellacci? Fired off into the gravel. He was the last of them to go, the number 54 Viscera, of course, of Ferrari. He was hit by, was it Gianmarco Liverato, the number 88 Ford Mustang? But what was the damage to the car? I know he was deep in the gravel.
I don't know. I've just written down damage after contact.
Okay.
A few moments ago, coming through the Forest S's, prototypes coming, through the Porsche curves. Really close, coming through past the garage 59 McLaren, and it's contact between the CrowdStrike APR LMP2 that was coming into the pits, and with the I'm gonna say the Duquesne number 30 of Richard for sure, but that was really close there. Alex Quinn has just taken that car out of the pits. Oh my word, that was close. Big contact between those two LMP2s as the CrowdStrike car came all the way over from the left, right across, hitting the Duquesne and somehow making it into the pit entry. A little bit messy.
It was a bit of a Mike Hawthorne moment, wasn't it?
Well, yes, we try not to talk too much about that, because that was not the greatest moment in Le Mans history. But 2 wheels on the grass at full speed in the dark certainly would have focused the mind of the Duquesne racer, Richard Verschure.
Hearing from Joe Bradley, one of our driver database informed reporters, that the number 4 APR CrowdStrike car wasn't delayed in any way, so has got away with that contact. Lucky, and actually there's probably a bigger contact than the number 15 BMW hypercar had, and which completely ended their chances of winning the race. So it's luck is a cruel mistress sometimes.
Well, it really can be. I mean, especially for BMW, the BMW MT WRT, they've got one in second place, which is fourth place, which is number 20. It has led the race when early stages with René Rast, Sheldon van der Linde at the wheel. But again, I was away from my perch when the damage happened and the laps were lost by the number 15 BMW. What was the main problem? I saw images as I walked back of a mechanic sort of upside down in the footwell of the car.
With the Ferrari or
with the number
BMW?
15.
With the BMW, it got a damaged wheel, and the tyre came off the wheel and had to limp all the way. But half the Porsche curves didn't go into the pits.
I saw that, but it seemed to be delayed a whole lot longer. Were there other injuries?
Yeah, there were other injuries, but I think they were consequences of that initial contact. There was no, it wasn't any further damage that was done when they fixed the car. Part of the problem was that the mounting point for the rear deck had been damaged, but whatever they did to the mounting point to fix it was a temporary fix, which couldn't then be properly fixed, so they brought it in for a longer stop for it to be properly fixed, and that cost them in total, it was a 10-minute, it was a 4-minute stop followed by a 9.5-minute stop. So it's not lost that much. It's not lost as much as the 5050 Ferrari, which we never really found out what that was. I mean, that was one of those mysterious electrical gremlins, which looked to me a little bit like part of the FIA telemetry system, which is all within the cockpit. But it's kind of applied after everything else, so you have to put all the gubbins in afterwards, because that is then what sends all the information back to race control, so they can monitor the telemetry just as well as the team can in the garage.
Pit stop for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin that's just come out of the lead of LMGT3. Zachary Robichon staying on board. They've only got they've got less than 2 stints worth of Ian James's bronze driver time to complete. Zachary Robichon getting his driver change done, and they've got plenty of Mattia Drudi time in hand, and that is quite a weapon for the qualifying and race lap record holder in that category.
Yeah, but think about Mattia not only taking the sort of class pole, but it was the way he pulled 7 seconds clear of the field, literally from the very instant the race started. It was the ability to attack. And I'm just going to go back around the block one more time, if you be patient with me. We just have to understand that for the test day last weekend, temperatures were cool. All through practice, cool. Through qualifying, cool. Start of the race, definitely not cool. And yet Mattia Drudi just completely au fait with that Aston Martin, and it made the rest look really pedestrian. And since then, of course, they've built on that. It's been up and down, but knowing they've got a lot of Drudi time left to play with. And when do you really want to charge? If you know someone could really deliver for you at the end of the race. If you're confident the car's going to last, but these days you sort of have to be confident, and that is a massive boon for the team.
It is, yeah, quite a boast to have Mattia in the waiting in the wings. Particularly, it seems to be Le Circuit de la Sarthe where he really does his best work too. Has success in other places, of course, but here is where he really seems to come alive. Will Stevens leads the motor race, the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, as he goes up into 7th gear on the Hertz Team Joda Cadillac, up to 200 miles an hour before braking all the way down to first gear. Imagine that, 7th gear to first gear, and then hard on the power, watching the gravel coming out of Mulsanne, up the gears, 4th, 5th, 6th, now up to 170 miles an hour through the kink heading towards Indianapolis. A little bit of traffic ahead. They are being given a flashing blue light to be warning, saying there's a faster car coming towards Indianapolis now, preparing to tip in at high speed, 205 miles an hour there that the Cadillac will get to. And then you're down to second gear for Indianapolis too. And there's a BMW up ahead. It is Dries Vanthoor just coming out the pits. Let's hear from the team radio.
So Louis, to pump the brake like a good 3-4 times before every brake zone. It comes back, but you've got to do a lot.
Copy, pumping the pedal, copy.
That's not good news for Will Stevens, race leader.
Okay, sitting on the lead of a whisker under 9 seconds. Let's just compare last lap to this lap. Yeah, he lost 1.5 seconds to the chasing Jack Aitken. That's why that gap is suddenly coming down. Sounds as if they come down much, much faster than otherwise would have been the case. So Will Stevens, who's driven just an impeccable performance so far in this race. Just remember, though, after the safety car period, there were winners and losers, and it was the 38 sister car from Hertz Team, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, that had the advantage. He got swapped around, but then Will Stevens settled in so comfortably in the number 12, built that lead, but that is really quite a potential problem.
And of the top 6, the slowest of them was Will Stevens in the leading car. Personal bests achieved by Sheldon van der Linde and also by Ferdy Hapsburg in the Alpine. Both of those drivers setting the best lap, not just personally, but for the car so far. And here we are at 2:15 in the morning. Nothing, you can't see anything, but they're managing to get the car to go as fast, if not faster than it's been already. And that is something that Will Stevens is not able to do. Jack Aitken inevitably wringing the neck of the number 38 car. So I doubt whether there'll be any team orders at this stage between the two Cadillacs. Certainly, as you were just saying, Bruce, the 38 was the quicker of the two before the safety car, and it was the safety car which enabled the Cadillacs to swap order.
Of course, there's two things playing in Jack Aitken's favour now. One is he's got newer tyres on, and two, he's not got the brake issue, or seemingly doesn't have the brake issue that Will Stevens is contending with at the moment. And yeah, 2 seconds in the favour of Aitken in second place on the previous lap. So this is not what Hertz Team Jota want to be hearing on their team radio, that the driver's having to pump the brake. Now, he's got about a quarter of his stint left, so I'm going to say 3 laps to go, Paul?
3 laps at the end of this one.
Okay, so he's got to live with it at least till then.
Yeah, it'll be maybe only 2 laps at the end of this one, because bear in mind, just to recap where I got confused last time after his pit stop, he's on a soft tyre, which is now...
to protect the fronts a little bit high speed.
Will Stevens telling his Louis Delatraz, who I presume is getting ready to jump aboard, to protect the front tyres at high speed. Sorry, Paul, carry on.
Yeah, I just wonder what that means. Yeah, as I say, this has been a long stint on soft tyres, a quadruple stint on soft tyres. Admittedly, there was 40 minutes of it was sitting behind the safety car, but apart from that 40 minutes of sitting behind the safety car when the tyres weren't being worn away as quickly, it's been a very good stint from Will Stevens, and the first quadruple stint we've seen on the soft tyre in this race. Cadillac seems to be quite gentle on its tyres, I would suggest.
Yeah, it certainly in the United States, where the Cadillac's a very strong package, it has been really good. And again, why is that relevant? Same tyre, exactly the same tyre. And at Sebring, which has always been a traditional place where teams, remember the Audi days, Bentley days, Peugeot always used to go and race at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and it was a way of testing. Let's hear from Loic Duval.
The front left is suffering a little bit.
So that's somewhere where they've always gone to, and at Sebring this year, the Cadillac was right in the bumps through turn 1, way better than any other car, just so compliant, and surely that's got to help with tyre management as well.
The other thing that's going to happen, I think, is that Jack Aitken is going to be pit bound before Will Stevens. So the 38 car came in on the previous cycle through before the 12. Remember we said maybe he's just trying to get out of kilter, but I think we're going to see Aitken in before we see Will Stevens.
Let's get an update then on Corvette down in the pits with this driver database informed report.
Yeah, leading GT car, the number 34 Corvette, that's a TF Sport car. It's just taking on fuel, driver staying on board. It's Charlie Eastwood, the driver. Now remind me, gentlemen, this was the car. No, I've been caught out. Tyres going on as well. Didn't see Charlie Eastwood get out though. So only tyres and fuel. Now behind me, we've got the 38 Cadillac in as well. But this 34 car, remind me guys, this is the car that was disqualified from qualifying because of a rear diffuser and started this race at the very back of the field. And it's been at the front of this field for quite a number of laps now in this race. So confirmed that one. The 38 is in, and I didn't see a driver get out. The fueling is still ongoing. I'm not sure if the driver stayed on board. I'm going to see. Yeah, driver's staying in, so it's fuel only. They've got new tyres. They've got new soft tyres ready. However, the soft tyres that are on that car are staying on that car.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, Jack Aitken in the early part of his stint aboard the Hertz Team Jota 38 Cadillac, and the tyres staying on as well. Absolutely right. The Racing Team Turkey Corvette, which I've always had, ever since Corvette had that strong pace at the test day and in practice, and looking at the driver lineup they had, they've always been a threat, but we've had to work for it, having started at the back.
Charlie Eastwood again, I'm surprised that he's not getting out of the car. He's been at the wheel already for 2 hours and 40 minutes. If he's going to go out and do another stint, he'll be well over 3 hours by the time he gets out of the car. Same type of thing as we saw being done by who was it? Somebody else who stayed in for an extra couple of stints at the end there. Can't remember who it was.
Well,
now.
Ben Keating burnt through a lot, didn't he? He did 3.5 hours.
Yeah, he did 3.5 hours in one stint. That's right.
In one crack, yeah.
That's impressive. Whatever age you are, that is impressive. But for Ben, very busy businessman. Has a big group of car dealerships to look after. That takes up a lot of time preparing to race and then keeping the fitness to do that.
And hold on, the principal issue here is all of that, but the principal issue is he destroyed an elbow just 9 weeks ago. Had to have it rebuilt, and I came up with the little pet theory that if he's just going to do the minimum, the 6 hours in this race, I mean, he probably, quite frankly, he had to make his decision whether to compete here. Remarkably recently, how well is my elbow rebuild going? He did 3.5 hours off the bat from the start of the race, and I think he will come out with swelling, but if he can do it in 2 hits and bring his second stint forward, then hopefully the swelling won't have gone up as much as it would if he left it for longer. So if you can reduce that, but I think it was a bold roll of the dice because he had no idea how that elbow was going to react to doing multiple stints. He's done the multiple stints, he's still got to do another 2.5 hours, but I think that's my little theory. He needed to do it with just one period of recuperation, or more to the point, one period of having the swelling come up, because anything when you've had a rebuild with bone, it's a horribly uncomfortable injury.
Will Stevens is now on a stint of 3 hours and 25 minutes and still isn't in the pit. So I can be almost certain that Will Stevens will be getting out of the car this time, because another stint will take him over 4 hours.
4 and any 6.
But of course, the advantage with doing a long stint, particularly at this time of night, it gives the other 2 drivers time to get a train to Paris, have a meal and come back again. Obviously they haven't, but the point is it gives them a lot of rest time.
Yeah.
And if you've got one driver who's prepared to do a long stint in the night, then the drivers, if they know he's going to do it, they can just walk away and give the driver his night laps. Then Will Stevens can go away and get a decent, nice rest as well.
Very useful indeed, as Brendan Hartley pits in the Toyota Racing number 8 car. He's done 3.5 hours of driving at the moment. Sebastian Buemi 4.5 hours of driving. But we talked about it a little while ago about the 17 Genesis of Matthias Joubert making contact with one of the LMP2 cars, and Joe Bradley has had an inspection of that potential damage. Joe?
Yeah, I'd like to confirm that the 17 Genesis definitely has hit something. The front right corner, the nose section's been changed. Right, so let's start from the beginning. So the car came in for a service, driver stayed on board, no tyres, just took on fuel, and a nose section was replaced because we've got a little bit of damage just in front of the right front wheel, and it's right on the corner, and it's kind of damaged. It's got carbon fibre missing from it. I'll be amazed if that right front wheel hasn't contacted the Proton LMP2 number 9, which is where we saw that car just literally skoiked down the left-hand side of the Proton into a braking area, and it has contacted, and it'll be amazed if that right front wheel is still in alignment, because it'll have taken a bit of a knock.
Thank you, Joe. Great stuff. Keeping a close watch on that Genesis Magma racing machine.
The Jack Aitken car, having made its pit stop, is now no longer so close behind Will Stevens. So Jack Aitken staying behind the wheel of the third placed Cadillac. And I reckon by the end of this lap, we'll get both Will Stevens and Sheldon van der Linde coming in at the same time. There's over half a minute between them, so Will Stevens, he won't get a way out of the pits before Sheldon van der Linde comes in, but the gap will stay roughly the same between those two.
Frederick Makowiecki lights up the turbocharged V6 of the Alpine, the 3.4 Mechachrome V6, to take it out for another stint. Into the pits then comes race leader Will Stevens for Cadillac Hertz, Team Jota in their number 12 car. What a mammoth stint. We've seen Ironman stints in the past through the night here at Le Mans over the years. Jackie X, of course, very famous for those. Nick Tandy 2015, another one that springs to mind, but there's been so many over the years. Will Stevens doing exactly what was needed of him, and Joe Bradley has got eyes on to this Hertz Team Jota pit stop. Joe.
So Will Stevens now getting out of the car. The fuel has gone on. That's the first thing that happens. Will Stevens steps out. Diminutive young man, isn't he? Well, he's not too young these days, is he? But boy, can he pedal. One of the lost talents that was heading towards a Formula 1 drive at one point was Will. However, he's found a home in sports cars. Yeah, I think he did get reserve drive, or at least a few tests, didn't he? If my memory serves.
He did a few races, I think.
Did he?
For Manor.
Oh, yeah, he did. Wasn't it Marussia?
Whatever it was called that week.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. He didn't get the car in Formula 1 he deserved, maybe.
Caterham.
So we didn't see him fulfill his potential. However, that was Formula 1. This is about the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 Hours, and we're certainly seeing a very, very classy drive here. I'm going to try and dive in. Car's off its jacks, and now wheel spinning the rear wheels as it heads out. I'm going to dive in and see if I can get an insight as to what that issue was he was reporting with the brake pedal. I'll get back to you.
And that was a new set of soft tyres going onto the car that Louis Delatraz takes out onto the circuit, and as long as Louis does to the fronts what Will Stevens was trying to tell him to do, then all will be well. Quite what he was going light on the front. Sheldon van der Linde is also in the pits for a fuel-only stop, as we expected. So those two pit stops, pretty much identical lengths, head back out. The gap between what is now second and third remains at around 30 seconds. And the new race leader is Jack Aitken, who pitted earlier, remember, than the Will Stevens Cadillac. So the advantage swinging for the moment to the 38 in Jack Aitken's hands, and Jack, having been lapping pretty rapidly in that first stint, has now completed 2 laps of his second stint, but on the same set of tyres.
Jack Aitken, he's a relentless performer. He doesn't have many off days. Bit of debris on the circuit, or more so on the edge of the circuit, coming out of Tete Rouge, where the drivers do use a lot of exit curb there. One of the, it's actually an orange cone that's been disposed of by one of the Peugeot hypercars. Just probably ended up in the trees on the left-hand side over the barriers. But yeah, Jack Aitken leads the race now. Let's get some team radio from Peugeot.
So I know why. So it's just to let you know.
Yep. Okay. How many have I had now? You can tell me on the outlet.
Yeah.
Not sure if they're referring to the orange cone or not, but
I think he was referring to track limits, because it's hugely useful to the race engineer if he hears from the driver, I think I just went over track limits, because the race engineer can then tick them off as well. So I think that's what he was referring to, because he was well off the track there at Tertre Rouge.
That's true. Yeah, which of course there's an enormous advantage. It's if you run wide at Tertre Rouge, open the steering up, the power up, you can gain a lot of time, and that's why it's against the rules to do that. Brendan Hartley dicing with one of the Genesis coming round the outside at Indianapolis 1 and into Indianapolis 2. Is that the 19 Genesis, would it be, of Mathieu Jaminet?
No, it's a Cadillac.
I beg your pardon.
I thought, I was thinking, was that orange or was it gold? It was
I
going
beg
down
your
the side
pardon,
of the
it was.
Cadillac.
You're absolutely right.
It's either 38 or 12, but 12 has only just come out in the hands of Louis Delatraz. I'm just going to see where he is around the lap. In fact, it could have been his on his out lap.
You can tell it's time for me to take my
Nice
slug.
one, Brendan. Great job, mate.
To take my slug of sacred coffee during this night owl stint. Well, we're coming towards the bottom of the hour, which means it's time for a CrowdStrike Racing in race update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Ten and a half hours of Le Mans have passed. We've got 13 and a half still to go. It's 2:30 on a Sunday morning, but we're having fun. Jack Aitken is having fun. He leads the race in the Cadillac Team Jota Cadillac V-Series R, but by 16 seconds now from Brendan Hartley. They've completed 169 laps actually at the moment. I should tell you that. We've been going pretty much flat out since a 40-minute safety car period, which was around about 2.5-3 hours ago. That's now safely put behind us, and we're still running as fast as we can to chase that distance record if it were possible. Might still be. Jack Aitken then leading the race, 169 laps completed. In second place is the number 8 Toyota, Brendan Hartley at the wheel, doing a good job, just had a pit stop. He is in second. Third is the Cadillac number 12 of Louis Delatraz, and he is a further 2 seconds, not even that much, behind Brendan Hartley. So the Cadillac's putting the pressure on the Toyota. A little bit further back and up into fourth place is the best of the Genesis cars, Mathieu Jaminet, taking advantage of being able to go a little bit further on his power allocation, on his fuel allocation, and so the Genesis moves up to fourth place, a dream position for them, and they'll be hoping that that can be maintained. They're half a minute behind the 3 cars ahead of them. In fifth place is the BMW car number 20, Sheldon van der Linde, still in with a shout, but the BMW just proving a little bit fragile with the number 15 car of Dries van Tour sitting well down the timing list at the moment. Sheldon van der Linde in the 20 is in fifth. In sixth place is Nick de Vries with his Toyota. So 2 Toyotas in the top 6 now, as well as the 2 Cadillacs. Nick de Vries in 6th, number 7. In 7th place is Antonio Giovinazzi in the Ferrari 499P. He is 9 seconds only behind Nick de Vries. In 8th place is 101, the Wayne Taylor Cadillac with Ricky Taylor currently at the wheel of that one. 9th is Robert Kubica in the number 83 Ferrari, and 10th Charles Milesi in the faster of the 2 Alpine Seps car number 35. Fred Buccavici in 36 is immediately behind him in 11th place, and 007 Aston Martin, Ross Gunn behind the wheel, is in 12th, and all of those cars still on the lead lap. In LMP2, Nico Muller leads there in the Inter-Europol competition car number 343 ahead of the Duquesne team, Orica of Dorian Pan. Those two having a good battle at the moment. Dorian Pan right up the exhaust pipes of Nico Muller in the Inter-Europol car. In third place in LMP2 that is a position which has just changed because Nico Muller has just taken that position from Dorian Pan. Dorian was in the lead but a slightly slower lap from her, so that's a change that has only just happened. into Europol ahead of Duquesne. Vector Sport with Ryan Cullen at the wheel in the car number 26 is in third place in LMP2. Fourth is Jonas Reed in the Proton car. In fifth place, number 43 is Kuba Svikovsky in the second of the Inter-Europol competition cars. And in the rounding out the top six in P2 is the Forestier Racing Orica of Ollie Gray. P2 and being led still by the CrowdStrike Racing by APR Orica, number 4, Alex Quinn behind the wheel, but he has TDS Racing with Kevin Estra in second place, but Kevin is quite a long way behind. The TDS car is actually nearly 3 minutes behind, so getting on for a lap, separating the leading two in the Pro-Am class. LMGT3 being led by Johnny Edgar in the TF Sport Corvette number 33. Second is Zach Rubicon in the Aston Martin number 27. Third is Sebastian Alvarez in the DKR Engineering. That's an LMP2 car, isn't it? So in third place in LMGT3 is Lorenzo Petresi in the Kessel Ferrari. So Corvette, Aston Martin and Ferrari is the top three, although as I was giving you the update there, Zachary Robertson just got himself ahead of Johnny Edgar. So Aston Martin now ahead of Corvette. Ferrari's not only third but also fourth, courtesy of Alessio Rovera in his Ferrari, the Vista AF Corsa car. And then Jack Hawksworth in number 78 is the leading Cody ASP team. Lexus, that rounds off the LMGT3. And we still have another 13 and a half hours to go.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. CrowdStrike. Protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2026, the 94th edition of this fabulous race, and the 21st time that the Radio Show Limited network of channels has brought you this race. That's the reason for this year's hashtag 2121RSL 24, and a little bit of a shift change here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre with Johnny Palmer back in the chair. Thank you to Peter Mackay, he's off for some well-deserved rest. And as I woke in our very smart Ford Tornio custom van, which is an 8-seater, and at times all 8 seats have been utilised to get us in and out, I realised we're still miles away from half distance, half two, so another 90 minutes or so, and then a big hurdle will have been leapt by a lot of the teams, at least psychologically. Down in the pit lane, bringing us the pit lane reports, informed by driver database Duncan Vincent, and good morning to Nick Damon. What are you watching right now?
I am watching number 43, the Inter-Europol competition P2. I think came in the 43. I think came in about 5th. I think it may come in 4th and dropped to 5th. Jacob Schmidt got out. Somebody else got in. I'm not quite sure who it was over the far distance. But it's a very different pit lane I've come back to after 4 hours. It's the temperature's gone down, the humidity's gone down. It's very pleasant and very dark. And obviously it's always lovely working with you, Johnny.
Of course, Nick. Likewise. And that pit lane report was much better than adequate, I would suggest.
Well, he is the captain.
Yeah, that's also true. That goes back, hopefully you were listening to a conversation that was many hours back when we had a fabulous one from Duncan Vincent, and then one that was somewhat adequate in comparison. But generally speaking, Knicks are good to fabulous.
As long as they're factual, that's the main thing.
Well, can't always guarantee that.
To confirm the fact that Nick said it came in 5th place, and we'll see where it comes out when it comes round at the end of the lap. But it was in 5th place as it came into the pits. It's not yet lost that 5th place because the LMP2 cars got themselves a bit more spread out than the hypercars, although it is still a lot of LMP2s are on the lead lap. In fact, there's only one that's not on the lead lap. So out of the 10 non-Pro-Am LMP2 cars, 9 of them are on the lead lap in LMP2. Just to mention as well, Antonio Fuoco, despite that long pit stop for the Ferrari, number 50, whilst the electrics were investigated on that car, I think it was half an hour in the pits. Despite half an hour in the pits, it's got itself ahead of all the LMP2 cars. So such is the distinction between hypercars and LMP2 that even after a half hour in the pits, the hypercars do bubble up to the top fairly rapidly. It's not the case that we had when hypercar first came in, when an LMP2 car very nearly won the race overall.
Let's hear from the other voice in the pit lane during this segment here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, Duncan Vincent, down in Genesis land.
Genesis Magma Racing, number 19, Mathieu Jaminet has just stepped out of the car 4 stints. That was a colossal effort in the car. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I definitely prefer these cooler conditions versus the start of the race when I did a double. The night is something I really enjoy, you know, especially here in Le Mans. It's always very special to be back. So yeah, I had fun out there. 4 stints for me and the tires. It worked pretty okay. So yeah, we take that and keep on going.
This is a bit of a step into the unknown for the Genesis. Obviously, a lot of testing has been done. But how is the car performing in the transition from day to night?
Yeah, it seems all right. Obviously, nothing replaces Le Mans, you know, as much as you do. We try to prepare ourselves. We had some endurance testing last year. We had one closer to this race. But, you know, Le Mans is so special. It's hard to really replicate anywhere else. And luckily for us, it seems that the car really comes to life at night. I think that's always a little bit of the feeling for some other cars as well, but yeah, so far it's for our first ever outing. Everything goes according to plan pretty much, so yeah, cannot ask for more.
And what can you tell us about the condition of the track itself?
Yeah, I think the track is extremely fast right now. Actually, the safety car, the marshals did an amazing job of cleaning a few areas. There was a lot of gravels that can cause puncture and people to go off, so I think in terms of safety, for the drivers, so avoid any puncture, to don't slide off track. They did a pretty amazing job there to get the track super clean, so hopefully it stays like that until the morning, that nobody cuts too much the inside and doesn't bring gravels into the track.
You were in the car for 3 hours and 11 minutes. What are you going to do now? Bit of a drink and a rest?
I'm definitely going to go get some food, get a drink, not a beer yet, I keep that for tomorrow, but yeah, definitely have a drink and some food, and then I try to have some sleep before getting back in later on.
Mathieu, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mathieu Jaminet from the number 19 car with Duncan Vincent, and that pit lane report informed by the brand new driver database website, driverdb.com.
I love the way he refers to tomorrow as being later today. I think we all fall into that trap in the middle of the night, because it doesn't feel like tomorrow yet. Although it has been for over 2 hours, but I'm sure he's going to have that drink at the end of the race, and he'll thoroughly deserve it. I mean, the Genesis, mentioned it during the hourly update, for a moment there was up in 4th place overall before Jaminet brought the car in for its routine pit stop. But, you know, I mean, I honestly find that hard to believe that they've turned up with a brand new car. They've had 2 races ever in it, and they brought it to Le Mans, and it's performing at this level with not just a brand new car, but no history. Okay, they've got a lot of people who have a lot of Le Mans experience, and I remember well last year John Heintoff spoke to Cyril Abiteboul and about how well
and carrying more speed through 21. So if you could do that, you can try.
I'm on the steer, I don't really get it.
Brendan Hartley talking with his engineer about turn 21, which is Mulsanne.
No, that's because the teams use turn numbers.
Yeah.
Which is very frustrating because I don't have a map that has turn numbers on it. There must be one out there somewhere.
I thought I'd seen one, but I just called Mulsanne because that's Marshall Post 21. Yeah. But you're right that it doesn't map perfectly well. I'm just going to look at the map that I was referring to at the start of the week. Let's see whether that has corner numbers on it. No, they again tally with the marshal posts. In the meantime, let's go back to the pit lane and see what Nick Damon is watching.
Just seen the 007, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the car that is a slightly more further advanced of the two hypercars that come in. Standard stop, it seems, and they didn't lose any time, but there was one of the mechanics was having a bit of a fiddle with a large black sort of box element that's behind the multicoloured indicator that all the hypercars have, which telling you how long they've been in the pits, how much charge they've got, what position they're in when they're on the track. And there's kind of a big box, well, hey, big, it's probably about the size of a lunchbox, behind that, black, and he's kind of unseating and reseating it. It looks like it's almost certainly something to do with electronics, but he was fiddling with it for quite a long time, then put it back in again. I have no idea what it was, and I don't think it's a problem, but I shall have a good old look at the next one to come on and see if I can work out what the thing does.
Nick Damon with that pit lane report informed by driver database. So Brendan Hartley was talking about understeer at turn 21, but he and his engineer were discussing maybe trying something slightly different, whether that be brake bias, was that, or brake balance?
Yeah, I think balance. Ryan Dingle is the engineer at Toyota that he's talking to Brendan Hartley. We've heard a lot from him over the course of the race, and I'm beginning to like him, actually. He's one of these guys that talks a lot to his drivers, and the quality of the radio is far better than we ever get with our Porsche. Anyway, Brendan Hartley is struggling a bit, though, and I think that's worth making the point. He's been out for 6 laps since he came in for a refuel. He's on his 3rd stint on this set of tyres, but he's lost, in that 6 laps, he's lost 10 seconds on Jack Aitken. That's probably as much down to Jack Aitken being blooming quick, but as I say, as far as Brendan Hartley is concerned, it's not very good that he's losing all this time.
The 7 Toyota is into pit lane and has just had a stop for fuel, certainly, and it was fuel service. Thank you for the confirmation. So Nick de Vries got out and Kamui Kobayashi got in. Also, Alpine number 36 has just outbraked itself going into Mulsanne corner, so partly missed the corner, but thankfully also partly missed the gravel track. There was a flick of stones as that 36 Alpine managed to get back onto the racetrack and has lost a limited amount of time for Fred Makovici. Let's go back to the pit lane and to Duncan Vincent to find out who you were about to speak to. Someone who was in the race a few years back.
Yeah, I'm a little bit starstruck right now. Jimmy Johnston. I'm a huge NASCAR fan, and I get to meet Jimmy Johnston at Le Mans. Jimmy, first of all, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here, and what an incredible experience. I was here in 23 driving, but to be here as a fan and soak it all in, it's such a special, special weekend.
What do you remember about driving here through the night?
Mulsanne straight, can't see much. In the distance, you can see the corner, for the chicane that's there. And the history that's behind everything that it deserves to be, and like being a kid, I felt like a kid in that moment, living it. It's just the most incredible thing.
And what do we see you doing? Are you just here purely as a visitor, or are you here with Cadillac, or what are you up to?
Just here as a fan of the sport, lover of the sport. Our team Legacy in NASCAR has an affiliation with the Jota team, and so just here in support and loving being a part of this.
Now, you put a good friend of our Radio Show Limited back in a car. We saw Dario Franchitti racing one of your trucks quite recently.
That was so much fun. Dario gave it such a good run. I hope I can bring him out of retirement again soon. Maybe even Marino, even though he doesn't have the hair. I just love those guys so much. They're great humans, and it's been a lot of fun. And especially as Legacy expands and grows, and the ways that we choose to do different things and have fun. It's been fun.
Jimmy, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson, who was in this race in 2023. with the NASCAR?
2024.
2024. I was desperately trying to look that up.
No, you did that really well. 7-time NASCAR champion. You don't luck into one championship. You certainly don't luck into 2. 7 proved. Yeah. But I get to see him every year. He comes over and competes at the Goodwood Revival and just loves being with people like Dario, with Jenson Button, who of course shared the car with him in 2024 here at Le Mans, and just laughing as he's trying little Alfa Romeos, Austin A40s, doesn't care, just wants to be there, part of the show. But I love the fact that he's here as a fan. It just shows how cosmopolitan this event is. And when he came here to play, it was just something that was so alien to everything that he'd been involved in his racing career. But cross-pollination, I mean, it was happening in the 50s and 60s, going from the, drivers from the States coming to compete in Europe and vice versa. And, long may it last. And if it brings new fans in, the way, for example, Max Verstappen brought about a mere 70,000 fans through the gates to Nürburgring 24 hours, and a lot of people, Formula One fans, it was the first time they'd seen that race, so the global audience became huge. And my view of motor racing, I think very much like all of our views, is we like it all. It's not we're not just single-seater people or touring car people or sports car people. The richest motorsport fan is someone that watches right across the board. There we are, I've said it.
And isn't it good that, we have people like Jimmy Johnson, Tom Christensen early in the race. Obviously he has a huge association with Le Mans, but it's just good that these people are prepared to be here at Le Mans at nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, when they could be enjoying themselves.
It was 2023. Yeah, that was Jenson Button and Mike Rockenfeller who came back in the
Sorry, I just can't read it this time of night. I
That's
looked
all right.
at 2023 entry and managed to... Yeah, there we go. I'm clocking off at
It's rare
3:30.
for me to be correct, so I just wanted to flag that up.
We'll get the T-shirts printed.
Yeah, thanks very much. First time in the 21 years of covering this race for Radio Show Limited channels.
Not true.
No, okay. And it's not true that I've covered this race for 21.
But
okay.
the thing is, you didn't trust your memory. You looked it up, and that's a marvellous thing these days, because you've had a memory of something. You think, I'm sure that's not right, but there were facilities for looking these things up.
Thankfully, there are.
So, well, it doesn't reflect well on me. I looked it up and looked at the wrong lines. Nearly time to take time out. Talking of times, quick time started to come in from Dries Van Tor. Is it too little, too late? You have to feel his number 15 BMW M Team WRT entry 4 laps down hasn't a hope, but at least it means that his car has probably been fixed, but maybe it also means it goes better in much cooler conditions, and they are much cooler now. They were at the start of the race, and that was one that started near the front and worked its way backwards in that opening stint for Kevin Magnussen. Didn't seem to like the heat at all. And Paul, what can you do? You're so far down. As a matter of pride, you just got to stay out there.
Exactly.
And see what perhaps you could help the sister car. And the sister car number 20 is running in 4th place overall. Maybe you can learn something on the tyres that may help them as temperatures change. But you might feel you came here to win, and you're not going to win from 4 laps down. But that crew, Kevin Magnussen, Raffaele Marcello, Dries Van Tor, they're the sort of warrior type of racing driver.
Le Mans is all about 61 losers and 1 winner, and we've got 186 drivers, and only 3 of them can be a winner. So there's an awful lot of disappointment that you have to take away from Le Mans. But what you do is you count the good bits. You work out what are the targets. What's our realistic target now? Let's try and get to. So instead of being 4 laps behind, let's try and get so we're 3 laps behind by 4 o'clock in the morning. Or you set yourself a target. Let's just see if we can achieve that. And that's what's going to be motivating Dries Van Tor at the moment. As you say, he's got a relatively new set of tyres, which we put on his car when he got into the car about 40 minutes ago. He's probably got a lap or maybe 2 laps of fuel available to him, so the car is getting a little bit lighter. The conditions, as you say, the BMW certainly seems to like the cooler conditions. That was exactly what we were hearing from Mathieu Jaminet, wasn't it? That the conditions seem to like the Genesis. Well, I think the conditions do favour a lot of the cars. And as we were saying earlier on, one of the things that is going to perhaps catch people out is if it starts to get really warm tomorrow, then they're going to feel the car is now rubbish. You know, it's great when the car is getting better and better the longer the race goes on, but it's when the car starts getting worse, and that's when the motivation starts to go, and you really have to push through that.
Especially when it's the motivation's going down, and also your physical capabilities. You're becoming tired. And when you're getting tired, the last thing you want is to get hotter again. But that's precisely what is coming. 15 degrees seems to be 14-15 at about 6 in the morning. Appears to be the lowest point on the forecast at the moment. And it's coming through in about 3 hours at that point. We're getting towards 3 in the morning here on Sunday at Le Mans.
It is, as Johnny said, we're not even halfway yet, but that's how these races go. You don't...
Aston Martin having to go straight on at the Mulsanne corner, and in fact going all the way around the roundabout as well in the correct direction here in France. It's the 007 car that goes anti-clockwise.
It's almost as though it's a new punishment thing. You get to the end of the Mulsanne, you don't get a drive-through, you get to go around.
Like a Joker lap.
Well, it is the approved way to rejoin. Because part of the reason, of course, is you can see what's coming as you rejoin. If you're doing that, if you start trying to reverse your way back onto the circuit, things are only going to go wrong. That is exactly the same as Brendan Hartley did. I think probably while you were both on your break.
No, I saw. I just come back in.
So 007 returning to the racetrack. That is Ross Gunn, who is in 12th position and was trying to catch Ye Yifei. There's just less than half a minute between those two. Nick Damon, in the meantime, is watching full service pit stops.
Yeah, for the 94 Peugeot, obviously, this is not a great event for them. But in fairness, the cars, from what I've seen, have been running metronomically, just metronomically slightly off the pace. Loic Duval hopped out, Theo Pourchaire got in. Main thing to comment on that is they had a massive problem getting the tear off the windscreen. The first tear off tore itself in half. So they then tore off a second tear off, which they then left on the side of the car, which seemed a bit weird. That'd be blowing off down the straight somewhere. So they've been littering. But, you know, I suppose the thing we have to say about the car is it's not been particularly quick, but it does seem like being relatively metronomic.
Yeah, so far they've had the reliability. They haven't necessarily had the outright pace, and the warning signs of that were there, well, just under a week ago when we had a couple of sessions of test day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. That pit lane report informed by Driver Database, the brand new driverdb.com website. Let's stay in the pit lane, actually go to the other end, and this time Duncan Vincent. What have you just seen?
Yeah, I was just watching a quick driver change at the Vista AF Course 21 Ferrari. Now, I've seen a few releases earlier on today that haven't been that close. That was the closest release to being a bit of a pit lane disaster there. That one might be looked at. Keep your eyes on that. I think it was the number 9 LMP2 car. It was all happening so quickly, Johnny. But keep your eyes on the bottom of the screen. Unsafe release may be investigated with the 21 AF Course Vista car.
Okay, so 21 Ferrari from the LMGT3 class, and you're right that the number 9 car was in the pit lane at that point, because that is Jonas Reed for Proton Competition. Number 9 car has had a terrible start to the weekend because Harry King wrecked some suspension. He then immediately had the spin. This is in a free practice session, and it took them a long time to come back from that. I'm really impressed that the number 9 car is currently in 6th position, and the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari now has Simon Mann at the wheel, but by the sounds of things that was very close to an unsafe release and could well be looked at by the officials.
And don't forget, of course, that number 9 car was for Proton Competition. That Orica was given a side swipe and shoveled off the track at the exit of Forest S's by the number 51 Ferrari, the car that should have been challenging at the front, and with Sandro Pierchini. As it happens, he's back on board now. He's very desperate not to lose the moment, but he could have ended both of their races there. So that was a bit of a blot. There was a drive-through penalty then forced onto the shoulders of the number 51 Ferrari crew. It's 9th overall. It didn't help itself, but yeah. And there was another clash later on. I think it was one of the Genesis trying to go around the outside of the Porsche curve entry right-hand around the Proton Competition Orica. So it's actually sort of having a bit of a charmed time, but it's had its pit stop. Is back out. Driver who'd been making good moves was Oliver Gray, but he's also just dived into the pits. That's the number 29 entry in LMP2 for STA Racing by Panis. It's been always right at the front, but You know, when you see a driver who at this stage in the early hours of the morning is just picking off a rival in front of him by 2 seconds a lap, you know, these are the sort of things that change the order of the race. Not as much, of course, as a safety car. We've had the one early on, and it was about, how long was it, about 40 minutes?
Yeah, very nearly. It was 44 minutes.
44, good grief.
Yeah, very nearly 46. 44 minutes and 54 seconds of safety car. But it is only the second neutralisation of any kind that we've had. If you discount yellow flag zones, we've had multiple wavings of yellow flags here and there. Haven't had any slow zones, which I've been very surprised by. One full course yellow, no slow zones at all, and one safety car is the count so far.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2026. It's the 21st edition, or 21st time that the Radio Show Limited network of channels have brought you this race. We are, of course, around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and it is a minute to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Radio Le Mans weather.
So, current temperature is 16 degrees Celsius, still expected to dip to 14 by 6 a.m, so in another 3 hours' time. But the thing about the skies above, there's not a huge amount of cloud around, so the sun doesn't have that to burn through. Virtually no chance of rain either, 3% by the time we get to 6 o'clock in the morning. But that means that the sun is going to start to heat the day quite radically, and by 4 p.m. race time finish, it will be 29 degrees Celsius here at Circuit de la Sarthe.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
And let's begin this next race hour, because in 1 hour's time, by the way, we will be at half distance at 4 o'clock in the morning here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Let's begin with a trip to the pit lane. Duncan Vincent.
Yes, we come down to the F Course garage for Hypercar. Car number 83, Robert Kubica, has just stepped out of the car. Quite a lengthy chat with the engineers on the pit wall. What was the feedback from you to them?
Short feedback, but I just wanted to understand if I can go sleep or not, or just relax a bit. Yeah, in the night the car is working better. Fortunately, during safety car we didn't make right call, so we lost a lot of time and we are running quite behind. But yeah, we're trying our best. At least in the night we can a bit push in the corners. We are slow on the straight lines, but at least tire is holding in cooler conditions, so we are able to drive the car and at least recover some lap time lost, which we are having on the straight line. But yeah, in the day is even harder, so yeah, we'll see. The night is short in Le Mans, so and probably Sunday will be warm. I mean, in the day will be warm, so we are expecting a tough race.
Is there anything you can do to help the car in these extreme temperatures that we'll have tomorrow?
Not really. I mean, you know, when you are slow on the straights, you need to kind of recover lap time on the corners. But if the tire is straight away overheating, then you actually have to go slow also through the corners. So there is no really medicine, but that's how it is. We are all focusing on trying our best. Unfortunately, the safety car call, it didn't help. We could take advantage of it, I think, but we didn't. So we are running quite behind, but yeah, we try our best. The race is still long. We need some luck, and then we will see.
Are you going to get some sleep?
Well, yes. Now I will know soon if I have to jump back with less than 2 hours. So then in this case I will not sleep. If I can have 4 hours break, then I go to sleep.
Robert, thank you very much. And down the other end of the pit lane, my good colleague, Nick Damon.
Yeah, just having the second of the Aston Martin Valkyries came in. Just again, I was looking at a quick look at the what they were doing with this big black panel behind the light panel. Interestingly, it's some sort of area where various detritus collects, because they just pulled it out. A large amount of tyre debris has come out. It's interesting. I think it's if you look at the aerodynamic way the Valkyrie works, it's very much like an F1 car with a bit of extra bodywork on it. So actually it sucks up the various parts of tyres, and then it shovels them into the sort of middle of the car, much further back than you'd expect. Normally they're clearing out the backs of the open arches over the wheels, but in this case they were very much pulling out the rubbish from just behind this legality panel. So that's what they're doing, just clearing out rubbish.
Thank you very much to Pit Lane Report, or one interview, one report, both informed by Driver Database, the brand new driverdb.com website. 87 Akodis Lexus a few moments ago. Did it have an incident at Mulsanne, just riding the curbs really, inside of that corner, and that sort of pushed it wide, and the outer tyres of Lexus number 87, the class leader in LMGT3, running briefly through the gravel trap. That was Jose Maria Lopez.
Yeah, what happens on the exit of Mulsanne corner is where the gravel gets thrown away by other people going on, it makes the curb, which kind of goes into the gravel bed, quite pronounced, and it's very easy to get a puncture, not in the surface of the tyre, but on the inside wall of the tyre, up against that curbing. So that's something that you have to be just a little bit careful of.
Let's get an update from Nick again, because the race leader in LMP2 is pitting on schedule.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, it's suddenly got quite busy in the pits. Leaving the 43 full service again, a bit of a clean-up. The car looking suitably dirty for 11 hours of running, but it's getting a bit busy at the moment. Obviously, after a long safety car, the cars begin to clump together again. But that was a very clean, ordinary service. A lot of this going on. The weirdest thing about this is I'm wandering up and down this. I'm in the second half of the pit lane, and there's no closed garages. Everyone's still running after 11 hours. So perhaps we need Duncan round it. I think Duncan has got like a 100% record of retiring cars, man. Duncan, is that right?
I'm not a curse. I would like to say that, but I am standing next to an LMGT3, the Iron Lynx number 79. Now, I can smell oil, but I can't just smell it, I can see it. It's actually on the back of the car. If you have a leak from the engine bay in a car, 9 times out of 10 it will come underneath the car and up the boot. That's exactly what we're seeing on this Mercedes. The smell of oil is quite rife in the air here. We've gone through the pit stop. We have fueled it, we have put new tyres on it. The bonnet is now up, and they're summoning one of the fire safety crew towards the front, because this doesn't smell right, guys, and it certainly has dropped a lot of oil on the ground. So I'll see if I can do a little bit more investigative journalism by going up the side of the car towards the front of it and see exactly where they're trying to work on, because this is all done in the middle of the pit lane, Johnny. They've not gone in the garage. They don't want to do that. It is on a dolly, so they can quickly turn it around and put it back in the garage. But as yet, you won't see this on the television screens. But it's down the front of the engine, which would make me think it's from one of the possible pulleys and auxiliary belts which comes off the front. If it's a seal there that's leaking, that's not a good thing, chaps.
And that's not the first AMG that I've heard about that was leaking oil. Was it Martin Berry all those hours ago? I mean, Martin's car sadly is no longer in the race, but I'm pretty sure he was reporting the 61 car was splattering oil in the first hour, or maybe just into the second hour. So it's starting to become a common problem in more than one AMG.
I'm going to take a risk here and take issue with Robert Kubica. I'm not sure if either you, Johnny, or Bruce were here, but one of our pit lane reporters reported a significant argument going on between Robert and the race engineer on the pit wall, with much waving about of arms during that safety car period. And it was very clear that Kubica disagreed with the race engineer. I think the race engineer was right, because I think, well, they stayed out. The point being, they stayed out during the safety car period. But I think that actually helped them rather than hindering them. They got the fuel eventually, but they got much more fuel by coming in at the end of the safety car period than they would have got had they come in at the beginning of the safety car period, and they would have lost position on, or not position, but they would have had a lot of cars that they would have had to have caught up with. So I don't think it really harmed their chances at all. I'm just checking the graphs. I don't think it's really harmed their position at all by staying out during that safety car period. But I know Robert Kubica and his race engineer had that same discussion when the safety car was actually out.
Now, who was it? Probably several hours earlier, it was still in daylight hours, who said, "Who's that idiot up ahead?"
Yes.
And it was Kubica who was up ahead.
Yeah, well, he's a very emotional driver. I mean, he's a lovely chap. I mean, he won Le Mans for the team last year. Undoubtedly, that 3.5-hour stint at the end of the race that helped that car to win. But he was desperately concerned that he and his car were actually going to be allowed to win the race ahead of the red Ferraris. You know, the emotion runs very close to the surface with Robert Kubica. But it's good to have that kind of person in in the race.
Nick Davis just watched a full service for the number 36 Alpine, so that is Victor Martins now taking that car over, rejoining in 12th. But I'm going to head to Duncan Vincent because you've been watching further work on the 79, and actually that car's no longer on the pit apron, Duncan.
No, Johnny, they pushed it back into the garage, and there was a large pool of oil round about the size of, I'm going to say, a 12-inch flatbread pizza that might have a stuffed crust ring. That's exactly what it looked like on the floor. That's not good. There was a lot of oil dropped in a very short amount of time. They're now cleaning it up with some speedy dry, if I use my American terminology. But that doesn't look good, especially, Paul Trustwell will know this, as of where they were working on the engine, it was at the front. And if it is something that comes off a pulley, if it's a seal behind that, that's very difficult to try and fix and remedy that. So, it's in the garage, the number 79 car in the LMGT3 for Iron Lynx. I will keep you up to date with what goes on, and let's hope that I haven't brought somebody else to the end of their Le Mans.
Are you a fan of a stuffed crust? Often those are controversial decisions.
Well,
I do like one.
Well, the fish finger sandwich got a lot of chat. I do like a stuffed crust as well, but you know, a lot of people like square pizzas as well. I'm a fan of those.
What? Yeah. No, Bruce Jones is a firm no, I think. Traditional pizza and nothing else.
Yeah,
well, I'll start with that, you know.
Okay.
Just by starter, I haven't thought about the main course.
No, fair dues. So, yeah, not great news if you're an AMG fan, because one car is already out of the race. That's the 61 that Martin Berry was last at the wheel of, and the 79 in the garage. Lynn Herdenius, the young Dutchman, big talent, but he needs a well car in order to show that here at La Sarthe. Let's hope that we've not seen the end of Mercedes number 79, and otherwise we're looking at the third and final Iron Lynx car, where is that position? That is the Team Qatar machine, and it is currently in 12th position in LMGT3. Julian Hansers driving that, the half silver, half burgundy AMG. 38 is Jack Aitken, and he currently leads by 31 seconds, heading into Arnage now. And Jack Aitken continuing really where he showed his speed in Hyperpole 2 on Thursday night. Actually, that lap didn't stand in the end because of where the car had been released at the start of the session ahead of the BMWs, and it had gone too early. But blistering pace once again from Jack out front.
I'd give you someone else who's doing blistering pace, and it covers absolutely no surprise at all. Lauren Heinrich just having a belter of a year, racing in LMP2. Not only that, in a Pro-Am entry, CrowdStrike racing by APR, and he's just putting in lap. He's just done the fastest lap for that car. He's lapping 2, 3, 4 seconds faster than a lot of the LMP2 cars up ahead of him. Maybe early in the stint, I can't remember exactly when he went out, but every time he's been in that car, he has been super quick. It's down in 11th place in LMP2, leading the Pro-Am class within that category, of course. But Lauren Heinrich is just having this most outstanding season either side of the Atlantic. I mean, Porsche have just taken him under their wing, and well, quite rightly so, because he's been a superstar. But day or night makes no difference. He's an absolute flyer.
The Portuguese flag resplendent on the nose of the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. So that is Enzo Trulli that's brought it in, and also in from the race lead was the 30 Duquesne team car of Dorian Pan. So that means that Nico Muller's cycled back to the front in LMP2 in the 3-4-3 Inter-Europol competition car.
Yes, LMP2 is slightly difficult to follow because most of the leading runners in LMP2 didn't come in during the safety car, so they stayed kind of a little bit out of sequence with one another, whereas the hypercars came in all at the same time under the safety car, and so they're kind of more on the same schedule as each other. So we get all of their pit stops happening at once, and we can kind of judge how they do against one another. What I was interested by was the last time a Toyota came in, the number 8 car, which was Brendan Hartley handing over after a triple stint to Ryo Hirakawa, is that the Toyota mechanics put one soft tyre onto the number 8 car, and that went onto the front left. The others were medium tyres on the rest of the car, so one soft tyre on the Toyota. They did the same on the Kamui Ashley car, number 7, which is the slightly delayed car. So again, Toyota kind of trying soft tyres by putting one tyre out of the 4, but Cadillac seemed to run quite happily on the soft. And after the performance of Will Stevens in the 12, I just wonder how long Jack Aitken is going to stay out there on his set of softs, because he could well go for a quadruple stint.
A couple of pit stops for Duncan Vincent to feast his eyes upon, both in LMP2. 25's now gone, but how did that go, first of all?
Are you still talking about pizza when you say feast? Because you'll get Bruce Jones going, I'll tell you that. The 25 Algarve Pro car had a good stop. As I pause for effect, as the AF Corsa 183 LMP2 car leaves the pit lane. Good stop, but just a little bit slow on getaway, and it's amazing how much time that will cost you on track. If it's a little bit sluggish getting moving, you lose time on track. But that was a lovely stop from AF Corsa. You wouldn't expect anything else. And it's the details that go into these things, Johnny. You know, that everybody plays their key part in a pit stop, that somebody jumps in the front of it, they start spraying the windscreen, they get the flies, the debris off. They've got guys either side making sure the ducts are emptied of all the pickup and the rubber, because that can make the brakes overheat if they don't get the correct amount of air through. But there's never any sort of rush. It's always nice and calm, and Francois Perrault would like that. He's got Mathieu Vaxivière and Ben Barnicoat. Good team, good lineup, very impressive car and driver setup.
Yeah, Ben Barnicoat then staying with the 183 car. He takes that out for another stint, and it's actually the 183 and the 25 that are doing battle for 14th position. There's actually a reasonable amount of time between those two cars, almost 4 minutes. Might settle down slightly as they now rejoin and go through the next split. Dorian Pant stayed at the wheel of the number 3030 Duquesne team car, and that slots into second position then. So still ahead of Ryan Cullen. The slimmer gap is Cullen back to Tom Dillman, which is about 6 seconds right now. So 26 Vector Sport car is third, and the 43 Inter-Europol competition car, their second entry in the race, is 6 seconds adrift, with Dillman driving that 43 car. Oh, but off into the gravel. I fear it's the 25 car on an outlet. Certainly a blue LMP2 car from, well, if it's 25, it's the Algarve Pro Racing of Enzo Trulli, but it may not be. There are other cars of that sort of same shade of blue. And unfortunately, the power's gone off as well. It is car 25, Enzo Trulli, and that looks suspiciously like the gravel at Mulsanne Corner. So it's gone straight on and is now nose to the barrier, and Enzo's trying desperately to get the power on in reverse, but he's going to need the marshals, and he's going to need an extraction vehicle. It's Arnage, actually, yeah.
It's a bit further round, yeah.
So Arnage Corner, where everybody else takes the tight, or the 90-degree right-hander. He's made part of the corner, actually. Got much further round it than I'd expected. And then the tyre belts, which is in front of the tyre wall, is, well, sort of tapers in the final moment, right up against the curb. And it was that last bit of the corner that Enzo couldn't get around.
We're going to go full course yellow. The countdown now happening to the full course yellow. 3, 2, 1. Now we're in full course yellow.
So Stewie Cox down at Algarve Pro Racing can see exactly the pictures that I'm describing to you, and they're already getting a spare nose for that car prepared. But it's going to be a few more minutes yet because the marshals are going to have to arrive on the scene. Full course yellow means 80 kilometres per hour all the way around the racetrack. This will provide marshals the opportunity potentially to clear other areas of the track. Here's Eduardo.
The track and the racing line.
So Eduardo Freitas giving the advice to stay off the racing line in certain areas, stay right on the exit
to the pit lane. We have other marshal posts performing works like 21, marshal post 4 also.
The marshal post 21 is Mulsanne Corner, and marshal post 4 is not far away from Forest S's, and the 25 car is going to be lifted and plonked back onto the road to enable Enzo Trulli to drive away. But the pit lane is closed at the moment on the full course yellow.
Pit entry lane is closed, that's right, yes. Yes, I mean, the opportunity taken, although in effect it is only Arnage Corner that is affected, but the opportunity to just sweep some of the debris away around the other parts of the circuit, very sensible to do this. Because we've had so few cautions, there's been very little opportunity to clear the circuit. And yeah, I mean, in the old days, you used to be able to go on the circuit. You still can go on the circuit, but they kind of constrain you to the start-finish area nowadays. When you come onto the circuit at the end of the race, in the old days, you'd be able to get on the circuit straight away at the end of the race. And there was so much rubbish on the circuit. You know, we talk about marbles, you know, these bits of rubber that get thrown off the circuit, but it does make huge sense to use these incidents to clear other parts of the circuit at the same time. The good thing with the full course yellow is that the safety car doesn't offer you is that it gives you an extremely rapid recovery time. So once the incident is cleared, the marshal just wave the green flags, and wherever you are on the circuit, you only have to be able to see a green flag. You don't have to pass a green flag. If you only see a green flag, then you can go. And again, there'll be a countdown from Eduardo giving you the information as to when that full course yellow is going to be removed and when the green flags are going to be shown. So you know you can get yourself ready.
Looks like two cars might have beaten the full course yellow. Did they beat the prepare for full course yellow is the next question. I'm pretty sure they did, according to Nick Damon's reports. The 43 Inter Europol competition car of Tom Dillman and the 19 Genesis. So one of it in LMP2 and one in the hypercar class, the 19 Genesis Magma Racing GMR 001 of Paul-Luc Chatin. So they're now both on outlaps and might have got a cheap pit stop there if they got in ahead of the prepare for full course yellow message.
I just got a slight inkling there might have been two cars off. Only Enzo Trulli down at Arnage, but also it was reported there were course and rescue vehicles on the circuit or in an exposed position at Marshall's Post 21, which is the one on the exit of Mulsanne Corner. Maybe that was simply out there to do what Paul was suggesting, was to put the gravel back where it had started the race in the gravel trap and therefore cover up that curbing. If you dropped your left wheels down into gravel where the gravel had been removed, would be a sharp edge. But just doubling down, the only car on my timing screen that has S next to it, i.e. stopped on circuit, is Enzo Trulli, so maybe I've misread that situation. But if I have, I apologise, and if it is for them to clear up debris that's on the circuit and get circuit surface a little clear, well, that's fine as well. They probably wouldn't have done it if it wasn't for that number 24 car off in the fence.
Yeah, Eduardo suggesting that marshals were going to be in other areas of the track. It's too good an opportunity, really, not to dress certain corners. The 26 Vector Sport car, Ryan Cullen, running in third a moment or two ago going into Arnage, and there's a hint of lock-up here and there from other cars as well, just the puff of tyre smoke, but nothing as significant as Enzo Trulli. and he has now been pulled back onto hard standing.
And he's actually being guided to keep turning to the left to rejoin the circuit. Sorry, I just said the 24th car was off. I looked at the position, it's 34th. But the car is number 25, Argyle Fry Racing, and we just heard in our ears that Stuart Cox at Argyle Pro Racing has a new nose ready to go. But in fact, as that car turned back onto the circuit, couldn't see any notable damage, but it's quite hard to see damage on a black nose on a black car on a black night.
True enough. I think it was just a slight nerf of the tyre barrier. Actually, Enzo had done a good job in rotating the car before it finally arrived in the gravel. He then needed to lock a couple of the tyres in the gravel trap to avoid a significant impact. It helps that the tyre wall just tapers in, so it was a slightly shallower angle. He was nowhere close to hitting it, you know, at a full 90-degree angle.
Seconds.
Eduardo again. So
20 seconds.
This is us coming out of the full course yellow due to
We will
end.
remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
Less than 15 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
And back to green we go in the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're live on 91.2 FM around the track here at Circuit de la Sarthe, around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Our CrowdStrike Racing hourly update is 5 minutes away, so that allows us to get an update from Paul.
I'll need less than that. Just to confirm what Nick was suggesting about the two cars that came in close to that full course yellow, and just to make sure that I've got it right, Johnny, it was the Inter-Europol car number 43 and the Genesis car number 19 which came in, and they did get in not only before the full course yellow but before the message coming up which said prepare for full course yellow, and the very purpose of having that message saying prepare for full course yellow gives them that opportunity. So it was tight for both of them, but as Nick suggested, once again, an outstanding pit report. He has managed to get going again.
Another LMP2, or is that a hypercar off? It's a hypercar that's been pulled off to driver's left. It looks Genesis shaped.
Yeah, look at those front wings. The lights, green lights flashing.
Headlights are flashing. So
after Mulsanne corner coming down to Indianapolis.
And it is Paul-Luc Chatin in the number 19 Genesis Magma Racing, the GMR 001. So after Indianapolis and the run, is that after Porsche Curves as well?
No, after Mulsanne corner. Sorry. On the way to Indianapolis.
Gotcha.
23 and 24, we have a car stopped. MP 23-24 on driver's left.
And there is confirmation from Eduardo Freitas. So those involved with the brand new Genesis Magma Racing program watching on. It's been a phenomenal run to this point for both Genesis cars. They are, well, being shown right now 12th and 13th, but that's after the 19 car has lost positions. And yes, it had no speed not long after Mulsanne corner. So Paul-Luc Chatin doing the sensible thing of pulling to the left-hand side of the road, but still on the public road section. And all of a sudden the headlights go off.
I have to say that's almost certainly something to do with the car automatic systems. There's so many systems to go back to green after a full course yellow. There'll be some procedure Paul-Luc Chatin has to go through in order to engage full course yellow mode.
Course yellow in 30 seconds.
Another full course yellow, Paul, in order to deal with this. The prepare for full course yellow has already been shown. So again, pit lane entry road is now closed. 20 seconds to go.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
And 007, Nick Damon, got in the pit lane. It was nip and tuck, but it made it.
I'm going to see if I can have a very quick word with Tom before the count at the bottom of the hour. Tom, that was right at the end, a bit of stroke of luck just in before a full course yellow. How is the car at the moment?
Quite challenging, to be honest. I think, very difficult to keep the medium tyre in the window, so I had a lock-up towards the start of my second stint, which I had to carry through to the third stint, and it was pretty difficult to manage, but all on me, really. I just needed to be a little bit more aware of that, but overall, pace is okay. I think we're just trying to get into that top 10. I think that's really our target for now. We don't have the speed of some of the other cars, unfortunately, but yeah, enjoying it still. We're at Le Mans.
How different was it when you went out for this nighttime stint compared to the heat of the day?
Very different. It's kind of, the track is very different because early on, obviously, there's less rubber down and less, I'd say, gravel and things like that. So I was just trying to work around that, and also, obviously, there was a safety car quite recently as well. So the hypercar field was pretty packed together. But yeah, enjoying it still.
Hannah, are you going to enjoy a rub down and a rest now, or is it? Are you too wired to sleep?
No, I'll definitely try and get 2 hours or an hour and a half or something like that. Yeah, try and reset and then come back in the morning.
Yes, thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
And at the other end, Duncan's managed to retire another car. That's 4 now, I think.
You're going to get me a bad rep, Damon. That's welcome back to the paddock, and you've retired another LMGT3 car. Unfortunately, the Iron Lynx number 79 Mercedes. Well, these cars have a dry sump system, so you can position the engine lower in the actual chassis, which is fabulous for weight distribution. But you still have to watch what you're doing, because if you cut too many curbs and hit too many high curbs, you can still damage the underneath of that engine. And that's exactly what's happened to that car. The crack is unrepairable. Unfortunately, for LMGT3, we have lost another car, the 79 Iron Lynx car, out of Le Mans for 2026.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
.2 FM, and the latest order then of cars as we're under another full course yellow, fairly quickly following the previous one. This is down to the number 19 Genesis, the GMR 001 new for 2026, coming to a halt between Mulsanne and Indianapolis corners, but the race is led, and in fact it's a first and second place run right now for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. So Jack Aitken leads in the number 38 car on lap 185, and under the slower speeds the gap is called at 1 minute and 17 or so seconds, more likely to be a minute, maybe slightly less than that, and I'll get you a real-time gap just as soon as we get going again to green flag conditions. But he leads Louis Delatraz in the sister Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car number 12. Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota is in third position, and that car also on the lead lap, as is Sheldon van der Linde's BMW car number 20 running in fourth. Then it's the 101 Cadillac WTR car of Ricky Taylor, the only invitation entry from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. All the other hypercars are World Endurance Championship regulars. Kamui Kobayashi's in sixth position in the sister Toyota car number 7. And then in seventh position, the best of the Alpines to date, Charles Milesi in his A424. Ye Fei in the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari has been making steady ground, and the car's doing okay in the nighttime hours as well, although Robert Kubica, one of its drivers, fears how they may get on when temperatures ramp up again later today. In ninth position and now rejoining number 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. 10th place for the 36 Alpine of Victor Martins, and then the 007 Aston Martin of Tom Gamble, who that car managed to sneak into the pit lane prior, we think, to the prepare for full course yellow message. So again, a better pit stop, or a cheaper pit stop, if you like, because it was predominantly done whilst the rest of its rivals were limited to 80 kilometres per hour under the full course yellow. So that 007 car going back into the race with Tom Gamble in 11th, ahead of the sole surviving 17 Genesis. Not saying that the 19 car's out of the race, it is being pushed at the moment by marshals to a safe location so that the full course yellow can be lifted, and it's about to be lifted, in fact, in 30 seconds time. So fingers crossed the 19 car will be able to get going again, but Pipo Derani in the 17 is in 12th. And the 19 car is running again as well. So even better news that Paul-Luc Chatin's car has fired back into life. LMP2, led by the 343 Inter Europol competition car Nico Muller, leading Dorian Paz number 30 Duquesne team car, and they are exchanging the race lead as we go back to green right now, exchanging the race lead every time the other one pits. The 9 car is back up to 3rd position for Jonas Reed for Proton competition, 4th place for 43 Inter Europol competition. For SDA Racing by Panis, Ollie Gray, 2/3 of that lineup are defending European Le Mans Series champions after a cracking season in 2025. The 37 car is in 6th place for CLX Motorsport, ahead of Vector Sport 26 and Nielsen Racing's number 24 8th. And in LMGT3, that class is led by the 27 Hardub Racing Team Aston Martin. Zach Robichon drives right now. Jack Hawksworth drafted back into the Acodis ASP team for 2026 after he did such a good job last year, and that car, number 78, is 2nd, ahead of the 87 Jose Maria Lopez driven Lexus. 23 is the other Aston Martin. Dudu Barrichello is driving that, and he is in 4th, ahead of Nicky Katzberg's TF Sport number 33 Corvette. 5th, the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari for Simon Mann is in 6th. 7th, the 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette. And in 8th place, it's the 150 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari for Lilu Wadu.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
91.2 FM Radio Le Mans, and the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it is Cadillac that lead, and they have a car in 2nd position as well. So it's all going rather sweetly for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. However, the 3rd placed Toyota, now we have got back up to speed. The gaps are somewhat more condensed than I was suggesting during the update. It's actually 21 seconds, the gap 1st to 2nd, and less than that back to the Toyota, because Hirakawa's got about 7 seconds between he and Louis Delatraz in 2nd. Hang on, Paul.
Poor old Paul-Luc Chatin managing to get the car going as you were just running through that rundown, Johnny. The marshals, as you rightly said, were pushing him to a place of safety. They hadn't really got him to a place of safety, but they'd got him opposite a gap in the wall. We then got a message up coming in from the radio communications between himself and the team back in the pits. Paul Luke reported, oh yeah, I've got P1 on my screen, which is presumably part of program 1 rather than being in position 1. He radioed back, they said, okay, it should be good to go, try firing it up. He did. The marshals stood back. They wanted to give him a push start, but the engine did fire. They were then able to give it get it into a gear, and the car then trundled off again. So Paul-Luc Chatin was able to get going again in the Genesis, although not before he fell off the lead lap, because that car had been going so well. He was comfortably on the lead lap, whereas the other Genesis, the 17 car, had already fallen off the lead lap, but it was for a part at the time very good news indeed for the way that Genesis was running. But the stop, as I say, did cost him, and cost him a lap, which he lost, and he hasn't actually come into the pits. So having managed to get the car going again, he stayed out there, and rather than come into the pits at the end of the lap, he's gone straight. Oh no, he's just coming past the start-finish line now. No, he's staying out. So Paul-Luc Chatin is going through and continuing on his way with a car that seems to be working all right now. Don't you hate it when that happens?
Yes, and I mean, I suppose it's not as bad for Eduardo Freitas and others calling the full course yellow and then the car starts to move, which is the age-old rule where you start kicking yourself that you didn't leave it long enough. Now, speaking of full course yellows, and I was just about to mention Ricky Taylor having a good fight with Kamui Kobayashi. In fact, it looked like they've just changed positions. The teammates from the Daytona 24 Hours, because the Japanese has raced for Wayne Taylor Racing in the past. Kobayashi running 5th, but Ricky Taylor right on his boot lid. However, now it says Car 101 Taylor, and I was going to assume that's Ricky, is now under investigation for potentially misbehaving under the first of the 2 full course yellows, because that was 3:24. Just to confirm, Paul, that was the first of those 2 back-to-back full course yellows, was
yes,
it?
that was coming out of the first of the 2 full course yellows, that's right.
And now Parker Thompson in the 69 BMW GT car is going to be checked that he didn't speed up too quickly as well, coming out of the 80 km/h limited full course yellow.
It's hugely difficult when you've got someone counting down in your ear 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to wait until 0. The temptation is to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, but you do have to wait until 0 on that countdown.
Yeah.
So that I'm suggesting is possibly what has happened. Both of those incidents that are under investigation. I won't call them offences because they're not yet. They're under investigation. But both of them coming at the end of the full course yellow. And Ryo Hirakawa in the Toyota that is in 3rd place in this race, not the one that's just come into the pits, but Ryo Hirakawa has also been or is being investigated for the same offence, although that is coming out of the 2nd full course yellow period.
Let's go to Nick Damon, who is watching this number 7 Toyota stop.
And it's a full-on, you've stopped at the traffic lights in London, and there's 3 people trying to clean your windscreen whether they want it or not. They're all scrubbing away at the lights. They are, you get a huge amount of time to get the virtual fuel or the actual fuel, depending which you want it to be. It comes in the car. Something I've just discovered, and it's interesting really, obviously they're up in the, what we used to call the row of woe. It obviously no longer that way because all the big teams have moved up there for the ease of exit. But obviously it's constructed in a very different way. It's not underneath the grandstand, and it's noticeable that the pit boxes themselves have retained the heat a lot more. So they're still really quite toasty inside. And when you walk out, you get the cooling breeze. So if you actually, the mechanics who are working in there are much warmer than the mechanics who, well, it's too warm everywhere, are much warmer than the mechanics who are working in the older garages underneath the grandstand.
Thank you, Nick. That pit lane update informed by driverdb.com, the brand new driver database website. I now know why or how, first of all, Kamui Kobayashi got in front of Ricky Taylor. He did that on the brakes into Mulsanne Corner during his in-lap. And then it looked like Taylor got back in front again before Kobayashi finally then came into pit lane. But we know how much the engineers stress to have a very, very quick in-lap where possible, where the car is light on fuel, it's obviously low on energy, and you've got to maximise the in-lap and then the out-lap as well when the car reappears. It's a little quieter for the Japanese in front and behind. He is in a bit of isolation between the 2 chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. They're having just come out of the Daytona chicane and now pulling through the gears on this outlap for the 8th placed Toyota. The sister car is running in 3rd for Ryo Hirakawa. Let's go back to the pit lane then to Duncan Vincent for this pit lane report, informed by Driver DB.
Racing Spirit of Le Mans for LMGT3. We have Valentin Haas-Clos here. You have just stepped out from the car. Watch your back, there's tyres. Just stepped out from the car, and a quick word with the engineers. How was the stint for you, and what was the feedback?
It was a long stint, 4 stints actually, and it was a tough exercise of triple stinting the tires. but it actually lasts pretty well, so we're happy. Unfortunately, we're a lap down, so we're fighting, but it's like, just we don't know why we're fighting for, but we just keep pushing, and we will see in the morning.
And there was a change of results with the Road to Le Mans, so you are now classed as the winner for that. Obviously a good feeling.
Yes, that was good. It took a little bit of energy off of me, but it was a good preparation for the race still.
When do you get back in the car?
Straight after Marius, so I guess in about an hour, 30 minutes.
So there's not a lot of time for you to rest?
No rest.
Okay, I won't keep you much longer. Thank you very much, Valentin. Fabulous stuff. Here we go.
Excellent, yeah. Just to finish the point about the Road to Le Mans, we had an epic scrap, if you missed that race on Friday morning, between two McLarens that were nose to tail. It was the United Autosports car and the chasing Jean-Baptiste Simonard for SMC Motorsport. It all came to a head coming out of Mulsanne corner with a collision with an LMP3 car. But then it turned out that SMP Motorsports' bronze driver had not been in the car for long enough, so that car was disqualified, and Valentin Haskell, along with his teammate Philip Saga, who were the championship leaders, have further extended their championship lead now after they effectively inherited the win. But that was Friday's race. We're now into Sunday morning's race at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, Valentin has just highlighted an interesting point that we've not really made. We've been talking about getting the bronze driver time out of the way as early as you can in the race, and for people like the Ben Keating car, the number 33 Corvette, that car has done its time for Ben Keating. He doesn't have to drive it anymore. Great, you think, okay, everybody else can drive the car for the rest of the race, but it does mean, as we were just hearing from Valentin Haseklo there, that the other two drivers who have got to do the rest of the race do have their work cut out, and they have to ensure that they take adequate rest times between their stints in order not to go over the best of the drive times. So it's all very well getting the bronze time done, but you sometimes get a benefit by having the bronze come in the car later on in the race.
Let's go back to Duncan, because you've gone a few garages along pit lane to Heart of Racing team.
From one Aston Martin to another, we come to Heart of Racing, the 27 car, and he's just stepped out. I can feel the body heat coming from him. He's that warm. Zach Robichon, you'll be... I want to know, are you happy with your stint, or what's the feedback?
Wasn't my best. Can't really explain why. Sometimes you just... doesn't feel like you're putting it all together, so I was struggling a little bit, but when that happens, especially in these long races, those are going to happen, and then you just focus on not making any mistakes and try to minimize your losses. So from that point of view, I'm relatively happy, just kind of kept it clean, and I don't even know where we are, if I'm being honest with you, but I think we're near the front, which is all we can ask for.
Did you find that the full course yellows, does that upset your rhythm as a driver? Is that maybe one of the things that's hurt you?
It does a little bit, especially at night. It's harder to kind of turn the tire back on. By then, we were on a triple stint tire, so then just getting the temperature back up just seems like a bit of a struggle. But overall, it's a part of racing, and it's the same for everybody.
So you're just over a minute back from the class leader. You're still very much in the game here.
Yeah, we're going to keep pushing. Still a long way to go. There's still over 12 hours, so there's still a very, very long way to go, so we'll just keep fighting.
Thank you very much. Still a full Sebring to go, exactly. He was kind of smiling there as he walked away, Johnny, but you can just tell he's a little bit unsettled.
Yeah, well, you can have a plan, I suppose, going into the race. It did look like, on paper, the two Heart of Racing team Aston Martins were very, very strong. I still think that's a phenomenal lineup. They've got the Italian stallion, as he's known within the team, Mattia Drudi, now back at the wheel, taking over from Zach. And a minute and 11 seconds is a phenomenal amount of time to have 11 cars covered by that amount of distance. And in fact, you can lump in the next two that are within 90 seconds of the class leader. In behind them, Lorcan Hannafin and Ben Tuck in the TF Sport. That's the Johor racing car, and Proton Competitions Ben Tuck. So just less than 90 seconds separating 13 cars, Paul.
Yeah, and 17 cars are still on the lead lap in LMGT3. So, we've got 25 in the class altogether. 17 of them are on the lead lap. So, if anything, I would argue LMGT3 is actually closer than the other classes. So, I certainly wouldn't be giving up if I were even on the lead lap, because you only need another safety car or something which will close the field up. And the complexion could change again. There's so much. We've been saying it. We're not halfway yet, so there's so much that can still happen in this race, and it probably will.
Duncan, still in Aston Martin land. It's very difficult to actually tear you away from there. You've just watched a pit stop.
Yeah, people will start thinking of Peter Snowden, won't they? That's another joke. It was very interesting. This is one for you, Trussers, okay? Barrichello, Duru sat in the car. It was only fuel, no tyres on that. He was very animated in the car, lots of hand signals, so he was clearly talking to the engineers in the car about something. But yeah, the Goodyear tyre technician come out, just inspected the tyres and sent them straight back out. Fuel only for the number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin in LMGT3.
And also pitting on this lap is the Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari for Lilu Wadu, number 150, in the very Brazilian colours, the green and yellow for Custodio Toledo, their bronze driver. Let's actually stay in the pit lane to take another pit lane report, this time from Nick Damon, again informed by the brand new driver database website.
Yeah, Benji Goethe just got into the very awkwardly numbered 58 from garage 59. Finn Gerhardt got out. Pretty standard stop. It's very relaxed, kind of constant stoppage going on now. I'm just waiting for some. But basically, all that happens is Duncan brings the drama by retiring cars, and I walk up there to his closed garages. It's marvellous.
So he's setting the goals up, and you are missing it. Yes, it seems so. But the closed garage doors are the key to abandon, sadly, and retirements, of which we've had only 4 to this point, and they've all been in the LMGT3 category. We still have 18 hypercars running. We still have 19 LMP2 cars running, and that combination of 10 LMP2s and 9 Pro-Am teams. But it does seem like the attrition is being found in LMGT3.
Which is surprising, given that they're supposed to be the road-based cars. But
yes.
I think, to be fair, none of the retirements that we've had have been entirely mechanical. They've either been caused by contact with other cars or as a result of the car going over curves and damaging the underside of the engine. In the case of the most recent retirement, the Iron Lynx Mercedes number 79, which is the most recent one to have its retirement. Our leader Jack Aitken is due into the pits either at the end of this lap or the one after it. By my reckoning, it'll be the end of his third stint behind the wheel. And the question that I'm going to throw out there is whether the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota crew look like they're going to be sending Jack out for a quadruple on these soft tyres that he's been using so well, or whether they're going to move him on to a new set of tyres and get a new driver in the car, in which case instead of Jack Aitken being in it, it should be Sebastian Bourdais getting into the car for his what will be his his second stint, beg your pardon. Sebastian Bourdais was the final driver to get in on the first rotation, so he'll be coming in for the second term behind the wheel.
And Nick reports that Seb is in the garage and raring to go, so yeah, that tallies perfectly.
So it's only a triple stint for Jack Aitken, but it will mean that Seb will be in the car at around 6 o'clock in the morning, by which time the sun will be coming up, and potentially you could get a very fast driver at a fast time of day.
Yes, so yeah, be warned of that, because we could be seeing some very good times. obviously, as soon as the soft tyres started to be applied to cars, the temperature had dipped enough, then that's when the timing screen started to go green and purple in a few places, but there is still scope to go a little bit quicker. It's easy to remember the fastest lap to this point because that was lap 123. 123 for Earl Bambury, car number 38, and that fastest lap of a 3:26.370 still stands. We've just completed 190 laps at almost half distance, another 7 minutes, and we will be halfway through the 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 88 Ford Mustangs come in. It looks like the right-hand headlight is not functioning. Now, whether that's going to pop back into life, it remains to be seen, but I know that's the team checking tyres on the front right corner. The 88 is going to be sent away, and it's still minus one of its headlights. Both need to be functioning, don't they, Paul?
They do, but it is possible that they have two settings on the headlights on all the Le Mans cars these days. They have pit lane headlights, which are not quite side lights, but they have pit lane lights, and they have full beam headlights, which is what they use the rest of the time when they're out on the track. So it is possible that when they get to the pit exit, they'll put full beams on, and then the car will suddenly become very visible indeed.
I'm told actually by Duncan that the headlight's not even on that car. The right-hand headlight on the 88 is not there. It's just a big hole. So
that's working.
Yeah, that's why it's not working. Here's the 101 Cadillac. Nick Damon's watching the stop.
Yeah, this is the full service. It's a Taylor swap as well, Ricky for Jordan, and they are still. The fuel takes a long time, and in comes a completely brand new set of white sidewall soft tyres. And you can hear them going on. They are not even scrubbed. And quite early on, we had a few teams that were running some sort of one-lap scrubs on there, which they'd done earlier on. These are fresh as a daisy to take the coldest part of the day. And away she goes. Away initial electrical power then fires up. And then everyone shuffles up a little bit as we wait for the 38 to come in. Sebastian Bourdais skulks out to get into a position to jump in the car. And they also have a set of tyres, so Aitken is getting out in a few seconds' time.
Just to go back to your easy to remember fastest lap time, Johnny, Earl Bamber on lap 123, put a bit of context into that. That was at 11:22 yesterday evening. So pitch black, but he just got a good bit of track, no traffic, and was able to do the lap. And very often, even in the complete darkness, we do see fast laps possible when you get a bit of clear track ahead of you, and you can never predict when that's going to happen. It just kind of pops up at you.
Indeed. It wasn't as if that was planned at all by the team. It's just that the seas part on one particular lap and everything slots into place nicely, and Earl Bamber will have thoroughly enjoyed that, I'm sure. That was a few hours ago now.
Aitken is in the pits then with the Cadillac Hertz team Jota 38.
So Nick again is right there to watch it all.
Couldn't be close if I didn't get. The only way I could be close if I got run over, which
please don't do that.
Well, I'll save that for the last stint for dramatic purposes. Very, very. I must say it's one of the most relaxed driver changes I've seen. Often driver changes seem completely frenetic and panicking. It's all arms and elbows. Sebastian Bourdais strolled round. Jack Aitken strolled out because they've realised you've got such a long time whilst the fuel goes in that realistically, these guys could probably change 3 times in the time they've got. Fuel's still going in, and they all run round now. And once again, it's a brand new set of the white sidewall soft tyres.
And that wonderful sound of the wheel guns in action as well. So brand new softs for new driver Seb Bourdais. And away goes the 38 Cadillac back into the night. Just enjoying that. The V8 power of the Cadillac, and then now it fires fully back into life. Then quick glance in the mirrors from Seb as he makes sure that he's not going to interrupt the flow of a car on the racetrack. careful not to cross the blend line as well. In fact, he did have a car alongside him. It was one of the Genesis, might have been the 19 that was in strife not too long ago for poor Luc Chatin. But that does seem to have been shaken away quite quickly. Inexplicably, the Paul Luc Chatin driven Genesis stopped between Mulsanne and Indianapolis. Got going again after a bit of martial power.
And hasn't been back into the pit since.
Exactly, exactly. So Genesis will be quite pleased with that, actually, because they were looking from the garage, thinking, right, what bits will we need once the car comes back to the end of the lap and potentially pits, but it didn't need to, and it hasn't interrupted its flow. We are a couple of minutes away from 4 o'clock in the morning, and we're a couple of minutes away from half distance. Therefore, there is just time to speak to Jack Aitken out of the 38 pit.
Jack Aitken, another incredibly impressive triple stint there. I mean, this is quite an enjoyable day, really, isn't it?
You're being way too nice. Yeah, it was not bad. Few full course yellows at the end, which added a bit of spice to it, because when the tyres get old, then obviously they're that much harder to keep up to temperature. And I did have a little bit of a nasty lock-up after one of them at the restart. But yeah, nursed at home, and Seb will be in the car now, so yeah, it's going okay.
I think it's more enjoyable now. It's dark and cool than it was when it's hot and sunny.
The triple stints are definitely easier, yeah. I mean, Earl's like a camel. He doesn't mind the heat, but I definitely feel it a little bit. So I'm going to rehydrate, have a bit of sleep, and then, yeah, probably got a couple more stints in the morning to do.
I remember I saw the video of you showing us around the massive Behemoth, which is the GM motorhome. I mean, how much is that helping you guys, having all those facilities just next to the track?
It helps a lot. I mean, it's all the little things, right? Obviously, everyone sees the massive structure, but we've got a great team of people that take care of us, make great food, keep morale high, which is no small thing. It's probably worth more to the crews than it is to the drivers, just having somewhere nice to chill. But yeah, we've obviously invested a lot to make sure that we're here to go for the win, and that goes to every last little detail.
Great stuff, thanks, Jack.
Cheers.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Temperature currently is 15 degrees Celsius. It's going to drop another degree, I reckon, by 6 o'clock this morning, and it'll stay like that for a couple of hours before climbing again. 8 o'clock, 16 degrees Celsius, but pretty much zero chance of rain now for at least the next 24 hours, and a really nice day. It's going to be hot too. Maybe not reaching 30 degrees Celsius, but 29 by the time we finish this year's race at 4 o'clock.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
The 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans began yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock. It's now 4 o'clock in the morning, so we have less time to go than we've had in this race. And you tell some of those drivers that are maybe on course for a double stint, a triple stint, maybe a little bit more than that. The hurdle's not really quite crossed for them, I'm sure. Once they get out of the car and realise everybody has done half the race, that might well be a bit of a shot in the arm. But concentration is still very much, in the case of Ryo Hirakawa, on his next stint, because he heads back into the race, 4th position for the chasing Toyota, and he's got 2 Cadillac Hertzstein Jota V-Series Rs ahead of him, 1st and 3rd, and sandwiched between them on the timing screen is the 20 BMW for Sheldon van der Linde. It's Paul Trustwell and Johnny Palmer in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Now we can start to measure the number of laps we've done so far and times it by 2. Get a rough idea of how many we might be doing.
You're going to have, that's assuming you're going to have a 45-minute safety car in the second half of the race, because that's what we had in the first half of the race. Remember, we need 398 to break the record. I did a little sum a little while ago and said, well, if it stays good until the end of the race, then we'll probably get to maybe 385, 390, somewhere in that direction. In order to break the hypercar record, which is perhaps a more realistic target than the overall distance, we only need 388 laps only. But that is a reasonable target to aim for, and even given that long safety car period, no reason why we shouldn't get 388 laps. Keep fingers crossed, we may yet get a distance record for hypercars, if not an outright distance record. I was fascinated, though, listening to Jack Aitken and the amount of preparation that he was describing that goes into this race, and not just in terms of the car, in terms of the support that the drivers get. And you were saying, Johnny, about the drivers having to deal with having to do another stint or another 2 stints, as the case may be. But they've been training for this since they knew they got the drive, which in many cases will be a year ago. So they'll have been building themselves up, they'll have been getting medical advice as exactly how they need to deal with this. So, yes, it's a tough ask, but these guys are professionals and they're being paid to do what they're doing. So, there's no excuses really.
Let's get another pit lane report from Nick Damon, informed by Driver Database, their brand new website for 2026. The one race leader, 1 second place car in on the same lap.
Well, I think actually he went past him in the pit lane. The 20 BMW and the 12 have both stopped at the same time. The 12 stopped first, that's Norman Nato. And unlike the other of the 2 Cadillacs, there's no driver change. They're slightly out of phase on driver changes. And then right at the pit exit, of course, we had the number 20, the shell-coloured BMW. That has had a full driver change as well. I a little bit further away, couldn't quite see who got in. And they are now just getting round to the tyres. So, yeah, absolutely not. It is a few seconds behind. So Roman Freund has got into that car. But, so that being a full service, that's going to take them, 15, 20 seconds longer than the fuel only. So they'll be a little bit further back, but they've now started on a driver stint. They're on the same sort of run as the other 2 Cadillacs, the Wayne Taylor machine, the 10-1, and of course 38 for the 12. But Norman Nato, he's just in the middle of a long run of stints himself.
Yeah, and part of the reason that happened was because Will Stevens, when he was in the number 12 car, did that quadruple stint. So Will Stevens doing a quadruple stint to extend the driving time of the number 12 car. So Louis Delatraz, as Nick said, just coming into the pits, he's staying behind the wheel of the car in order to do a triple stint, we assume. Maybe that Louis does a quadruple as well. We'll see what happens. But that's why the driver change happened for the 38 and for the 20, but not for the 12.
Some really famous names from the last 40 years or so of Formula One in this race, but they're second generation racers, Alesi, Patrese, Trulli, and the other one is Barrichello, Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, I have. Well, we spoke with Judy already. I've got Rubens now with me. Rubens Barrichello, welcome to Le Mans. How are you feeling just now? Where are we in the morning? We are just past 4 o'clock. Are you still awake, or are you starting to feel a little bit sleepy?
I tell you, as a Brazilian, at this time we always feel sleepy. But when you have your son on the racetrack, I feel so grateful, and my eyes are fully open and fully supportive. So I'm here, and not just for him, but in 4 hours, his brother is going to be racing Barcelona. So we have all one eye for each.
I saw you having a really kind of father and son moment before the race. You were having a long embrace. It also looked like there was some Barrichello words of wisdom going across there.
It was a fantastic moment, I tell you, because Eduardo came towards me, just he gave me that hug, and I almost didn't talk. I could just feel his heart with this grateful feeling, and for a father, it was so nice to see, because we do have situations in life that they could be considered more difficult, less difficult, and but when you are grateful, the chances are that you are in peace. And I felt so good when he came towards me with that, and I felt so proud of him. He's conquering the world over here, and telling everybody what I've always knew. So I'm really, really proud.
Rubens, he is incredibly fast. I mean, you must be proud, but do you ever...
Whenever he wants, obviously, I think you need to give that space of a daddy and son thing, because it's not just the fact that I have a lot of experience. It's sometimes there are a space for advice, and sometimes it's just I'm much more on the mental side, you know, telling him what I think. Whenever he stops, for example, he gives me that thumbs up, and I tell you, I just love that feeling. It's amazing.
I love seeing your face light up as you talk about him. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Rubens Barrichello chatting to Duncan Vincent, and just the magic of the father and son partnership, really. Eduardo Barrichello driving the number 23 Aston Martin this year, and the 23 car now with Dudu at the wheel, running in third position behind Mattia Drudi in second, and behind Dennis Marshall, who leads that category in LMGT3 with the 74 Kessel Racing crew. Let's stay in the pit lane for another pit lane report, informed by driverdatabase.com. Here's Nick.
With Ben Barnicott, just literally out the 183. I mean, you look reasonably hot, but it must be a bit nicer now the temperature's dropped.
Yeah, definitely a bit nice now it's cooled off, that's for sure.
So give us a rundown. How's the car gone? How's the stint going?
Yeah, I mean, it's gone okay. We had an issue with Francois. I was actually trying to get a nap, so I'm not quite sure what happened, but I think he had some contact from another car, and then I heard he was stuck in reverse gear on the radio, and I know we lost about 2 minutes there. If you take that out of the equation, we'd be right in it. But, you know, that's endurance racing, that's Le Mans. These things kind of happen. But other than that, we've been good. Pace has been pretty strong. Struggled a little bit in that last stint there because it was my third stint on the tyres, and 2 long full course yellows, you know, made it hard to get going again with the cold tyres and really old tyres. But, yeah, enjoying it. We're at Le Mans and it's dry, so what's not to enjoy?
You're the third driver I've spoken to who's complained about the temperature going out of the tyres. I mean, when they've gone, how long does it take to get it back again? I mean, these are very long laps, so I think it's not lots of laps, but how long?
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on your tyre mileage, like I said, because when you've got a new tyre and you've got plenty of like rubber on there, you know, you've got a bit more bite just naturally from the tyre, and it probably only takes, you know, a few corners, 5-6 corners, but the older they get, the longer it takes for them to warm up. So it felt like for me it was about a lap and a half, 2 laps, and because we're a lap down, then I had to give a position to one of the cars that was the lead lap, which is a bit frustrating, but, you know, I'd probably be frustrated if I was him behind me and I was stuck behind, you know, so yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse.
We're finding all the classes are so close these days. The unfortunate incident you had has dropped you back a bit. Is there any way you can make it up, or do you need a little bit of bad luck for the others?
We definitely need a bit of bad luck. LMP2 Pro-Am this year is absolutely stacked. The pros in some of the cars are, you know, incredible. So we definitely need a bit of luck. But, you know, we've just got to do our job, keep it clean, and anything's possible.
I wish that luck. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Ben Barnicott with Nick Damon, a pit lane report informed by driverdb.com, their brand new website, driver database for 2026. There's also an app in development, and the beta form of that available to some, but hoping that it's not going to be too long at all before that is readily available to one and all. So, but do visit the website, driverdb.com, to be, well, blown away really by the change in graphic, in font, in text, and also the ability to draw up information about your favourite driver very swiftly indeed. The whole interface has been massively improved. At 21 RSL 24 is the hashtag. You can use that when firing a post on X to RSL_studio and at Radio Le Mans. There was just a message on the screen giving us drive-through penalties for 4 different cars, Paul. I noted them all down, but a lot of them, well, 2 of them are key runners in the hypercar class.
Yes, and the attention is drawn as well by the fact that the number 38, we're just hearing from Jack Aitken, who was sounding so confident.
Yes.
Sheldon van der Linde brought the car in after 2 laps, and it's been pushed back into the garage, Johnny.
Yes, not Sheldon van der Linde, Seb Bourdais, but I know what you mean. And Nick Damon is running to where this garage for car 38 is.
I'm here, and I've done a full Duncan there, unfortunately not on camera for people to see. Okay, the front clip is off, and there is a big look in towards where looks like to me like a steering or brake issue. In that frontal area where what is going on, it's at the moment it's observation. So Seb's obviously come back with there's something wrong, and they're having a look inside. I think if I had to guess, it'd be something steering related from what they're doing. They are feeling and fondling down, but it could be pedals, because that's the same way the pedal box, and it could obviously be brakes, but I'll carry on watching and see if I can give you some more idea. But my first guess is steering.
Okay, thank you for that, and good eyes as well to spot that the 38 car had whipped in far earlier than we had expected. I mean, how many laps had Sébastien Bourdais actually done on this stint, Paul?
4.
Okay, I guess it's going to be 3.
Yeah, he did 3 good laps, and then, as I say, something happened on the 4th one.
So this is obviously a huge moment regarding the narrative of the race, but I just want to finish off the point about 4 drive-through penalties. I noted down the 101 Cadillac WTR car, which has just been in actually, and all the way through pit lane to serve its drive-through penalty. And these are drive-through penalties related to not the last full course yellow, but the one just before that at 25 past 3 or 3:24.
Yeah, exactly so. And it was coming out of that full course yellow. The second one was 69, the Team WRT BMW
GT car,
GT3 car.
Then the number 8 Toyota.
Exactly.
Which is Ryo Hirakawa running in 3rd.
At the moment, that's right. And the final one, another small number, but a less important car.
Yes.
Nothing against Tower. TKR Engineering is the John Ferrano car, the car out of LMP2 Pro-Am, and that's car number 2.
No. So I had number... No, it's not number 2. You're talking about number 3 there. The 2 Corvette, which is the TF Sport entry, was on the list.
That's right, it is. Sorry, the Corvette. Thank you, Johnny.
Duncan had seen a Corvette drive through pit road, didn't stop with the team, so they have done their drive-through penalty. Ben Green currently driving that for JMR, the Johor Racing team. And it was initially due to have 2 Malaysian racers piloting that. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim is still here, and they drafted in Lorcan Hannafin as the silver driver with a couple of weeks to go prior to the race. But that number 2 car is in 12th place, Paul.
The good thing about having Lorcan Hannafin in the race, slightly facetiously, is that it brings us up to 31 British drivers in the race, which ties with the French. So quite astounding, really, that both Britain and France providing 31 drivers to the race. So that's due to Lorcan Hannafin.
Let's go down to Duncan, because we mentioned, I'm pretty sure this is no, that was the 88, wasn't it? We talked about the headlight missing, but that was for the 88 Ford. The other car's now in the garage.
Yes, Johnny, the 88 was the one with the missing headlight. Having said that, though, Proton Competition are changing the front end of this Ford Mustang LMGT3 car. Number 77, the driver stays in the car. There is a little bit of concern of something. Look, Nick Damon reported possible steering at Jota. It's the same on this car. They're checking all the suspension arms and bars, all the linkages, making sure everything's tight, making sure it is how it should be. And they're going to put a new front bumper on. Now, it's not just a bumper, it's basically a whole front end. It takes in the air intakes for the top and the bottom. Also, it takes in all the braking ducts, and it has the lights. They're putting the wheels back on the car, but it's there is a bit of urgency down here because they want to get the car out as quickly as they possibly can. And I'm now looking towards the back. They're also now doing a brake change on the front right. Front right's getting a brake change. So normally a brake change would happen on the apron. They wouldn't normally bring it into the garage, Johnny. So that's something that I am concerned. I'll stay here, but let's see if Nick's got an update from the far end of the pit lane.
Well, it looked like things were about to be sorted out. Earlier on, it was like a scene from All Creatures Great and Small. The engineer had his arm so far up inside the car, you couldn't see anything from his touch off his shoulder. So the 38 car, which came in a lap or so ago, they haven't actually replaced any parts. It's like they're trying to tighten something up inside that very compact front nose box. Now, they thought they got it. The mechanics had just poised to put the front clip back on again, but just they were trying to get it on, and after they thought they tightened it up, or whether I was saying tightened up, I don't know. They have had stopped again and are now looking actually into the footwell. So it's quite a mysterious thing. I'm still sticking with some sort of stuff. It looks like something's come loose that they're trying to tighten up.
Okay, thank you, Nick. It's certainly, well, it was pretty desperate at first with some frantic work going on, slightly calmer and more targeted now, but it's just losing so much time, sadly, car 38, because we had, well, so many cars on the lead lap, and this car has now lost the lead lap.
Yeah, 7 minutes it's been in the pits. Lost a little bit of time on its in lap.
What about the driver, Nick? He stayed on board initially, but...
Yeah, it's that ultimate sign that this is going to take a bit longer than we expected. They've taken Seb out of the car. So Bourdais has got out of the car. That may actually be because they're now trying... I think that's one of the reasons that it's not necessarily it's going to take a long time. Well, it is taking too long. But they've now got one of the engineers towards down the pedal box. So he's leaning across to something that's in the right-hand side of the footwell. So obviously the driver in these cars on the left-hand side. So if you're not actually looking at the driver's footwell, they're over the other side, the side that, you know, is that token space for the passenger, which is still there since 1920. So you have a sort of two-seater tub idea. Only with a very small, thin child could get in there. But they are leaning down now, and something is not where it should be on the right-hand side of the footwell going into that nose box.
The 101 car has taken its penalty. That's the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. It's come through, done its drive-through, gone back out. Jordan Taylor behind the wheel. However, a message appeared on the screen a few moments ago telling car 8, the Toyota, that Ryo Hirakawa should stand by on the drive-through. So they're obviously having another look at the data. Toyota have been in touch with race control, and the race direction team are now having another look at the alleged infringement coming out of the full course yellow. We were told it was being investigated, and it was Hirakawa in the car at the time. He still is in the car. And that was coming out of the second of those two full course yellows that we had one after the other. The 38 is still in the pits, coming up to 9 minutes now, Johnny, of being in the pit lane.
Yeah, just heartbreak down at 38. And then Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, because they continue to lose time and lose laps as well. 7 minutes. By the way, the 77 Ford Mustang from LNGT3 is back in the race. It had the nose and splitter off that car. They were looking at repairs, as Duncan Vincent was describing to us. Ben Tuck stayed at the wheel, and at least that car is moving again, but it's dropped back to 20th in class.
You just had the impression somehow, I just had the impression at least, that of the two Cadillac 13 Jota cars, the 38 was kind of the preferred one. It was certainly quicker when Jack Aitken was driving it. Seb Bourdais was incredibly quick when he was at the wheel of it. So, doubly frustrating and unfortunate for the team. But as we've been saying, this is a problem from which it will not easily recover. And before all of this happened, I was about to comment on the fact that the two Toyotas had moved back up into contention because they were running 4th and 5th. They're now running 3rd and 4th with a Cadillac and a BMW ahead of them. But despite the fact that they kind of slipped down the order a little bit earlier on, with various very tiny little niggles. But they're now right on the pace of this race, and in terms of the kind of overall scheme of things, they're all within a minute of the race-leading Cadillac and BMW, the two Toyotas. So from being what was turning into a 3-horse race, it's actually now turned into a 4-horse race, I would put it to you, Johnny.
Yeah. Seb Bourdais, I'm not enjoying watching Seb sit up against the back wall of the garage, still with his helmet on. He briefly had the helmet in hands, though, just trying to process in disbelief what was going on, being consoled by Cadillac, Hertzstein, Jota, mechanics, engineers. And he needs to, of course, be ready to get back in that car, should they be able to fix it in the next few moments. But they weren't quite tears, but it just again shows you how important in a racer's career this race is to do well in, ideally to win. And Sebastian Bourdais' heart just breaking there as he sits in the back of the garage and watches his mechanics frantically working on the front of Caddy number 38. The 7 Toyota is in. Sorry, Paul.
I was just going to say about Seb Bourdais. I mean, he's been coming to this race since he was in his pushchair. Yeah. You know, he was in a pram the first time he came here, watching his dad race. So yes, I mean, he knows all about this race. And of course, as PMAC was telling us, he's one of the more experienced drivers here, and has had a great deal of success over the years. Was second overall in 2007, second overall in 2009, second overall in 2011.
Never won it.
Exactly so.
He did have a class win in 2016, the return of Ford to GTE Pro, but it's not the same as winning overall.
Absolutely.
Ryo Hirakawa, that drive-through penalty still on standby, so they remain in third position, and this is one of the 4 horses, as Paul Truswell was putting it. Toyota in a good spot, certainly with one side of their garage. Let's go back to Duncan Vincent in the pit lane to hear what he has.
Yeah, another hard racing pit stop there. I do seem to be around Aston Martin a lot. There's a lot going on. They've got 4 garages. 2 for the Valkyries in the hypercar class, and LMG T3 are right next door, so there always seems to be a car in or about. But that's a lovely pit stop there. Routine stuff, Johnny. Cleaning the lights, cleaning the windscreen, making sure the car is full of fuel, and send it back out onto track.
Lovely stuff, thank you. So the outgoing Toyota car number 7, Kamui Kobayashi, but we're going to go to Hertzstein Jota. Nick David has been staying there. What more do you know? What can you find out?
Well, I just wandered in to ask Sam Hignett what the problem was, and he's kind of confirmed it's a power steering issue. And interestingly, because it's electronic power steering, the voltmeter's been on, they've been fiddling with connections. The nose has just been put back on the car again. But they asked mainly because they're now working within the footwell, but it's an electrical issue with the power steering, I'm afraid.
Okay, and when you're chasing an electrical issue, it could be a couple of minutes, it could be the length of time that it has been for car 38. We must be into double figures in terms of minutes now.
14 and a half.
Yeah. The 8 Toyota drive-through penalty confirmed. So they will have to take it. They were looking at that clearly, or maybe Toyota were saying, well, hang on a minute, we've got further evidence to suggest actually we weren't speeding coming out of a full course yellow. But whatever discussion was being had, the decision still goes against Toyota number 8.
Yeah, in terms of what evidence can be put before the court, all of these cars equipped with GPS transmitted, and so you can measure the speed of the car at any point on the circuit. You don't need to look at sector times or anything like that. You can measure instantaneous speed of the car on the circuit. You've also got all of the telemetry being passed back to race control. They know exactly when the countdown ended. We heard it coming through from race control, that automated voice counting down. And so you are only allowed to go, and this is what catches people out, you are only allowed to go when the count reaches 0. doesn't mean you go when it's still at 1, and I suspect that is possibly what caught out Hirakawa. So he is going to have to take that drive-through penalty, and then that will dampen once again the efforts of the Toyota team. Ye Fei into the pits as well now with the yellow Ferrari. I was about to say, before he came in, that was actually turning into a very rapid stint from Ye Fei. Obviously, during the previous stint that he had, that was interrupted by the full course yellow periods, but in that stint that he's just finished, Ye Fei was actually the fastest driver on the circuit. He was going quicker than Robin Frijns in the BMW, quicker than Hirakawa in the Toyota, and crucially, he was going quicker than Louis Delatraz in the leading Cadillac. So don't write Ferrari out of this yet.
No, too right. And the 83 car is away. Nick Damon was watching that start for us.
Yeah, completely standard stop there, as we've been seeing so much. This is why it's such a surprise when anyone goes in the garage in this particular. This is the Le Mans where no one wants to go in the garage. It's amazing. Yeah, they normal thing, fuel in and have a really good clean around. And one of the things about being a yellow car is you can see the dirt a bit easier. So yeah, it's carrying its detritus well, but it's out and away again.
And that report from Nick Damon informed by Driver Database, driverdb.com, their brand new website for 2026. We are live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer in the main booth, and Nick Damon and Duncan Vincent in pit lane giving us the reports and the interviews. What have you got, Duncan?
Yeah, the DKR LMP2 car has just stopped right in front of me. Car number 3. Again, another detailed stop. Renger stays inside that car, Renger van Zanda. He was in good spirits in the garage earlier on. He gave me a big wave from the back. He looked very happy. Lovely colour scheme on this. It reminds me somewhat of almost a Tiger in orange, if you get me. But this car is going to take a full fuel stop, and they are also going to put 4 brand new Goodyear tyres on this car as well and get him back out on track. We've seen some great things from Renger. He's very, very fast. But this car also does look like it's had a few battle scars, Johnny. It has got a different nose on it to the rest of the car. Whether it had something happening in a stint that I didn't see, the team very much going to work, doing the tyres. You can hear the air guns in the background. Very, very well oiled. Slick, stop this. The car will come off the jacks in a matter of seconds. A little bit of hold up on the back right. And there you go.
You think there's an element of Nemo from Finding Nemo in its livery, or is that just my eyes?
Yeah.
You can't see that, can you? No, okay. The orange and the white was convincing me that way, but well, the Tiger is possibly a closer comparison. We had a big cat in the Nürburgring 24 hours adorning eventually the race-winning Mercedes, and for a long time I was trying to work out whether that was a Tiger. That was actually a cheetah, though, for the Ravenel-backed car. In fact, the sister car to the Max Verstappen AMG, but Max having a tremendous run at this year's Nürburgring 24 hours. I'm sure this particular race, the 24 hours of Le Mans, is in the eyes of Max Verstappen as well, with when he can crowbar it into a very, very busy Formula One season. 4:30 in the morning. It is 91.2 FM around the racetrack and RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels around the world. And it's time to pause for a CrowdStrike Racing hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So it's 4:30 on Sunday morning now. We're over half distance. 12 hours and 30 minutes elapsed, 11 and a half still to go, and the complexion of the race has changed a little bit now. Number 12, Louis Delatraz in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota leads the way. He has 28 seconds of a lead over Robin Freins in the BMW M Hybrid V8. Car number 20 in second place. Robin Freins, though, is only 3.2 seconds clear of Ryo Hirakawa, but Ryo owes us a drive-through penalty, which he hasn't yet taken, but he is due to take now for an offence under the full course yellow conditions. But at the moment, Ryo is still in third place in the Toyota. Fourth is another Cadillac, but this is the Wayne Taylor Racing entry, car 101. Jordan Taylor is currently at the wheel, and the gap between him and the car in front is just over a minute and a quarter. He's fourth. In fifth place is Charles Milesi in the Alpine A424, car number 35. He's only 10 seconds behind Jordan Taylor, and last time around was lapping a little bit quicker than the Cadillac. In sixth place, it's Kamui Kobayashi in the second of the Toyotas. Two Toyotas in the top six, two Cadillacs in the top six. Kamui Kobayashi has a lead of 39 seconds over James Collado in the leading Ferrari. That's car number 7, car number 51 in 7th place. And then Yiffy Ye in the 83 Ferrari, car carrying the number that won last year. Yiffy Ye, just before his most recent pit stop, lapping very rapidly indeed, and he is now in 8th place. In 9th is the faster of the two Alpines. They're running 9th and 10th at the moment. Victor Martins is in the 9th place car. And actually in 10th place it's the 007 Aston Martin for Tom Gamble. So Tom Gamble up to 10th place in the Aston Martin Valkyrie, although he is one lap behind. He is the first of the lapped runners. Victor Martins in the Alpine is the last of the unlapped runners. LMP2 is currently in the hands of Inter-Europol competition, but it's the number 343 car, Bijoy Garg, at the wheel, but he is due a pit stop before the next car up in the class. So Dorian Pan at the wheel of the Duquesne team, Orica, car number 30, is actually second in the class, but as I say, will take over the lead when Bijoy makes a pit stop in a couple of laps' time. Third is the other Inter-Europol competition LMP2 Orica, that's car number 43. Fourth, Theodor Jensen in the CLX Motorsport entry. Fifth, Victor Lomko for Vector Sport. And sixth, Kaku Oto for Proton competition. That's number 9. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Lauren Heinrich is in the number 4 car for the CrowdStrike Racing by APR entry, ahead of Matthias Besch in the TDS car, number 14. And in third place, 99, is James Allen in the AO by TF car. And then in LMGT3, that's currently being led by the TF Sport Corvette, car number 33, the car that was started by Ben Keating, now with Nicky Katzberg at the wheel, and the Corvette now going very well indeed and very strongly in car number 33, although Nicky Katzberg is coming towards the end of a triple stint. He'll be in within about another 15 minutes or so, will Nicky Katzberg, and that could hand the lead to somebody else in the LMGT3 class, but whether it will be one of the two Lexuses or not, because they will also have to make pit stops soon. So the two Lexuses are second and third in the class. Tom von Rumpoy in number 78 second, Petru Umberescu in third place in LMGT3, and then fourth is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, fifth the Kessel Racing Ferrari number 74, and sixth Dudu Barrichello in another of the Aston Martins, that's number 23. That's your hourly update at 4:30 in the morning.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Paul Trustwell there with the CrowdStrike Racing hourly update, and we have a little shift around in the pits as well. So we'll welcome warmly in a moment or two Peter Snowden and Neil Cole for this next couple of hours. So just after 4:30, 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2026, the 94th edition of this fabulous race. And here's some team radio. In fact, not team radio, beg your pardon. That's just a bit of bleed from the local PA speakers, which we often get when cars go through and out of Porsche curves. So if you're just joining us and been away for half an hour or more, thinking, where's the 38 Cadillac? That car coming in after just 4 laps on the stint for Sébastien Bourdais with what sounds like a power steering issue. The power steering mechanism, or how it works on these cars, often electrically related. So they've had an electrical fault on that, still trying to chase exactly what the problem is, and the 38 car has so swiftly dropped down to 17th position now. Elsewhere than Cadillac, the 101 car has just come in for a pit stop, and it is Jordan Taylor bringing that in. And a moment or two ago on the Mulsanne straight, the approach to the Daytona chicane, an overtake for the 150 Ferrari, Lilu Wadu battling with Sally Jolic, who's on an outlap. So the Turkish racer for Racing Team Turkey by TF being overtaken there by the young French woman, and she goes up to 11th position in the 150, the yellow and green Ferrari. Not that you can necessarily tell that livery in this level of darkness. Let's go to the pit lane then for first report, and Peter Snowden.
Well, as fortune would have it, I'm literally at the very beginning of the pit, and the very first garage is occupied by the Acodis ASP team number 78 Lexus. And that is just on a routine stop. A brand new set of Goodyear Eagles were brought out for that car, but the driver stayed aboard. No tyres were fitted, fuel was taken on board, no driver change, and merrily on its way.
That pit lane report informed by Driver Database and DriverDB.com. Now, meanwhile, Neil Cole, good morning to you. The big story in the last 30 minutes or so has been the 38 car with its work on the nose. There's some better news down there now, though.
Yes, I can confirm that the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car number 38 is out on the apron of the pit box, and it has got the go-ahead from the board man. It's lifted. That is the sound of it. Racing past my toes and heading out pit exit. So whatever they've done, I'm going to go and investigate what they've done to that car, but that car is back in the race.
And it is still Sébastien Bourdais driving it. He was out for a long time, sitting at the back of the garage against the garage wall. Just for your information, Neil, Nick Damon was able to glean from Sam Hignett and others at Hertz Team Jota that it was a power steering related problem, but an electrical issue at the bottom of that. And took several engineers, several mechanics, a long time to work out precisely which bits needed replacing, or at least needed looking at, that weren't playing ball. And I glance over now to the right-hand side of the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre to Paul Truswell, who should be able to tell me precisely how long that pit stop was.
Yes, it was 28 minutes and 12 seconds. So not quite as long as was lost by the number 50 Ferrari, which lost 29 minutes on a pit stop earlier on. Well, they investigated some mysterious electrical problem in that car as well. But those two cars, one of the Cadillacs, one of the Ferraris, interestingly, both from teams who had 3 entries altogether, counting their kind of extra ones, the extra car from the private AF Corsa team and the WTR class car coming from the Cadillac stable. So at the top of the field, it's Cadillac, BMW, Toyota, Alpine, the first manufacturer to have 2 cars in the top positions. Toyota, they've got 2 in the top 5. We've then got a Ferrari 6th and 7th. So whatever they did to balance the performance, it certainly works, because we've got that good mix of cars. But I'm pleased actually about this. I've been going on about reliability, but I'm pleased that it has been unreliability in a certain sense, which has determined the flavour of the race, rather than it coming down to safety cars or where you were when there was a full course yellow or things like that. So, and it's also going, I would suggest, to the drivers who are actually driving the cars quickest. For so long, it looked like the 38 car was going well because of the fact that Sebastian Bourdais and Jack Aitken were just so rapid when they were behind the wheel, which is why I kind of sat up and took notice when the 83 Ferrari suddenly started going quickly.
Yes.
Because they're within striking range, because it's all so close, and a safety car could still happen between now and the end of the race, and that will just bunch it up again. So you can't write off either of the Toyotas or the Ferrari in third, fourth or fifth places, because the complexion could so easily change again.
At RSL_studio, when you're sending us a message on X, you can also use at Radio Le Mans as well, but make sure you use the hashtag 21RSL24, 21 for the 21 editions of this excellent race that we brought to you from the Radio Show Limited network of channels since 2006. So hashtag 21RSL24. We're also on Instagram and Threads, by the way, Radio Show LTD, and on Blue Sky, radiolemans.bsky.social if you're a user of that particular social media as well. The sound in the background is Victor Martin's Alpine, the A424, car number 36, and that car is currently 7th, so behind the two Ferraris and behind the two Toyotas. Toyota 3rd and 4th, Ferrari 5th and 6th, with the 51 car ahead of the 83 499P. Now, Peter Snowden's still within Acodis Lexus land. We'll get a word from him in a second, but first of all, Paul?
Yeah, just to say very quickly that a message we've been expecting to see has now come up on the screen, that the Ford Mustang number 88 has now been asked to make sure its headlights are on, which was, as I say, we had noticed that they weren't on. So has Race Control now, and so that will have to be remedied. Otherwise, the car will have to come into the... it won't be allowed to race as long as the headlights aren't working properly.
Yeah. Now, there is no headlight, we're told, in the front right corner of the front of that car. Now, the replacement bumper splitter kind of all comes as one piece. So hopefully, they just need to take that off and fit a brand new part, and the headlights will fire magically back into life. But they were just running that without the headlight for as long as possible until they were picked up by Race Control. As promised, here is Snowy then in pit lane, still with Lexus.
It was just a very simple update, more for you chaps in the booth to relate to everybody else, that the number 87 sister Acodis ASB team Lexus RCF came in and did exactly the same. A brand new set of Eagles were laid out on the apron. They were not required, no driver change and just a refuel, so a full service and on its way.
Thank you, Snowy. And that pit lane report informed by driverdatabase.com. I spoke about Victor Martins. He's actually going to come in at the end of this lap. The Frenchman in the French car, number 36, will work his way between the barriers, the concrete walls that are at the start of pit lane entry, right underneath the podium as well, where we will be celebrating just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. And we're now into the back nine, the second half of this race, as the number 36 comes to a halt in front of one of the two Alpine garages run by Signatech and Philippe Signo's team.
Should just be a fuel-only stop, Johnny, although the driver's door is opened, and I think that's just to check the driver's drinks bottle, and the fuel's still going in. The mechanics have to get back behind the line before the car is released, and there's been one or two offences committed on that, where a driver, according to the bulletin, sorry, not a driver, a mechanic, according to the bulletin, has simply had his foot on the line. But being on the line actually counts as being in the pit lane. The line counts as part of the pit lane, so you have to have your feet behind the line. Instructions having to be followed very carefully indeed. What have become the first and second place cars, Louis Delatraz now getting out of the other Hertz team, Jota Cadillac. That's the Louis Delatraz getting out of the car to hand it back to Norman Nato, and Robin Freins will be staying in the BMW. So this will again change the positions, because Norman Nato will lose the lead, therefore, in the number 12, and the number 20 BMW, Robin Freins, will get out of the pits first, unless there's a delay for the BMW.
Let's get another pit lane report with driver database. Peter Snowden, this time at Ford.
I know we try on our show to talk to every team where possible during the 24 hours, but to start this shift by doing garages 1, 2 and 3 in consecutive order with some action is amazing. And in fact, you couldn't make this up in the 4th garage. LMP2 car just come in right now. You were just talking about the headlight on the Mustang. Well, I've just spoken to one of the engineers about this new front end and bodywork to go on here, and apparently the headlamp, you cannot see it on the car on the track. It hasn't gone, it's just fallen inside the bodywork. In fact, they're just looking at it here now, working out how that might have happened. But there's a whole carbon light box, for want of a better phrase, but that has come detached from the bodywork and it's dropped inside, apparently. So they're working out, they can put this new front bumper on, swap it out, as you said, Johnny, the lights will magically re-come to life then, and then they're going to try and repair this one.
Yeah, so hopefully it's going to be relatively quick. It shouldn't need to go into the garage for that to take place, as long as they've got enough mechanics, but they'll be wanting to try and do it within a scheduled pit stop, rather than having to do a separate stop specifically for the front bumper. But interesting that the headlight is kind of there somewhere. I don't know whether therefore actually the headlight illuminates as well, but just in the housing of the front bumper, even if it is lit up, that won't count as a visible headlight, so it will need to be seen to, and the message on the screen not too long ago is confirmation of that. 33 Corvette in from 3rd position. Nicky Katzberg's just brought that in. I think they did a driver change there as well. So the driver running into the garage will be confirmed just as soon as the car goes through the timing loop at end of pit lane. And Johnny Edgar takes it over, the young Cumbrian. He's the silver-rated driver from the karting background. 4th generation racer as well. So the Edgar's well known in Whitehaven and a few other places nearby too.
So the pit stop for the BMW most recently in the pits, the number 20 car, Robin Freins, staying behind the wheel, was 11 seconds quicker than the Cadillac Hertz team Jota car, number 12, who had to do that driver change to get Norman Nato into the car. But the gap before that happened was 30, not quite, the number 12 Cadillac Hertz team Jota coming into the pits in the lead and going out of the pits still in the lead, and the cars behind just weren't close enough to take advantage, even though there was a driver and tyre change on the Cadillac.
So that is after 205 laps completed and about 10 to 5 in the morning. Note that one down, folks. Just a significant step forward for, I won't say dominance necessarily in this race, because it's far from that, but just having the ability to stay out front, and those cars that have been flip-flopping the race lead with the number 12 car, that car is just out of grasp now, even with a full service stop. Let's go back to Peter Snowden for this pit lane report, informed by driver database.
Yeah, the Peugeot Total Energies 93 Peugeot 9X8 just came in and had a full service, and a brand new set of Michelin softs went on that car. Fuel, no driver change, tyres.
Lovely stuff, thank you. The engine you hear in the background, by the way, is that powering the Aston Martin for Mattia Drudi. He's had to make space, or at least be aware of a Ferrari that wanted to get by, and now working its way through the Ford chicane. Might be the other Ferrari, actually. I'm just trying to work out. There's a lot of cars heading out of Ford chicane right now. 17 Genesis may be one of them that has just overtaken. And Drudy's going to have to be aware that the 83 Ferrari is not that far away as he works his way through the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill. Forest S is visible away in the distance, and that is where Drudy is arriving in this class-leading Aston Martin. 190 kilometers per hour, 200, 205, just clipping 210 there before he then has to shave off some speed into Terre Rouge. The leading margin is 10 seconds in LMGT3 over Dennis Marshall as the 83 Ferrari just charges its way underneath the Drudy-driven Aston Martin. That is Ye Yifei, keen not to lose too much time to fellow Ferrari 499P of James Collado in number 51. So you're suggesting, well, you were suggesting, Paul, 4-horse race not so long ago. The Ferraris are running 5th and 6th. They're just a bit too far away, are they?
I couldn't possibly say that. I mean, if it stays green,
yes,
then they're going to have their work cut out.
Gotcha.
If we get any form of neutralisation, I remind you, we've got 10 cars on the lead lap, and depending how they're spread around the circuit, they will be in a position to bunch up. Just trying to monitor who are the fastest cars on the circuit at the moment. I'll just give the Cadillac and BMW a chance to settle into their groove, because they're still on only their first flying lap. Their last lap was an out lap, so both the leader Norman Nato and Robin Frein still getting up to speed, but Robin Frein's lapping in the 329s. But James Collado, who's just out in the number 51 Ferrari, he's lapping in the 328s, and it's James Collado who's the fastest man on the circuit at the moment. On the previous stint, Yifei was the fastest man on the circuit. What do James Collado and Yifei have in common? Both drive Ferraris, of course. So, having had Cadillacs, I say dominating this race, but certainly being up at that pointy end, as you were saying, Johnny, the Ferraris are now getting themselves into a position where they are amongst the faster cars on the circuit, and I just wonder whether that's partly because they've now accepted the fact that soft is the way to go, and they've gone on to a tyre setup which has 3 softs and then a medium to be on the Ferrari number 51. Yifei is still on the mediums all round in the yellow Ferrari. So it's certainly interesting that the Ferraris aren't convinced necessarily by going soft all round.
Collado in then from 5th position into the pits, and Ye Yifei 10 seconds or so behind before that happened, but he will now get the position because he does not pit, moves up back into the top 5. Tom Dillman's just made a stop as well in the 43 into Europol competition LMP2 car, and that is at the moment one of the podium runners in 3rd place, with Julian Andlauer in the number 30 Duquesne team in front. Bijoy Garg in the sister into Europol competition car, on course right now for a very good result, having won this race 2 years ago with United Autosport. So Bijoy Garg has experience, very recent experience, of winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So yes, soft tyres remaining on James Collado's car. Away it will go, back into the race, and behind him in pit lane now appearing the Genesis Magma Racing car of Paul-Luc Chatin. which had that moment probably an hour and a half or so ago, maybe now, when it stopped between Mulsanne and Indianapolis. We remarked at the time that after it got going again with Paul-Luc Chatin at the wheel, it didn't need to pit. It has done now. I think this was probably its second pit stop after that mechanical issue of some description. But all seems to have been okay since then.
Yes, absolutely. Paul-Luc Chatin should be getting out of the car at this juncture, I would suggest. He's done a triple stint, albeit one of them was a bit of an abortive one, so probably giving it back to Daniel Juncadella by now. And so that will be an opportunity for somebody from our informed pit lane crew to get down and maybe have a word with Paul-Luc and find out exactly what was going on and whether it was finger trouble or just some feature of the Genesis not getting out of full course yellow mode properly and needing a bit of a reset before it did so. But still, both of the Genesis cars running smoothly. They're now, if we regard the battle of the newcomers, the two Genesis are running between the two Aston Martins, with Tom Gamble bringing the 007 Valkyrie up to 9th place now. So the number 007 Aston Martin still on the lead lap. That's been helped by the fact that the problems have struck the 38 Cadillac, which is now trying to make the comeback. Sebastian Bourdais not quite as quick as the quickest cars out there.
Part of Racing Team in LMGT3 are leading and in second position. I know Neil Cole's working hard to try and get Paul-Luc Chatin. That gives us a chance, though, to, at a minute to 5 in the morning, check the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, we're not that far away now from the lowest temperature overnight. That was expected in about an hour's time at 14 degrees Celsius. Yes, still expected between 6 and 7 o'clock this morning. Then the temperature is going to rise in very clear skies, so the sun won't have to burn any cloud cover off at all. And still the high expected later on today at around about race finish time of 4 o'clock of 29 degrees Celsius, with wind speeds very low, just 7 kilometres per hour from the northeast.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
11 hours to go. The 94th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Good dicing in amongst Lexus and Ferrari, and the 57 Ferrari just charging down the inside of Petru and Morescu's Lexus, number 87. But that is a scrap for 6th and 7th places, and the overtake was made on the run into Indianapolis. So the Ferrari right underneath the large rear wing on that Lexus RCF. And then down the inside went Konrad Lausen, the young Danish racer, up against the only Romanian in the race, Petru Umbrescu. And 87 then falling a position. That's not necessarily a fair ranking fight, though, because Lausen is a silver and Petru a bronze. So he needs to really be told by the engineer, and no doubt was, to say that's not a fight that you need to be too worried about. Just making sure that the 6 hours are completed for the bronze racer. Konrad Lausen will have to do 6 hours as well, mind you, driving that 57 Kessel Racing, the car guy Ferrari that he shares with, amongst others, Takeshi Kimura. And one of the Genesis got in between those two GT cars at the Ford chicane, has now managed to jump ahead of the Ferrari as well. How's the number 9 LMP2 car getting on from Proton Competition? Well, that is now Kakunoshin Ota, the star from Super GT and Super Formula in Japan. And well recognised with the brand Honda, who have been away from this race for some time now. Honda NSXs have been run here in the past, and of course the Acura stateside has had a great deal of success in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, but we do now know that the Acura program is coming to an end in North America in sports car racing. So what might be the future of Honda here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans? Is that why Kaku Ota has been put in the Proton Competition number 9 car for this race? He's running in 5th, chasing the 343 Inter Europol competition car that leads the race. Now, Paul-Luc Chatin stopped at the side of the racetrack over an hour ago now for Genesis, and Neil Cole can catch up with him.
Thank you very much for taking the time. I know you needed to debrief the team a little bit. Can you debrief us? Tell us what happened. It was a while ago now, but what happened out there?
Yeah, we are still looking on data to understand exactly what's happened. Looks like at the restart of the full course yellow, we got maybe an overhead on the engine switch in safe mode, and we needed a long power cycle to reset it, and we have done many power cycles, but looks like it was not working, and so then we have done a super long power cycle and everything started again. So it's like that, you know, we know it's a year to learn. Of course, when we are in the front, it's always a tough one, you know, because we are fighting top 7, which was amazing. Car is good, pace is good, but you know, it's still a long race ahead. Both cars are 11 and 12, and I think it's already good, but we still have plenty of time to come back and to fight to reach a top 10.
I think that's the point, isn't it? The 24 Hours of Le Mans is all about mechanical endurance. This is the first race for the car, and I can see that you're disappointed, but it's about testing the limits of this car.
Yeah, you know, at the end we are all competitors, so when we take the start of a race, we want to have the best result, and especially when the team is doing an amazing job, the car is performing so well, and then you start to, now I will not say to dream, but yeah, you start to dream with a possible super nice result, and I'm convinced that the car is amazing, that we have overall good reliability with the fundamental, with the basis of the car, and yeah, you know, cars today are super technological, and we need to have so much experience with all the sensor, all the soft, and we are just here to learn. So I'm already super proud, and of course disappointed, but super happy with how the team react and behave, and we stress the car as maximum as possible because we know why we are there and we know what we want for the future.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul-Luc, and enjoy the rest.
Thank you.
Paul-Luc Chatin from the Genesis Magma Racing crew, and the GMR 001 car number 19 stopping at the side of the road. A super long recycle then, so the old Control Alt Delete to switch everything off, back on again. It did take him quite a while, and the marshals needed to intervene at one point as well. He again has never won this race. He's been a European Le Mans Series champion in both 2014 and 2019 at LMP2 level, and his best result in this race was in LMP2 now 12 years ago when he finished 3rd for the Alpine team.
Yeah, as he said, all part of the learning process, and I'm sure they'll work out how to make a shorter version of the super long reset process. Because all those kind of things, you know, it's dealing with those uncertainties that makes your car that little bit more bulletproof, and whilst you always want to have a trouble-free run, if you can deal with trouble quickly, then you know, that's a way of getting fast in this race. Look at what Audi did when they designed the rear end of the car, remember, so that the gearbox could be changed in, what was it, down to something like 4 minutes or something like that, and then they said you have to do this differently. You can't change the gearbox as a whole, you have to change the internals, but so, you know, you deal with problems and how you can best overcome them. Meanwhile, the 4th place Toyota is having a pit stop. That was Kamui Kobayashi who brought it in. The other Ferrari is also in.
Yeah.
Yiffy, this will be a driver change, and Phil Hansen should be getting in.
Let's get to let's get to Neil Cole to find out who's going to go in the 83 Ferrari.
I saw Robert Kubica warming up, getting the blood to the extremities and getting himself in the car. And he is sitting in the car, strapped in. Now the tyres are going on. And once the tyres are on, a set of softs going on to the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. And off Robert Kubica goes into the fast lane. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with Ye Yifei while I'm here. He's literally just taken his helmet off. And he's got a smile on his face. I'll see if I can just grab a quick word. Could I just get a quick word with you, Ye? If you can tell us how that stint was, how it's going out there.
I had a lot of fun out there. Driving at Le Mans at night is always something special. I think the pace was actually not too bad, and we are slowly moving up the order. Race is still long, everything can happen. And yeah, we are very focused. So.
Thank you very much for speaking to me. I managed to get Ye Yifei before he even debriefed the team, so that's an exclusive for Radio Le Mans.
Excellent stuff, yeah. Straight out of the Andrew Marriott book of interviewing drivers. Don't give him a moment with the engineers. He wants to see the beads of sweat on the forehead. But Ye Yifei rather forthcoming there. He doesn't want to say too much, but I think this showing at the 83 is way more than they might have expected heading into this race yesterday afternoon.
Well, both that Ferrari and the 51 Ferrari are coming back into the race, you know. I'm not saying they're going to be challenging for the lead for the next 3 or 4 hours, but given some lucky breaks with safety cars and things, there's no reason why they shouldn't move up the race order. The key thing is the pace is good. James Collado was the fastest man on the circuit about half an hour ago when I mentioned it. Yiffy, about 15 minutes before that, was the fastest man on the circuit. So, you know, the Ferraris, all of a sudden, as the night gets cooler and cooler, working very nicely. And as you say, moving on to the soft tyres, it was softs all round for Robert Kubica. No, it wasn't. It was softs at the front, but a medium on the... there's the right piece of paper. Medium on the rear left of Robert Kubica's car as he's now come out of the pits and getting settled into the car. So the rear left is a medium, all the rest are softs. And that's exactly the combination that James Collado has on his Ferrari as well. But he's still going to be out on the circuit for another 10 laps or so on this stint, and then another stint after that. So James Collado warming to his task. The reason why I was caught out by Robert Kubica getting back in the car was that Phil Hansen was kind of due to get in the car. Phil started the car. He handed it over to Robert Kubica to Yiffy, then Phil Hansen again, then Kubica, then Ye, but then it goes back to Kubica. So it kind of changes the order, maybe to get Phil Hansen a little bit more rest back wherever he's gone to. And Robert Kubica, we know, is a bit of an Iron Man out there, and things need doing. Robert's your man to do them, whatever it is.
Too right, yeah, alluding to the almost 4 hours he completed in the closing stages of the 2025 24 hours of Le Mans. If he is to do that, I'll have to make sure that the what would that be, hours 18 and 19 and 20 in fact, are rest hours for him, so he can do the final 4 hours without an interruption. 1.8 seconds, pretty much the gap from Norman Nato to Robin Freins. This is lap 212 now for Cadillac Hertz Team. Joe Takar, number 12, leading the 20 BMW. Ryo Hirakawa within half a minute of Freins, and it's basically 30 seconds that covers the first to the third placed car. Bouncing over the curbs a moment or two ago was the young Japanese racer Ryo Hirakawa at the end of the lap to the Ford chicane. And meanwhile, the number 20 BMW still again taking a fair bit of curb at the top of the hill through the Dunlop chicane and underneath the Goodyear Bridge. Victor Martins finding some pace as well at this time of the morning in the number 36 Alpine, just on that car's best first sector. So is Theo Pourchaire in the number 94 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8. So clearly track conditions are very good in that short first sector from the control line through to Tertre Rouge. Takes it just over half a minute to do that. A couple of pit stoppers as well in LMP2. Fourth and fifth place cars for Forestier Racing by Panis and the Proton competition car number 9. So that's 29 and 9 in. And Esteban Masson, Kaku Ota bringing those cars down pit lane. What I don't know is whether we're due for driver changes in either of these, but feel free to shout up chaps in pit lane, Neil Cole or Peter Snowden, if you are seeing full service on either of these cars. The class still led by Inter Europol competition with their 343 car.
Yes, Theo Pourchaire in the Peugeot, I would suggest, is due a driver change. He's been out for 3 stints so far. Malfi Jakobsen due to take over on the rotation. Doesn't mean he necessarily will do. Just going back to the battle for the lead you were talking about there, Johnny. Norman Nato and Robin Freins, after their most recent pit stop, I was about to suggest that Robin Freins was closing the gap on Norman Nato. He was certainly lapping more quickly, but then he got behind the Cadillac and hasn't been able to get past yet. But Freins is closing the gap. It's down to 2 seconds, and it was at least double that when he came out of the pits last time after the last set of pit stops.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans around Circuit de la Sarthe and around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Big news for Ford this weekend in that they have announced the other 3 drivers that will be part of the WEC Hypercar programme, and an important test to be taking place at the start of August at Le Castellet for this brand new chassis, which will be based on the Orica platform. And chatting to Dan Sayers earlier on in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, still no name for the new hypercar, but obviously that's going to be forthcoming in the next few weeks to months. But Tom Blomqvist, Nick Yellerly and Matty Campbell completing the Ford hypercar lineup that announced on Friday. A couple of Acura IMSA GTP refugees, of course, in the form of Yellerly and Tom Blomqvist. Nick Yellerly in this race as well, driving an LMP2 car this weekend, and he does have a regular European Le Mans Series mount as well with Inter Europol competition. So Nick is in the 43 car. He's not driving right now, but his teammate Tom Dillman is in 3rd position. So it's Nick and Tom, and then Kubusz Michowski, the 34-year-old Polish racer whose team it basically is. Inter Europol, the fastest bakers in the business. Certainly, they're not just bakers from Poland. What was the hashtag a few years ago? Hashtag we're not just bakers or something like that. Anyway, so good to have the part green, part yellow 43 car, and then the predominantly yellow and green car that leads out right in that class. It's tough to tell the liveries, the paint schemes in this level of darkness. What is the official sunrise time, actually, Paul? Because we're at 5:15 now.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock-ish. Okay. Let me give you a time without an ish on it. But funny you were saying that, because I was just looking at lap times, and they were getting a little bit more tasty. Norman Nato last time around, a 3-minute 27.1. Robin Frines, a 3 minutes 26.6. And Ryo Hirakawa, actually unusually, a 3 minutes 31. But the Cadillac and BMW getting quicker and quicker.
Double yellows out again, and I'm afraid to say it's the number 19 Genesis that has stopped once more, this time in the hands of Danny Juncadella. So this is the run out of Forest S's underneath the CrowdStrike Racing banner, which spans the track, and the Armco has not been hit, thankfully, but this, and here's the race director, because the Genesis is still very straight. It's just conked out again, and actually the cycle was pretty quick there.
Marshall Post 5 is now clear. Marshall Post 5 is now clear.
And there is Fires, Ramsey Fires, who has given the advice to all of the engineers up and down pit lane. So the Genesis got to the Forest S's with Danny Juncadella driving it. Bollard's to his right, but the speed has already lessened. And then he keeps it off the racing line to driver's right, crawling to a halt. All the lights go off it, and he has to recycle once more, Paul.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw on the steering wheel there, there was a sign on the steering wheel as he ground to a halt saying ignition off. So I suspect that whatever happened when Paul-Luc Chatin was driving it, something very similar happened again.
Let's go back to Peter Snowden in the pit lane for a pit lane interview informed by driver database. Who have you got this time?
I've got Ayhancan Guven, who's just jumped out of the number 91 Manthey Porsche. Nice, cool stint at night.
Yeah, it's always nice. I mean, okay, it's my first race in Le Mans, but it's already a lot of fun to drive in the night. Now we're going to have the sun coming up, you know. I think track is in a good shape, you know, in terms of grip. It's quite good grip there, and I think the racing in general is quite good. Just we had a tough night. We need to change bumper 2 times. We had a puncture, and yeah, all of this put us really back. But yeah, we are keep fighting to move forward. I think there is some more lineups who needs to put some bronze drivers. We are done with our bronze timing, so hopefully we will move forward.
It's the middle of the race, but it's your first Le Mans. We're all emotional as drivers. What's it like what's the experience, the emotion to drive your first Le Mans?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the field, the experience, the week, you know, the parade, the city, you know, this is something you cannot understand before coming here. You know, I did different 24-hour races all around the world, but yeah, Le Mans is a big classic, a lot of history, and I could feel it from the last week when I come here. I could feel there is a lot of history, and yeah, now seeing the track itself, how special it is, you know, the racing itself, the competition, and how many different brands there and stuff. It's really cool.
Have a good rest of the race, and thank you for your time, Anken.
Thank you.
Jan Guven there with Peter Snowden. He is driving with the 91 crew then at Manthey. Winners in the races that they've taken part in. Actually, they have achieved a hat-trick of victories now in class. It was the 92 car that won the race last year and had a dominant season as well in the World Endurance Championship. They've kept 2 of their drivers for season 2026. Yasser Shaheen moves across to the number 92 car. And I'm liking a slightly different livery on that car for this year as well, but it's Jan Guven that we were just hearing from, the 28-year-old Turkish racer who has Timur Boguslavski and James Cottingham for teammates.
And very briefly, that car led its class just for 1 lap, having fought its way up from a long way back on the grid. But it seems that when Jan is in the car, then it goes very rapidly. Timur Boguslavski is quick. We'll see how quick he is now, because he's in the car. It's in 14th place in the class. but is the leading Porsche. And we were talking about the fact that we only have 2 Porsches in the race this year, but they are lying in 14th and 21st places respectively, which is no place for a Porsche to be at Le Mans. And those fans of the race who remember back into, I think it was 1977 when we had... it was 1971, I beg your pardon, when we had 33 out of the 49 starters were all Porsches. And now here we are with just the 2 of them. And it wouldn't be so bad if there was just the 2 of them and they were up at the front.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they did try for a bit of time, and then has had a little bit of bad luck here and there as well, but they don't have the pace, it seems, compared to the 2 Aston Martins, 27 and 23 from Heart of Racing team. Kessel Racing 74 Ferrari having a cracking run, and Dennis Marshall, their gold racer, is back at the wheel, although the class is currently led by Johnny Edgar. To answer my own question regarding Sunrise, 5:59. John Hinoff, good morning to you.
Do you know any Porsche fans, Johnny?
No, I don't think I
was just going to mention that a Porsche has led this race at least twice this weekend already.
Lap 1 and lap 2? No, I'm joking. Yes.
But it was a safety car.
Oh, okay. Well, that still counts. You can end a race under a safety car, and if you're in front at the time, that would count.
Bad news for the brand when we had the 3 safety cars out, they outnumbered all of the rest of the Porsches in the race. I understand why they're not here in greater numbers and they're not in the top class, but it just feels wrong. It feels wrong. The biggest thing for me, gentlemen, outside of the race, is the first vestiges of light begin to crack the sky. Is that you walk up? We work in the back of the paddock, don't we? We go up and down to get our food, etc. And there is no Porsche Motorsport branding anywhere because there is no Porsche Motorsport.
No, that's right.
Even on the hospitality unit, it's Manthey branded, not Porsche.
Yeah, I spotted that, and it's actually quite difficult to find the Manthey hospitality if you aren't going down the second or the first dog leg.
Little alleyway, yeah.
Yeah, and the Porsches are carrying that famous Porsche livery to celebrate 75 years of Porsche Motorsport. But as you say, there is no Porsche Motorsport represented actually in the paddock. So
the car that started it all, and in fact, I think probably, without looking at it, I can't tell you, but I think probably 2 Porsches in the race is as few as there has been since that 1951 356 Superlight, where 2 cars came and 1 car fell out and 1 car won. It's class.
Yes, the 1 car that fell out didn't actually start.
Yeah.
So there were 2 Porsches entered, but only 1 started. So there have been fewer Porsches starting the race than this year. But that was back in 1951, which was the first year that Porsche even entered. That was their toe in the water to see whether their cars would stand up to the rigours of 24-hour racing.
And I think I'm right in saying they've been ever present since.
Yes.
Yeah. There's been Porsches in the race.
There has been a race where there was no 911 or 911 shaped car in the period of the 1980s when Le Mans was totally prototypes.
Yes.
And so we didn't have any 911 shaped cars in the race, but then there were other forms of Porsche carrying that famous logo on their noses.
Let's get to Neil Cole for a pit lane report, informed by driver database. You were watching a Ferrari 499P pit stop.
Yeah, it was a Molina out and a Nielsen in, and I did try and doorstep Miguel, but he's run out the back. I shall hover around a bit longer, but I don't value my chances very highly. But yes, it was a very smooth pit stop. 4 fresh soft tyres going on. I think I saw 4 fresh softs, full tank of fuel, and a Nicholas Nielsen on board.
Excellent, thank you. So that car will return with the Dane driving it, and it will fall to the rear of the hypercar category. We started with 18 of those cars. 18 continue to run, and Tremendous reliability for LMP2 to this point. I mean, Orica 07s have proven themselves to be bulletproof. Of course, as well, the Gibson 4.2 litre engine. Heingoff never likes me saying those things, but I'm just stating facts, folks. I'm not drawing any element of fate to the table, I promise you.
Just to confirm Neil Cole's observation, it was 4 softs going onto Nicholas Nielsen's car, and indeed all the prototypes now, except for one, are favouring the soft tyre. There is one car which is mediums tyres all the way round, and that is the Alpine, which Antonio Felix da Costa is driving, the number 35 car. That's still on medium tyres. Everyone else is on softs.
Let's go to the pit lane and the other end this time. Peter Snowden with United Autosports.
Yeah, thank you. I've just caught up with Rasmus Lind, who's just jumped out of the United Autosports number 22. Tell us about your stint.
Not too bad. We're just trying to save some tyres for the end for Mikkel and Gregoire. So just was a quad stint on the tyres. So just driving around on the old set of tyres. But yeah, the pace is not too bad for us at the moment. We'll see.
You were smiling at me when you said driving around on the old set of tyres there. Does that compromise you much, or do you just have to drive a bit differently? How do you have to adapt to that?
Just have to be a bit easy on them, not load them too much. Easy on wheel spins, lock in, stuff like that. Yeah, that's the main thing really, just take care of them a little bit.
You can't drive the way you want to?
Ideally not.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Rasmus Lind with Peter Snowden as part of that pit lane interview, informed by the brand new driver database website, driverdb.com. 28 minutes past 5 on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. So 10.5 hours just over still to go, and we're pretty much 30 minutes away then from official sunrise, but there are elements of the sky getting that red colour, pink colour. It was a cracking sunset last night, and hopefully a similar sunrise for the photographers to feast their lenses upon as well. Norman Nato in car number 12 on lap 217, leading by just under 5 seconds. Very good again, first sector for Robin Freins in the number 20 BMW. He's sniffing the opportunity to get close to the race leader. So we spoke, Paul, about the number 12 car being in this position that when it stopped last time, it came in as the race leader, it had a full service, and it didn't give up the race lead, which was a big step at, what time did we say that was, 10 to 5 or so, and 205 laps completed.
Exactly right, yes, 450 was that pit stop, and Norman Nato and Robin Freins in the pits, and this will be fuel only for Norman Nato, so it should be a very quick turnaround indeed. Fuel only for him. It will be fuel only as well for Robin Freins. They came in separated by 12 seconds, so they will go out separated by something very similar, I would think. It will enable the 2 Toyotas in third and fourth to close the gap. But when I tell you that Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota is 2 minutes back down the road, you'll quite understand that he's not going to catch up whilst these two pit stops are taking place for the first and second place cars. So the cars going through. Ryo Hawikawa at the wheel of the Toyota. Isn't that far away. Where is Rio on the road at the moment? Just coming into the Porsche curves. So they are in the Porsche curves. The Cadillac heads out onto the pit lane. The BMW's lollipop is raised and he heads out again. I reckon that's less than 12 seconds, you know. I've got to stop do it the old-fashioned way as they go through before they reach the sector marker coming out, going into Tertre Rouge, and then we'll get the official time gap on the screen.
Between 12 and 20, well, it's looking like 2.5 seconds.
Indeed, well, it was 12 as they came in.
Yeah, okay.
So That has come down on the pit stop. How did they manage that?
3 seconds the difference, the BMW with the shorter stop. I'll leave you to do a few calculations because it's 5:30 in the morning and it's time therefore for a CrowdStrike Racing hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
By no more than 2 seconds is the gap between 2.6 seconds is the gap between Norman Nato in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota and Robin Frines in the BMW M Team WRT BMW M Hybrid V8, 12 and 20 first and second. Third is Sebastian Buemi in the better placed of the two Toyota TR10 hybrids. They are now only about 40 seconds behind the leading pair, or at least the first of the two Toyotas is. The second of the two Toyotas is in fourth place, number 7 in Mike Conway's hands. He is a further 25 seconds behind his teammate, but the two Toyotas, one of them has just made a pit stop, so that's a real gap. Mike Conway still has a pit stop owing to us. In fifth, it's James Collado in the Ferrari. Don't underestimate the Ferraris just yet. Like with James Collado behind the wheel, the Ferraris have been going very rapidly through the night. In sixth place is another Cadillac, the WTR entry for Jordan Taylor, car number 101. Seventh is Robert Kubica, also in a Ferrari 499P, and has just set the fastest lap for that car at 3 minutes 27.3. So Robert Kubica flying along in 7th place. In 8th place is the Alpine of Antonio Felix da Costa. In 9th place is the Aston Martin Valkyrie with Tom Gamble at the wheel, number 007. And in 10th is the Alpine of Victor Martins, and that's car number 36. And those 10 cars are the only remaining hypercars that are on the lead lap. LMP2 is led by Tom Dillman in the Inter-Europol competition, Orica number 43. Second is Julian Andlauer for Duquesne team, and he is 20 seconds behind in number 30. And third, for the moment at least, is Richard de Guerus in the second of the two Inter-Europol competition cars. That's number 343, and he is a further 33 seconds behind Julian Andlauer. Fourth is Vladislav Lomko in the Vector Sport car number 26. Fifth, Esteban Masson in the Forestier Racing by Panis car number 29. And sixth is number 9, Kaku Ota in the Proton competition Orica, and that's in 6th place as far as LMP2 is concerned. LMP2 Pro-Am still being led by the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car, Lauren Heinrich currently behind the wheel. Second in LMP2 Pro-Am is Matthias Besch with the TDS Racing car number 14, and third, the AF Corsa entry, Matt Bachvier in number 183. In LMGT3, it's Aston Martin at the front at the moment. Mattia Drudi has brought the number 27 Heart of Racing team car back into the lead of that class. He was well down after his last pit stop, but as the pit stop cycle unwinds, so Mattia has brought the Aston back into the lead of LMGT3. Second is the TF Sport Corvette. Johnny Edgar now at the wheel of it. Ben Keating has done all of his driving that's required in that car, so expect to see the number 33 TF Sport Corvette continuing to improve. He's second. And then third is another of the Aston Martins. This is the number 23 car with Johnny Adam behind the wheel. Fourth is Hadrian David in the Akodia ASP entered Lexus, number 78. In 5th place is Dustin Blattner in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, number 74. And 6th in LMGT3 is Alessandro Rovera in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, car number 21. That's your hourly update. The sun is about to rise.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Good morning, everybody. Hindhoff back in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I feel good. I feel good. I came in about 15 minutes ago, grabbed myself a cup of Dragothlan tea. Thank you, Peter Kate. Which has done its job. Thank you, Sam, as well, for putting the kettle on and making me the tea. And after a little sojourn into the wonderful, welcoming arms of slumber, I come back to find the race is still going on, and a cracking race it is. Discuss that in a moment with Paul Truswell, but let's get back down to the pit lane and find out from the protagonist what's been going on. Neil Cole is down at Toyota.
Yes, the sky is lightening with the rising sun, and I've got Rio Hirakawa here with me. Just brushed your teeth to come out and meet us. That was very kind of you. So tell us how that stint was and how the car is performing right now.
I got the car from Brandon. We kept the tire. So to be honest, my first stint was a bit difficult. The tire was already done 2 stints. I survived my first stint. Then I got 4 softs. I was feeling quite good, really, really good. But then, unfortunately, we got the drive-through for Furcosiero. But we had a good pace after, especially my last stint. I was relatively quick to the others, which was a surprise. But I think still 10 hours to go, so we keep pushing.
Very great humility with the relatively quick, but look back to Wednesday or Thursday. Did you think that you would be ruining a drive-through penalty to not be leading this race?
It's a long race, so we just keep calm. Nothing I could do for the penalty. As you say, also it's a long race, so we just keep pushing, but be cautious for all the moments, and then hopefully it will come to us.
And for all the fans listening, we know that the TR010 is different to the GR010. How different is it? It looks very different. How different is it to drive?
It's quite different, but I think the looking is very nice. So every time I'm jumping in the car, I feel nice. But anyway, the car is quite good. It's easier to predict the balance. Last year we were struggling more the balance. For drivers were really difficult to anticipate the balance. But now the car is really good to predict the balance, what's going to happen. So we have a good confidence to attack the car.
Finally, Sebastian's in the car now. What do you need Sebastian to do?
Just do what he has been doing. He's done very good job, especially his first run in the day. Just keep it calm, but we attack. I trust him.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ria. So keep calm, but attack is the mission.
Neil Cole as part of our driver database informed pit lane crew.
And interesting what Rio was saying there, that he kept the tyres that Brendan Hartley had on.
Very unusual.
And then he changed them at his first stop. Now the same thing has happened. Rio has kept the same tyres on the car and handed the car over to Sebastian Buemi. Sebastian has now done he's on his 4th lap actually of this stint, so he's getting into about a third of the stint, but presumably because Rio only changed the tyres after Rio has given him tyres that have been part used, Sebastian will actually be able to keep those tyres on for 2 stints. We'll see how that pans out, but they are now on the softs. Our Toyota, it took them a long time to go soft, but they have now gone fully onto the soft tyre.
And they're going to have to commit to that for a little while before the sun comes up. I remember you saying, Paul, that the temperature would only drop to the overnight minimum about an hour ago, round about 5 o'clock, down to 13 degrees. Let's go to Peter in the pit lane, who was watching a Genesis pit stop a little while ago, notwithstanding some issues for the GMR 001. Both cars, Peter, are still running.
Yeah, I was standing by the number 19 car, and it was fairly routine. There was no driver change. It had fuel and tyres, but the greater part of its pit stop was what it's stationary, whilst its data lead was plugged in. And I do mean a DIN plug in through the passenger door, as it was, plugged into the car, and that was the only thing that could happen. Obviously, they couldn't do anything else to the car, and they were quite literally downloading data back to the laptop, one of the engineers told me, and that's what they had to do first. As I think Trezor said a good few hours ago, that very much in its embryonic days, it is a Genesis, isn't it?
Very good. See what you did there. Thank you, Peter. It is part of the regulations as well, with the Bosch systems on board the hypercars, that the regulations dictate you have to have the data sticks and a variety of data points brought taken out of the cars at various stages. The teams, to a certain extent, have some flexibility on how often they do that, but there is a mandated amount of time that you have to bring them out.
I'm not sure you still do actually now, because so much is sent by telemetry to race control.
But there's actually more in the car.
There's memory in the car.
Yes.
I suspect by putting a laptop and the umbilical cord in, what they're actually doing is reprogramming something.
Correct.
Because you're not allowed to have telemetry going from the pit box to the car. You can have radio communication going from the pit box to the car, but not telemetry data.
Talking to the guys from Bosch earlier in the week, thank you Tobias and the rest of the team. And Michael Stamps, I met at the Nürburgring a couple of weeks ago. I was staggered to find out, exactly as you've just mentioned, Paul, that the cars upload to their own cloud, basically. And it's like, hello, the car's all of a sudden is a stroppy teenager and it's got its own storage. But there is even more that comes out in hardware form, and that is part of the regulations. Talking about regulations, Benny, hello Benny, he messaged us at RSL Studio using the hashtag 21RSL24. Are there any championship points at interim spots in the 24 hours, so at 6, 12, 18 as some of the championships? No, they are not. This is the prototypical part about Le Mans is that this is all about getting to the finish, and getting to the finish in a timely manner, and making your last lap in a timely manner, and there's literally no points for getting close.
No, you do get more points at this race than you do for any other race in the World Endurance Championship.
True.
So they reward the fact that it's a 24-hour race, but in order to get those points you do have to finish the race, and that includes crossing the line. There are some endurance races where you don't actually have to finish.
Yeah.
You just get the points for the number of laps you've completed.
Do we still have the situation coming to the end where cars that haven't completed are asked to pull out of the race? That used to be the case years ago. I don't think that's the case now, is it?
It still is the case, but it happens at 12 hours, I think. I'll need to check. It's either 12 or 18, but it happens a long time before, and I think it's at 12 hours, where if you're not within 50%, or even less than 50% of what the leader has completed, then you do have to pull out. The rule still exists, but as I say, it happens in the middle of the night when nobody's watching, so nobody notices.
Leader in GT3, which is Matteo Drudi in the Heart of Racing Aston, has just come into the pit lane. Sebastian Bourdais has had nothing but bad luck this year in long distance races. Remember, he had to give his Rolex Daytona Cosmograph back earlier on in the year at the Rolex 24. and then he had to give his medal back on Thursday night for the pole position, and at the moment the opportunity for him to win this race has disappeared. He was on board when the power steering pump failed, and that mighty 38, I'm afraid, Peter, is still in the pit lane. In fact, in the pit box.
Yeah, and it's one of the things we say about endurance racing is we love about it and fascinating is how the teams adapt during the 24 hours. This was the, you'd say, pole sitting car, then it wasn't. It was the leading car, then it wasn't, with the power steering issue. And there's work on the car going on at the moment, but they're not rushing, shall we say. There's nothing dynamic about getting them back in the race. So I just had a chat with one of the engineers, and he said, it's very simple. He said, the power steering issue took so long, it took that car completely out of contention. So what they're doing now is they're going through this car bit by bit and analysing how it's worked so far, what's lifed on it, how it's operating, so that they can help the other two cars to get to a better position in the race. So this is now effectively being a test mule, the number 38 car, for the rest of the race. Fascinating stuff down here at Cadillac.
And that underlines, thanks Noy, that underlines that one Cadillac approach that we talked about earlier on, that I wondered if Ferrari would be able to get their heads around and potentially, quote-unquote, sacrifice a car to the greater good. I mean, right now, the irony is that the car that did least well in qualifying, a while back before I went to sleep, for the what seemed like moments, the 83 Robert Kubica car, the yellow car, was the worst place of that car. They're now in 6th position. We have had only 4 official retirements. Now, normally when I say that at this or another endurance race, Paul, and by the way, they are 13 Autosport, in order of their retirement, 13 Autosport, 61 Iron Lynx AMG, so that's Corvette and AMG. Then it was the Vista Ferrari number 54, that was accident damage, and we've added the number 79 to that more recently. That was Lynn Hedenius in the other Iron Lynx, so it's not been a great run for the AMGs. Normally I would scroll down to the bottom of the timing screen and see who else had been in the pit for a long time, but there aren't any. It's just those 4. Let's speak to Sébastien Bourdais, who is a son of Le Mans, but he's probably ruining the fact that the racing gods have not smiled on him this weekend back in his hometown. Peter?
Sébastien, very much your home race. You're from Le Mans, and I'm asking this question warily, but it's not been your year, not been your race.
Yeah, I guess it's never really been my year here. It's just super difficult for the whole group. Obviously, the 38 seemed to be the car to beat this weekend, and yeah, it just wasn't meant to be. Just a stupid fuse on the power steering.
Is that all it was?
Yeah.
You look absolutely crestfallen, which we can understand.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's another coulda, woulda, shoulda. So, not much to say.
Thank you for your time, Sébastien. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
That is, you can hear the disappointment in his voice.
Well, yeah, as I was saying to Johnny Palmer, Sébastien Bourdais used to come here in his pram with his dad and watch his dad racing here. Sébastien had his first race here in 1999. He was second overall in 2007. He was second overall in 2009. He was second overall in 2011. Do you see a pattern developing here? He would dearly love to win this race, and it would, it's like having the horse that wins the Derby when you're growing up in Epsom, or winning the Grand National when you come from Aintree. You know, it's one of those races that means so much, and if you're a local boy and you've been coming here all your life, it must be heartbreaking for him, especially when that car was running so well. I always think it would be fairer just to pull it in and close the garage door and not try and make it help the others. The others will do what they do, and you end up tripping up with things if you try and get too clever trying to have a car that's helping the others.
They have dropped now down to 23rd position. We had beautiful symmetry for most of the race, and even when I came back on at past this hour, with all 18 hypercars followed by the 19 LMP2s, followed by the 25 LMGT3s. But now this gets to be a real endurance race when you do see somebody start to drop down through the other classes, and that mighty 38, and it gives me no joy to say that, is in terms of the Cadillac Team Jota dropping down now as the LMP2 field overhauls the lap total, and there are some 13 laps now off the lead. There is a championship to think about, but you've got to be in the top 10 of the WEC hypercars, so potentially it could be the top 11, as the 101 is invisible for points. That's the only car that isn't a full season WEC entry, and that car is in the top 10. Actually, it's in the top 4 at the minute for Jordan Taylor. But even grabbing some points for that number 38 now seems to be difficult. Although, even as I say that, I think to myself, well, we've still got 10 hours and 7 minutes and 19, 18, 17, 16 seconds to go, and someone else could have an issue. And, you know, issues can be getting stuck out on the circuit. If you're stuck out on the circuit and you can't get back, that's it. You've got to come back on the flatbed. So I kind of understand it, but I think it's going to be hard for those three drivers, for Bourdais and his teammates, to be motivated. If there hadn't been, I think even if there hadn't been so much in the fight, Paul, it would have been easier. But the truth is, sometimes you hear a racing driver say, you know, we were the car to beat, and you think, well, you were one of the cars to beat. But that was a very fast car today.
And particularly when Sebastian was driving it, Jack Aitken was mighty with it. He was throwing it all over the place. Earl Bamber was still is the holder of the best lap of the race. That was set at just for 11 o'clock last night. So, you know, he has every justification. And as I say, the thought that they're going to use the car as a mule to test out bits or something like that for the others, I just think that's not quite the right way to go. But we'll see what they choose to do with it. It's been in the pits now for, apart from the 28 minutes that it was in earlier on, it's now been in the pits for a further 21 minutes. And it looks a bit like it's not going to be playing any further part.
Johnny Palmer, who should be trying to get some sleep at the moment, reminds me on our text conversation that the 83AF Corsa is invisible for manufacturer points because it is not registered as a manufacturer car. And Rob Lomas says, ironically, it always used to be the way Rob's our London producer in this overnight Sacred Coffee overnight and early morning session. It used to be the opposite, didn't it? When you sacrificed a car for the greater good, you'd send out a car to drive flat out and try and break the opposition. That's a fair point. Peter Snowden is one of two voices in the pit lane, which are informed by Driver Database, the all-new Driver Database at driverdb.com. And he is now with Lila Wadu.
Thank you so much for your time. They just jumped out of the car at the best time it came to sunrise.
Yeah, it was good. We did 4 stints in a row. It was quite good. The car was nice, and we have good fight on track. So I'm quite happy. We are on the lap. So now we will try to see what we can do in the hours, because at the end is the morning, but it's quite long, the race.
Two things strike me talking to you. You look very happy, and you look very calm, and just like you've just got up and woken up, not like you've just been driving a Ferrari around Le Mans.
Yeah, for sure I'm calm because I did 14, so now I am a little bit tired. But we have to stay calm because the race is long, it's not fishy, so we have to stay on track and do the best as possible to finish well.
Thank you so much for your time, and go and get some water.
Thank you.
So, into the pit lane for the Racing Silver 91. This is the DK Engineering Manthey Porsche, taking full service with the fuel hoses going in the front. In and out for that car. Timo Boguslavsky in the car when it came in. Peter Dempsey's just come in as well for Racing Team Turkey in 10th position, so that's 9th and 10th. They'll drop down, of course, as other cars cycle through. And it's still it is now Johnny Edgar who cycled to the front of that field in the number 33 TF Sport Corvette. Let's take another interview now. Good to hear from the drivers who have recently been out there in that overnight to dawn session with official sunrise just a couple of minutes away. Kaku Ota is down in the pit lane with Neil Coe.
Kaku Ota, a rookie handing over to another rookie at Le Mans. Talk us through how that... Okay, he's just gesturing me inside. Let's hope I still have RF signal, but it's so that he can hear me. So you did the stint where the sun is starting to come up, and that's your first Le Mans experience of that. Talk us through it.
Yeah, like impression was just beautiful. Yeah, I would say. Like, yeah, it was a long stint for me, but like watching the like sun coming up, then like the clouds are getting bright, and like that was super good experience for me. Like. Yeah, atmosphere out there is incredible. Yeah, fans are still in like this early morning, but still there are a lot of fans there. So like, yeah, incredible.
And talk us through how it is driving the LMP2. What's the feeling in the car and the competition around you?
Yeah, it's super competitive series, I guess. So like everyone are running with the same car, and yeah, just a setup stuff, and the driver. Decide the outcome. So like, yeah, we just maximize our driving, then chase the setup as much as we can. Yep.
And when will you be back in the car? Do you know?
Sorry?
When will you be back in the car?
Maybe in 5 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Get some sleep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Radio Le Mans weather.
We're looking at a high today. Sorry, I was like a puppy in a paddling pool there for a moment. A high temperature today of 31 degrees. No chance of rain. The temperatures have been pretty accurate actually this weekend. I've seen a number of the photographers going out here in shorts and t-shirts getting ready for something that is going to be very, very toasty. I don't think we actually hit the low temperature as forecast. It's now at the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, 16.4 in the air and 20 degrees still on the track.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
First time watching the sunrise at Le Mans for Logan, who's messaged us at RSL_Studio21. RSL24 is the hashtag. It's a magical time, Paul, and there'll be some driver changes here in the next few moments of this race, the next stanza of this race, and the opportunity, whilst that air temperature is at 16.5 degrees and the track temperature probably its lowest all through the race, actually, 20.8 Celsius. An opportunity for somebody and go out, put some quick laps in.
Yeah. It's not that you go out to put some quick laps in, because you're driving as fast as the car will go for as long as you can in this race. You know, we don't have these ideas. Well, we'll just take it easy through the night and then we'll push on in the morning. You have to push on all the time. But as the sun comes up and you get that thicker air, the cars, even the turbocharged cars, get a little bit more bang for their buck in terms of the air temperature. Then faster lap times just happen. And already we've got Norman Nato putting in the best lap for that car in the race so far at 3 minutes 26.5. We've had a best lap of that car for Victor Martins in the Alpine, which is down in 9th place, number 36. He's done a 3 minutes 3 minutes 26.867. And down in LMP2, Dane Cameron has just put his best lap of that car in the 99 AO by TF Orica. So they're kind of hinting at what they're going to be doing. I'm never sure whether it's better to put a driver into the car to do this stint, or whether you just leave the guy who's in it already, who knows where the slippery bits are, who knows where there's that horrible bit of debris that you try and drive around rather than driving over every time, rather than putting in a new driver. I suppose the best laid plans are the ones who sort out early on who's going to be in the car, and funnily enough, Sebastian Bourdais should have been in the car for this part of the race, which would have been mighty to see him driving. Norman Nato has just put in the best lap of the race, so he trailed it with his previous lap. This time he's done it, so he's down to 3:26.305. We're not quite down to the best lap of last year's race yet, but I think that's only a matter of time, John, before we get to that. So Norman Nato in the lead of the race, pulling away now from Robin Freins in the BMW. Robin not quite being able to respond, although he's improving his lap times as well. A 3 minutes 28.4 last time around for Robin Freins in the BMW.
As we're immersed right in the middle, effectively, of this sporting contest, it's been the overnight hours here on the Sacred Coffee night shift, as it were. A couple of congratulations need to go, and I know one or two of you have been watching other sporting events as well, perhaps even using them to help you stay awake and multitasking. In the FIFA Football World Cup, which apparently is going on in the United States at the moment, and even as a football fan, I've got to say it's kind of passed me by. Congratulations to Scotland. We've got a couple of Scots on the team. They take their first World Cup victory in 36 years.
Beating going to be Haiti. Insufferable.
Well, it's only the group stages, Paul, don't worry.
It's only football.
Yeah, yes. And beating Haiti, that football Leviathan, by 1-0. But in all seriousness, well done to the Scots. And over on the other side of the Atlantic, an even longer wait for success in the NBA Finals. The New York Knicks, 53 years it has been since they've tasted the sweet taste of champagne, or at least of the success in the basketball finals. So if you are followers of those, or you've been watching those overnight back in the UK,
I've watched the New York Knicks play at Madison Square Garden.
Well, there you go. At the Garden.
Yeah.
Sun just beginning to poke up over the top of the trees, and the photographers all heading out on their scooters, bicycles, and on their Shanks's pony on their feet. Now we're going to get a 009 drive-through in a moment. That's the Aston Martin Partner Racing Marco Sorensen car. He's already a couple of laps off the lead, just outside the points-paying positions in 12th, overtaking under double yellows about half an hour ago, just after 5:30 this morning. Paul Truswell said some 11 or 12 hours ago that he felt this race would hinge on not necessarily the speed, not even necessarily the reliability, but certainly on penalties. And as we were talking about football there, you don't want to go to penalties in football because it means you've only had a draw. You don't want penalties here because it means you are going to lose time that is difficult to recover.
That's right, although I did say to Johnny Palmer a little while ago, when reliability, or rather lack of it, started to play a role in this race, that I was actually quite happy about that, because it made it into a proper race where the race wasn't going to be determined by, I won't call it misfortune avoiding penalties, but the way that Lady Luck sometimes deals those penalties out, and the way that safety cars can affect a race where, yes, you kind of roll the dice sometimes. We saw Toyota doing that in the early stages, looking for how they might be able to gain an advantage later on in the race. I think, in fact, so far, my opinion is that actually penalties are not playing such a role.
Interesting.
A full course yellow nearly did when we had the first full course yellow early in the race, because I thought that was going to impede the progress of the number 20 BMW. But that BMW, Robin Frijns at the wheel, is still pushing on. It's, as I said a moment ago, losing ground to the Norman Nato Cadillac. The BMW has never in anybody's hands, there's no complaint on Robin Frijns' part, it is just not as quick as the Cadillac. And as long as the car continues to be reliable and continues to be quick on used tyres and can make the tyres last, and that's going to be the other crucial thing as the temperature starts to rise, is how they can use the tyres, then we're going to have a great battle, and this is what I like to see. And then all of a sudden somebody throws the that swinging ball across the track, and all of a sudden somebody gets taken out that you don't expect to get taken out. And that's where, as I say, the drama comes into this race. And you look down and think, well, who is behind the Cadillac and the BMW? And it's those two Toyotas.
Yes, it is.
And they're not that far behind, John, either. It's it's half a minute is the gap between Robin Frijns in second, Sebastian Buemi in third with the Toyota.
And in fact, the top 7, I think, is still on the lead lap, down to Robert Kubica and James
9.
Top 9, is it? Right,
yeah.
okay.
Peter Martins in the Alpine and Philippe Albuquerque in the 101 Cadillac WTR are all on the lead lap. The Aston Martin of Harry Tincknell, the 007 car, is just off the lead lap. And the reason I paused was because I thought I saw a car, an Aston Martin, in the pit lane.
It was a 009 of Marco Sorensen.
But that wasn't a drive-through penalty.
No, they stopped at their pit, and you cannot serve a drive-through by doing work. So,
but he had to do the pit stop because he needed the fuel. So he's done the pit stop, and he'll do the drive-through next time around. As you say, Marco stayed behind the wheel. I think he probably said that. And I've kind of created a novices race between the two Aston Martins and the two Genesis.
Yeah, very good.
In my mind.
Yeah. Next year it'll be McLaren versus Ford in that category.
And why not? At the moment, the Aston is ahead of the two Genesis, both of the two Genesises. 007 Harry Tincknell in 10th place overall. Andre Lotterer in the better of the two Genesis cars, is 11th.
Hello to Ryan Marine, who is tuned in. Part of the crew last year. His immense workload this year keeping him away from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We're keeping your chair warm, Ryan, for your inevitable return. He was just waxing lyrical about working with you, Mr. Trustwell. He said working with Paul last year was one of the professional highlights of his life, Mr. Marine. And we will be having him back in the future, I have no doubt.
Sorry.
Let's hit the pit lane again with our driver database informed reporters in this part of the race. It is Neil Cole, but first let's go to Peter Snowden for a wee update. It's the number 8 Toyota, the better place of the Toyotas, comes in as well. Peter, what do you have for us?
Down at Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with the mighty 38, a further evolution. It's not official yet, so I don't want to use the retired word. Oh, I just did. But it's now highly probable that the 38 car won't be during the race, as Paul predicted. And an element of that makes it a bit of a sort of a governing factor is that Earl Bamber has done a true Elvis and left the building circuit already, apparently.
Well, down at Alpine, I just watched a very efficient pit stop, just fuel for Antonio Felix da Costa, who's doing Antonio Felix da Costa things, and they were pulling out some massive marbles from the nose and the front aero of that car that were chucked towards me, and I did a few keepy-uppies in keeping with the football theme. So that was just fuel, no tyres, no driver change, but currently bouncing up on his toes next door is Jules Gounon, who is going to be taking over very shortly from Victor Martin in the number 36 Alpine next door. So that is about to happen any second now.
Also about to get the leader in, I think, Paul. Norman Nato coming to the end of his stint, coming down the pit lane for the 20th time as he completes his 229th lap. We've lost any opportunity, by the way, of those who were asking of a distance record with the intervention of the Porsche safety cars earlier on.
An outright distance record, yes, but is it really fair to ask a hypercar to do the same kind of distance as was done, can be done by a hypercar, because the rules are much more restrictive for hypercars. Hypercar race distance is 387 laps, record distance completed by a hypercar. So
we're not far off that.
I think we are within range of beating that. I'm looking at around about 388, something in that distance, maybe 390, if it would stay green for the rest of the race. And there is still 9 3/4 hours remaining, so still plenty of opportunity for interruptions to happen before the end of the race. But just to recap, one safety car period of, in the end, 44 minutes, nearly 45 minutes, and just 3 full course yellows we've had so far. So the interruptions have been few and far between. The first full course yellow lasted 2.5 minutes. The second full course yellow was 6 minutes and 15 seconds, and then the third 6 minutes exactly. So what's that, 12, 14 minutes under full course yellow, and no slow zones. I'm astonished that we haven't had any slow zones.
Yeah, me too.
Because it was such a good idea to introduce them.
Yeah.
But the trouble is that whenever we've had an incident, there's so much detritus around the circuit that you have to give the marshals a chance.
Something has just happened at the Team WRT pit stop that's just occurred for René Rast. We had the top 3 in the pit lane at the same time there. René Rast has left. One of the Team WRT mechanics was not happy with, well, I was going to say with the team that are next up the pit lane from them, but I think that's them, because they're at the pit out, aren't they? All the way up the far end of the pit lane. Jules Gounon has been in and out in the Alpine number 36, which was just at the bottom end of the top 10. Andre Lotter and Marco Sorensen also has been in, and Will Stevens has taken out the leader. He's taken out the leading car and set as 20 lap old softs for Will. That means Norman Nato is out and can talk to us now via our pit lane reporter, Peter Snowden.
Norman, you've just jumped out of the leading car. Must be very satisfying. Thoughts at the moment? Obviously a way to go, but...
Yeah, everything is okay at the moment. Like, had quite a good run. Car is good. As expected, it's a big fight with everyone on track. So, yeah, I mean, we keep pushing. It's still a long way to go.
Obviously different emotions on each side of the garage with the 38 car out and you leading.
Yeah, honestly, like, it's very disappointing for them. They were doing such a good job all week long, so they don't deserve that. But that's why, like, we need to stay focused. Like, we know that it's a very long race. Everything can happen until the last lap. So yeah, we stay focused, try to optimize everything, and see where we're gonna be at the end.
We noticed that the track temperature dropped quite a lot overnight. Did that change how the car drove for you?
Yeah, I think for everyone it kind of changed a little bit as well, like the tire window temperature, which obviously give you a different car balance. So we knew that it's something like we experienced like in the previous years. We practiced as well doing FPs during this week, so we were prepared for that. And yeah, the track is just getting faster at the moment, more grippy. Conditions are getting better, so I expect lap time to get better and better and better. So yeah, I mean, like as I said, we keep pushing, we stay focused on ourselves, and we see.
And you've just done a double stint. What was the reason for that? What was the strategy for you?
Yeah, it was a strategy.
Okay, thank you, Norman.
Iron Lynx number 62, Guillermo Alesi, off at the final corner, continues in that car, and it's the worst place that can happen. He's got damage, he's got tyre rub on the left rear, he's spraying gravel everywhere, but he's doing the best he can to stay off the racing line. And that number 62 QMMF machine is in trouble, and it's got 8.5 miles to go. It sparks the team into life in the pit lane.
They've already lost 2 of their cars.
Yes.
Been a very trying weekend for the Iron Lynx crews.
I'm sure the Qatari contingent down there will be delighted that Qatar got their first points in the World Cup earlier on, coming back from a 1-0 deficit to to earn a draw with Switzerland. And it was earlier on yesterday. So 9 hours and 42, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. I'm looking at the left rear of that car and trying to decide whether the tyre is down or whether there's a suspension issue there for Giuliano Alesi. He's on the Mulsanne at the moment, and it's going to be a very, very long way to go. Slow zone. Paul Truswell has manifested a slow zone. It's slow zone number 9. So that starts at Marshall's Post 33, which is at the end of the lap. So has young Alesi left something on the track, pulled something onto the track, as the leader is right behind 2 of the battling GT cars and tries to go through the middle. Will Stevens diving through there, just a blaze of headlights coming down to the second chicane. And this is the first time then we'll see the new slow zone entry regulations in operation. The hypercar drivers wanting a change in the regs from last year, and they've been allowed it. You don't now have the mandated no overtaking going into the slow zone. It's only at the start of the slow zone, but that's right round at the end of the lap. Marshall's exposed at MP35. They are doing brushing. So slow zone at MP35, drivers are being asked to stay drivers right as they are brushing the track after Alesi went off and brought a huge amount of gravel onto the racing line, and that is the reason for the slow zone, which starts pretty much out of the Corvette curve heading into the Ford chicane. So that is our first slow zone of Le Mans 2026, Paul.
Yeah, just to explain, a slow zone forces drivers to slow to a speed of 80 kilometers an hour within one of 9 zones. The circuit is split into 9 zones, and it is the final zone on the circuit that is currently under this neutralisation. Only that part of the circuit, though, you need to go at 80 kilometres an hour, and as John says, the slow zone 9 starts immediately after Marshall's Post 33.
Oh! And at the entry to the Porsche curves, there's a huge amount of dust as is that the Forestier car, the 29? Yes, it is, the green and black car. LMP2 in the hands at the moment of Esteban Masson, who's in 4th position, and that was he was very lucky because he made it all the way to across the gravel trap to the piece of tarmac that runs in front of the barriers.
Aren't you glad they've taken some of those barriers away at the Porsche curves now and enabled that to run off and just increase the size of the runoff areas? But he did keep it going. And
he was in traffic, Paul, coming up to a couple of Ferraris, and I think it was the bright yellow number 67, the car guy car, that he was trying to go around. That's Ian Aguilera in the... No, it's not. Because that would be an LMP2 car. So that must have been Takeshi Kimura in the Kessel Racing 57, sorry. And went round the outside. Not sure if there was any touching there, but there is a bit of debris and detritus on the outside of the racing line. We saw at both the opening rounds of the FIA World Endurance Championship for this year that these Michelins do shed rubber. They are incredibly robust in terms of delivering competitive and consistent tyres, but they do shed rubber. At Spa in particular, the marbles offline were and that is a high degradation circuit, but the marbles were quite noticeable, and there was almost just a single line in certain places around the track, and such is the case here as well in some of the fast turning areas.
I just wonder whether Kimura didn't quite know where the slow zone started, because he would have been able to see it in the distance from where he was, but he wasn't really in it.
Mike Conway into the pit lane, 4th, 5th and 6th in. Conway, Collado, Kubica, Toyota, Ferrari, and Mike.
Possibly a slightly optimistic release from the 183 Francois Perrodo driven car, the car coming from AF Corsa.
Yeah, Mike had his wits about him there, but he did have to check up. I think that might be a penalty, Paul. I think you're right there. The slow zone, our first of this year's race, has been removed. We are back to a full green track again. So that slow zone, what, 4 minutes? 4 and a bit minutes for the Alesi off that brought a whole load of gravel. So Mike coming into the pits, Mike Conway, and yeah, that's an unsafe release. Could not get in. He had to actually pretty much pull the car up to a halt. That's really heads-up driving by Mike Conway, because he's on the wrong side of the car to see that. He's on driver's left and the car comes out from driver's right.
Exactly, yeah, and Mike did have to take avoiding action, so 4.5 minutes was the slow zone, so your sense of time is still good, John.
Yours in radio, Paul.
So the off-circuit excursion dealt with. What I don't know is how far that Mercedes got round the circuit since its incident.
Adrian Michael Rees, AMR, says, it baffles me why slow zones don't start at the apex of a slow corner like the last Napoleon curves in the latest slow zone. Would eliminate the necessity to go flat out right until the microsector that starts the slow zone, which would eliminate the risk. They've always... I think that's a good point, AMR. The idea, the concept behind the slow zone starting where they are, is it that they were in a deceleration area, or a braking area, sorry, anyway. And that rule change that I said about the previous Marshall Post points, as by the way, Team Catter by Iron Links is back with that number of that AMG, the number 62 car. That's the Alesi car that we talked about. I think you make a good point there, AMR, and I wonder if the change in regulation, which negates that no overtaking zone coming in to the slow zone, which is at the start of the corner, I wonder if that might change where the slow zone starts are, so that we clipped the curb on the final corner, did Alesi, and brought an awful lot of gravel out when he was coming out of the that gravel trap at the end of the lap. I just wonder whether that might need looking at because of that change in regulations, so that you're not hammering in to the slow zone area quite as quickly, if it needs moving either into the apex or further back from the apex.
Yes, I agree exactly with what I think it needs looking into. I'm not saying it definitely needs to be changed.
Indeed.
But I think just to make your point a little bit more clear, John, the point at which the yellow flag is shown but you are encouraged to slow down is not for the whole of the slow zone before where the slow zone starts.
Yeah.
It's only from the marshal's post.
Correct.
Before where the slow zone starts. And in some cases that can be quite short. Most of the marshal points are a specific distance apart from one another, but around the Porsche curves and around the Ford chicane they are much more closely bunched.
And Robert Kubica is under investigation for a slow zone infraction at 4 minutes ago, 18 minutes past the hour, as is Ian James. Now, I have been saying all week, and this is the first time we've had a chance to see it, that I thought this change in regulation would bring penalties. It's basically the old NASCAR racing back to the line under a yellow. So the only place you have to be doing 80Ks is at the slow zone line, and people are going to try and get into it as quickly as possible and leave the braking to the very last moment. And inevitably there will be miscalculations. The reason, by the way, for the change is that some of the hypercar drivers felt that they were being impeded by people coming to the previous marshal's post before the slow zone actually started, who were already lifting and either coasting in or braking in to the 80k limit at the start of the slow zone. And the rule before this year was you could not overtake that person, and that has been lifted. You've still got to be at 80 by the time you hit the slow zone line, but clearly there's no mandated no overtaking zone in that lead-in area.
When the margins are so tight, then drivers, particularly people like Robert Kubica, are going to push to the absolute limit.
Everybody does, don't they?
And you know, it's in their nature. But it's not just because the margins are tight. It's because you're in this mentality of push, push, push. But when you're a marshal and you're sweeping gravel away from the edge of the circuit like that, you can't afford to have cars coming through side by side,
or sideways,
pretending they're in a motor race.
Exactly right.
So, you know, the penalties have got to be strictly enforced in order to make the procedure work.
We've got a bollard on the track at the apex of the first part of the Daytona chicane. That'll need moving. Ian Aguilera and Dustin Blattner, respectively, in the, I think they're both GTs, aren't they? So Ian is in...
No, Ian is in the LMP2.
Oh, yes, of course.
37.
Correct.
Is CLX Motorsport entry. The three teenagers in that car.
And the other one is the number 74, as I mentioned, with the Justin Blattner in. They're both under investigation for slow zone infractions as well. It's 6:30. How did it get to 6:30? We're under 9.5 hours to go. Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh, 91.2 FM around the world on RS1. And, of course, in the North American region, we are on XM and Sirius, our channels there. If you're heading out or coming back home, maybe, from an overnight shift there with the time difference, Sirius 137 and XM 202. We have a full course yellow coming up. Perfect time to take the CrowdStrike hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
Well, for once, we've just gone through a set of hypercar pit stops. So we'll start at the top of the field. Will Stevens leads by about 10.5 seconds in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota number 12. He's on tyres that he inherited, I think it's fair to say, from the previous driver. And René Rast is in second position. He is, the number 20 BMW is, about 33 seconds ahead of the next runner. Then there's a gap of 90 seconds back to Seb Buemi. And, no, I've got that the wrong way round, haven't I? Seb Buemi is the one that is back 33 seconds. Then there's a gap to Felipe Albuquerque in fourth. That's the number 101 Cadillac. So Cadillac, BMW, Toyota, Cadillac, Toyota with Mike Conway slightly impeded coming into the pits on his last pit stop. He holds fifth. Alpine and Antonio Felix da Costa still out there and still going very nicely indeed. The bollard, by the way, was collected by one of the LMP2 cars. It was Ryan Cullen in the Vector Sport machine. The rest of the top 10 will whip through that quickly. Tonio Giovinazzi in seventh for the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa. Phil Hansen for the AF Corsa, number 83, the mostly yellow car. And then it's Jules Gounon in the 36 Alpine, so two Alpines in the top 10. And an Aston Martin, the 007, just rejoining actually after its pit stop on this cycle. And Harry Tinknell is right now the first car off the lead lap at the front of the field. In LMP2, it's Decane and Julian Andlauer that leads the race by a goodly margin at the moment. A minute and 52, which, if that is real and Julian doesn't owe us a pit stop over his competitors, that's an impressive run. Yeah, they're all on 18 at the front of the field, so they probably all owe us a pit stop there. Rashad Jirish for Inter Europol is the second place car, the 343 ahead of their teammates, the 43. And soon-to-be Ford driver Nick Yellowly is behind that steering wheel. Esteban Masson, number 25 to 29 for SGA Racing by Panis, is in fourth. Harry King in fifth. CLX Motorsport in seventh position. Quite a lot of cars, including some of those top cars there in LMP2, under investigation for slow zone breaches. In the GT3 category, just going through a bit of a pit stop cycle, but as it is on the screen right now, Johnny Edgar for TF Sport is leading, as he has been for a while, in that number 33 Corvette. Hartner Racing and Vista AF Corsa are either just coming out or just pitting. It's Johnny Adam just coming out in the Aston Martin Vantage number 23. Alessio Rovera in third place, just into the pit lane, so it drops down a little bit. That'll promote Ian James in the Hartner Racing Aston, the second of those cars, the number 27. In the third, Adrian David in the Lexus Codus ASP number 78 into fourth place. Fifth place for Dustin Blatter, again another car under investigation for slow zone infractions. And Timur Boguslavsky for Manthey, the best place of the two Porsches in the race. That's how it stands then, with 14 hours and 35 gone, if you prefer. It's 9 hours and 25 to go. On lap 235, Will Stevens leads by 11 seconds.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. CrowdStrike. Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Hello to Carol Brink in Monterey. I can see you waving from here, Carol. Thanks for your support. Kevin Brink is at Thermal in California, where it must be the middle of the night there. Well, it's just before midnight there, isn't it? They're 9 hours behind us, so late evening. 95 Fahrenheit still there. It's what would be, 9, 10 o'clock at night over there. Here it is 16.6 Celsius in the air, 20.6 on the track temperature. Paul Truswell and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. So for once we have a hourly update with our CrowdStrike Racing every 60 minutes. That reflects what's going on at the front of the field, because they'd just all done their pit stops.
Yeah, somebody said, I can't remember, I think it's probably the sort of expression that Joe Bradley would use. It was turning into a bit of a fist fight between Rene Rast and Will Stevens. They've both been out for 6 laps since their pit stop, and in that 6 laps, Rene Rast has taken 1.2 seconds out of the lead of Will Stevens. Now, that's not a lot, but when you're driving your heart out, the fact that the gap, if it were a pit board being held out to him, yes, the gap is coming down. He'd be looking at that going out every time and thinking, yes, I can catch him. Of course, this is the point where somebody is going to have to say it's no longer cool enough to use the soft tyres. Now, while you could kind of go from daytime into night, and if you put the soft tyres on, then the track would come to you. Going the other way is going to get very dangerous, because all of a sudden those soft tyres are just going to start falling apart.
27 Aston Martin in the pit lane for a fresh set of Goodyear mediums. The Goodyear runners in LMGT3 and LMP2 have no choice about their tyres. Today, track temperatures probably north of 50 Celsius, and that will be very interesting as far as I've been told.
When the sun comes up and by the afternoon.
Yeah.
So that's your projection.
Yeah.
For high temperatures. Currently it's only 20.6, so
it goes up really quickly here.
Once the sun shines on it.
Yeah, that energy is in there. Joe Bradley has just been walking past that pit stop. Oh, there's a touch, and that's Takeshi. Is it? No, it's the 87 Codis that is just had a little tap on the back of the Ferrari, which was running in close proximity. So that's Clemens Schmidt, who was, I think, right with Gustavo Toledo. As Johnny Adam is out of the heart of racing, Aston Martin, and is with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, he's just being filmed by the wet guys. Yeah, had to wait for his close-up. Johnny, at this time of the morning at Le Mans, is this the time to ask you, are you glad to be back?
Yeah, I'm enjoying every moment, yeah. Sunset and sunrise for me, so that was lovely. Yeah,
you get them both, sunset and rise.
Yeah, so it's the car's gone really well. Grazing now to complete his 2 stints for his drive time, so he's got 2 stints here. Car feels okay. We're just obviously still 9 hours to go, so we're still trying to protect the car, trying to kind of get to the end, but the car feels good, solid all the way, brakes feel nice and sharp, and there's enough grip out there, so we're pretty happy.
I mean, when the sun comes up, you can't help but feeling, hey, it's nearly over, but it's not, is it? It's great to see the car still pretty much in contention. How do you think the car is going to behave? How's the track going to behave when that heat starts to build?
Yeah, normally we're pretty strong when the cooler conditions, the ambient is a bit cooler than the track temp, but we seem to be okay early on in the race yesterday, so yeah, the track feels really fast just now, there's a lot of gravel, that's the only thing. The last 2 or 3 corners is a lot of gravel, hence why the slow zone just about 20 minutes ago, but yeah, our car feels good, feels solid at the moment, let's see. We're in a nice position, we're aiming just to sort of protect the car and see if we can get a top 5 or 6. That was our goal in the 23 car anyway. And Gray's driven really well all week, his lap in qualifying to get us into Hyperpole first of all, and he's driven so well so far. So he's got 2 to go, and then myself and Dudu to the end.
And no concerns with regards to the medium that you've been given? Because it wasn't a choice, was it? The compound I'm talking about, the medium tyre that you guys are going to be on.
No, Goodyear tyre is very strong, and I think, everyone's on the same tyre, same allocation, so we've, we'll probably potentially do a set every 2 hours now. We've got enough in our allocation, so we saved a few back from the evening. So, yeah, it's a good tyre. It comes on so quickly. By the end of, I would say, the second chicane on a cold tyre, the tyre's in. So it's very impressive. Goodyear have done a great job for the last couple of years on this tyre, and it suits our advantage. So let's see.
And have you had any kind of project? I mean, we're talking about a 50-degree track temperature. Still no concerns?
No, I mean, we can't really shift the balance much with what we've got. We've got no roll bar adjustments like the hypercar, so we've kind of got what we've got. The key with the warm track temp for us is to not overdrive the entries. We have to watch the rear entry phase, but we've got ABS for that. We've got different modes for that, and brake bias as well. So, with the engineer Matas has been great. He's been our spotter during the night. He looks tired, but he's doing a great job, and he's given us all the info we need.
And give us an insight, Johnny, as to the life of a racing driver, the glamorous life of a racing driver here at Le Mans, if there is such a thing. What is your plan now? What are you exactly going to do?
I'm going to have a little nap for an hour, try and grab a little bit bite to eat, and then get focused for later on. We're always on standby just in case as well, so we're always in the garage. The stints here now with the energy system is only 40 minutes, so you do have to be in the garage quite prompt as well. So I've not slept much, maybe an hour. I actually feel okay, so yeah, a little refresh and then get ready for later on.
It's great to see you back, mate. Brilliant. Thank you.
Insightful stuff informed by Driver Database. The all-new Driver Database. Have a look at it. You can see it at driverdb.com. Joe Bradley with Johnny Adam. Well, it is the World Cup, and here's the list of penalties. And I'm afraid it is the team car to Johnny Adams. The Johnny Adams teammates, the 27 Ian James. Third place Hartner Racing Aston will take a drive through. Also going through the pit lane and not in the way they wanted to will be that number 74 that we were talking about. That is the Dustin Blattner car, isn't it? He was in it at the time. Sorry, no, that's the Kessel Ferrari. Thank you, Paul, in my ear. And the third one is the number 83. All coming through the pit lane for slow zone infractions. And correct, that's the other one that was significant. So Phil Hansen will drop outside the top 10 from his 8th position after that. And this is exactly what we've been talking about. We've had one slow zone in the whole of the race and 3 penalties so far.
4, John, because we actually had one for the CLX Orator, the number 37, which Ian Aguilera was driving. Maybe you can forgive him because he's the youngest driver in the race today. Bless him off. He's only 19, bless him.
So four drivers caught for speeding in the slow zone, or at least it says slow zone infringement. I'll presume that they entered the slow zone too fast under that new procedure.
Either that or hitting the loud pedal too early on the way out of it.
Could be true.
When did you ever get to that de-restriction zone and keep the car just and it's very difficult, even when you're pretending to try not to.
My father, as you know, was a police officer, and he drummed it into me at the speed limit before the sign. Before the sign. That's what that was going in, but coming out. I think you're kind of right. Welcome to the Driver Database Informed Pit Lane to Owen Mildenhall. Good morning. The slow zone that we had was caused by young Guillermo Alesi going off at the final corner. The car, I think, still in the pits as well, Owen.
It is, yeah, the car's here with me, and I have Google with me as well. So thank you for talking to us, and sorry to talk to you when the car's in the garage like this, but we saw you had an issue at the Ford chicane. Can you talk us through what happened for you?
Yeah, well,
I went into the last corner, everything felt fine, and as soon as I went into the very last in the change of direction, the car I just lost control of the car. I initially felt like I almost got hit from the back, but there was no one there. So at that point, I immediately knew it was a suspension failure. Unfortunately, these things happen a lot in Le Mans. It's a very hard track for the cars. So it's just a bit of a shame, bit pity. As we were doing our own race, we had a discrete pace. Everything was looking fine. So we're all a bit disappointed. So we're just going to try and put it all together and at least see the checkered flag.
And I can see the guys were fitting a lower rear wishbone. Is that right? They're just fixing that now, and so the car should be back out soon.
It should be back out soon, pretty soon, I guess. And hopefully we can make it through the checkered flag with no more issues.
Brilliant. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you. Good luck.
So we said at the time, Paul, I said at the time that I thought there was still air in that left rear Goodyear tyre, but the car was sitting down. So lower wishbone failure there. I thought that the curb had played a part in spinning that car around, and it seems that was the failure, and that took him round. Now, it might have been curb strikes earlier on. There's a few curbs around here that you need to keep away from.
Yeah, so it took Giuliano 7 minutes to bring the car home on that in lap. And he's now been in the pits for 23 minutes, so that's a half-hour loss already for that car. So a problem for that. Oh, and a problem for the what's it called, Rocky?
It's Rocky, the winged horse. Pegasus was the Greek stallion, sired by one of the gods, and this is Rocky, who apparently is female. And this is Dane Cameron, WeatherTech sports car champion with Porsche a couple of seasons ago. And this, I think, will bring out, at the very least, a double yellow. It's been looked after under double yellow at the moment. And that is at Marshall Post 20. So he's gone straight on at Mulsanne.
I think he's got round Mulsanne.
Yes, it's an odd one.
And it's coming out of Mulsanne with the old signalling pits on the opposite side of the track. That's where I used to stand.
What, in the old signalling pits?
I did for some of one race.
Nasty wiggle coming in, and Dane must have thought he was getting away with that across the gravel and couldn't turn the car away from the banded tyres. I took it somewhere, I still have it. I think in my first Le Mans in '89, I took a really nice picture, and it was on film in those days, of David Leslie driving the Aston Martin, and I was standing up on the apex wall, when you could do then, shooting down on that red, white and blue Aston. But I took it with black and white film, and David Leslie is always someone I think about when we're here. One of the staples of the early Eurosport coverage, and he used to stand behind us in the tribunes when we were over there.
So I remember him when he used to race the Postman Pat.
A Kyriakos C2.
Entered cars. And he needed some water to put in the car, and unfortunately he was filmed having got some water from the marshal, putting it in the car, but of course that was adding fluid outside the pits, and it was all for nothing. But
it was called the Postman Pat car because it was sponsored by the UK Post Office. Into the slow zone for the Team Turkey Corvette, hot on the heels. It is the number 87 Clemens Schmidt Akkodis ASP team, and they are battling for 9th position. It's Peter Dempsey in that dark red Corvette that's right ahead, roughly on actually Clemens has got split tyre strategy 3 and 19, whereas Clemens Schmidt rather has got that, and Peter Dempsey has got 17 laps on his tyres. In and out for the number 17 GMR 001 from Genesis Magma Racing. Also in and out, well, in for Jules Gounon and out for Andrea Lotterer for Genesis, who took over that number 17.
We haven't said so, but the fact that we haven't means there is no problem about coming into the pits during a slow zone. The pit lane is just a normal pit lane, even if we are in a slow zone situation. The beauty of the slow zone is that the 8/9 of the circuit that isn't affected by the incident can carry on racing.
I absolutely think that's the right way to go on circuits like this. It's something that's Eduardo Freitas kind of borrowed from the Nürburgring and other forms of racing. I remember many years ago sitting down with him, I think it was in Japan at Fuji, having a cup of coffee with him. Stan Cameron's AO by TF LMP2 is being recovered. Eduardo, by the way, always has a great coffee machine in his office. And I mean in his office, not in race control, but I'm sure they have a great coffee machine there as well. And sitting talking to him about Code 60s and how that worked in the Creventic racing that we were covering then, as we still do now, and neutralising certain areas of the track while still racing in others. And he's a very considered man, Eduardo Freitas. Any time spent with him is time well spent. And he has, people hear his voice and think he's quite a stern character. He's got a wicked sense of humour. A very, if I might say so, and I hope he takes this the right way if somebody reports this, but he's got a very British sense of humour. And I enjoy his company immensely. Puts an awful lot back in to motorsport at lower levels as well, in mentoring race officials. But, we are lucky to have such good, such great race officials in sports cars. In for the 33. This is the Corvette of Johnny Edgar, brought in that car that he shares with Ben Keating and Nicky Katzberg. Didn't see him getting out, but it looks like there are going to be some tyres. My goodness, that comes up on the jack very, very quickly. Snaps up on the air jacks. Now, Dane Cameron has stayed in the car. He's talking to the marshals. The telly loader has lifted the car out of the gravel and put him down. Now, normally outside assistance would render you out of the race, but he's been moved from a place of danger there, and that's allowed. So if he can fire that car up and recover it to the pits, or indeed continue, Paul, I think he'd be all right to continue in the race.
Yeah, no, provided he fires it up himself. I mean, these types of cars don't really respond to push starts anymore. They're kind of a thing of the past. But so it's down to Dane to get the car underway. But if he can do that, then yes, we will be able to continue. He will be able to continue, and the car will. But it's still causing the slow zone, so the slow zone's still in place. The car I can see on the tracker map is still where it came, well, not quite where it came to rest, but not
the
far away.
The problem that he's got is that I think he's got dust in between two layers of the tear-offs on the screen. He's actually just put it into gear and moved it forward. We'll keep an eye on that. 9 hours, 5 minutes and 14, 13, 12, 11. Let's go to the 33 pit. The Corvette been and gone. Johnny Edgar got out, which means that we can talk to him now with Owen.
Johnny, so just out of the car, obviously it must be a lovely time of the day to get out of the car and see where you are on the timing screen. Tell us about that stint.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really know where I was. I got in the car in quite a good position, and I knew it was looking good for us because Ben got all his drive time done really early, so everyone around has had to put the bronze in again at some point. So
yeah, I didn't really know where we were, but yeah, it's nice to see we're in the lead, and the gap seems pretty decent at the moment, and yeah, the car's running well, and I think yeah, it's feeling good, and we seem pretty fast, so it's all going well at the moment.
And then obviously we're also expecting the temperatures to become really high as the day goes on. Where do you think the car's going to be as you get into those higher temperatures?
Normally the hotter it is, the better for us. Our car's very good on tyre deg, so yeah, if it's hard for us, it's normally even harder for other cars, so that normally helps us if anything, but I think the car's been good, yeah, in the colder conditions and in the hot, so yeah, looking forward to getting in the car again.
And also, if we're predicting that there's going to be track temps of around about 50 degrees, have you had experience of running those sort of temperatures in this car before, or also you say the car's good in the heat, so you're obviously confident for that?
Yeah, this track's a lot easier on tyres than other tracks, so even when it's hot, it's not that difficult compared to some other tracks we go to, so I don't think it should be too bad. And yeah, we've also saved some tyres, so we have plenty left for the end, when we expect we're going to need them.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for talking to us. Well done, thank you.
And in from 5th place overall in the hypercar class is the number 35 Alpine. Still very, very much in contention. Still on the lead lap. Antonio Felix da Costa came in. Took on fuel. I didn't think they were going to take on any tyres. However, they did. They are just burning through these allocation of soft tyres. So another set of softs that they can perhaps sacrifice in these cooler temperatures. But I would imagine they're going to go nowhere near those soft tyres when that sun really gets high in the sky and the temperatures start to build. Like we're discussing, seems to be at the forefront of everybody's mind. Track temperatures of 50 degrees. As ever, it's going to be all about the tyres.
I think there might have been. Were there brand new tyres that they put on there, Joe?
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
Brand new.
Not being reflected on the screen. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? The Alpine isn't actually on the lead lap anymore, unfortunately. It was, but Felix da Costa, as a result of that pit stop, has now dropped off the lead lap. We'll see whether he gets back onto it as and when Will Stevens comes in for his next pit stop, which is due at the end of this lap, I suspect. It's interesting, we were getting 13 lap stints yesterday. Since we've had today, we've only had 12 lap stints.
I'm also fascinated by the fact that the Ferraris, both the works and non-works cars, have been doing this split strategy, although Phil Hansen's gone on to mediums now. 9 lap old on the front, 12 on the back. Soft, medium, soft for Tonio Giovinazzi, and his and when they go to the mediums, it's medium, hard on the left rear, medium. So they've been doing this left rear, protecting the left rear of the car, which I find absolutely fascinating. Let's go back to Owen, who's watching a pit stop.
Hi John, yeah, just down here watching the number 12 Cadillac in the pits. They have got brand new softs ready to go if they need them, but at the moment it's just fuel going into the car. Everything looks routine, so let's just see if they're going to... No tyres, car's just left, only fuel.
And that car, the leading car for Will Stevens installed in that, it was, I think, 3 or 4 stops ago when I heard you and Johnny talking about, it's that moment, Paul, when the lead car comes in, does its pit stop and gets back out without losing the lead. And that was, as I say, 3 or 4 pit stops ago, even before that.
Just before 5 o'clock in the morning.
Just before 5, yeah. That was the first thing I heard as I woke up from my slumber in the front of the Mazda MX-5. Very comfy seats there, by the way.
That pit stop from Will Stevens was fuel only.
Yes, correct.
Expected it would be.
Sorry, Mazda CX-5, the all-new Mazda CX-5 actually, just been going through its press launches in the UK. Thanks to Mazda UK for supplying the wheels to get us down. A couple of things of note: the Cadillac 101 in 7th position. Philippe Albuquerque behind the wheel of that at the moment. That will have to come in for a drive-through, and that was for full course yellow infringement. And a little while ago we saw Mike Conway impeded by the Francois Perodo number 183 LMP2, and that has resulted in a drive-through for that car, the AF Corsa 183, and
no, it was it was not
unsafe release. Sorry,
yes, but
5
the
seconds
penalty
added.
is a pit stop
Yeah,
time penalty.
I'm reading the wrong line.
Yeah, it's that time in the morning.
It is.
We should all be tucked up in bed. It's so 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the Proton. EAF Corsa. Orica.
And then finally, in this little news release, the DKR Engineering number 3, John Ferrano, sporting the Tower Events colours and those tiger stripes, fluorescent tiger stripes, has just had a little spin and recover. John pointing back in the correct direction. And for Kata Motor and Motorcycle Federation and AMG fans and Iron Lynx fans, the remaining AMG, for it is the last three-pointed star standing, is back on the pit apron. Wait for the engine to fire. The low rumble of the Mercedes motor, and that car is back out after some quite serious remedial work that has dropped that car way down. Abdullah Al-Khalifi brought the car in some time ago. It's dropped down to 23rd position in class, and it is on its way out in the pit lane now. How long was that after Giuliano Alessi brought that car in? That was the left rear lower wishbone that's broke on Giuliano.
It was a pit stop of 37 minutes and 51 seconds, but you've got to add 7 minutes to that because he had to bring the car in.
Yeah.
Actually, you only need to add 3 minutes to that because it would have taken him 3.5 minutes anyway, but round about 40 minutes lost for the Team Kata by Iron Lynx, entry number 62.
And Race Control will be needing their sacred coffee this morning because they are now investigating the Takeshi Kimura and Clement Schmidt coming together that we described for you a wee while ago. That was the number 87 Lexus and the 57 Ferrari, and they came together a wee while ago now, 6:30, 25 to 7. So that was actually almost exactly half an hour ago, and they were battling for position, the Kessel Ferrari and the Acodis ASP team Lexus came together through Porsche curves, if memory serves, and now we're hearing, and this has happened quite a lot actually, it happened a lot in the practice sessions, that the Forestier by Panis number 29 LMP2 is under investigation for cutting the Dunlop chicane on an outlap, as is Andrea Lotterer in the Genesis number 17. So outlaps being monitored very, very closely. Cold tyres, cold brains, you know.
It's cold tyres, but I think as well you're trying to keep an eye on the mirror as you come out of the pit lane to see who's coming up behind you, and sometimes that just means you lose concentration and don't necessarily look where you're going. Again, something that happened to me recently was I was so busy looking in the mirror as I came out the slip road,
yeah, good point.
that you ended up running over those little bouncy cat's eye things.
Yeah, we've blown through another clock hour, so it's time to look at what the weather has in store.
Radio Le Mans weather.
It's going to be hot, hot, hot today. That was Arrow, wasn't it, if I remember rightly? 31 degrees forecast, a wee way to go before we get up to that. For those of you driving home tomorrow, I would say get on the road early, not just for the traffic, but 33 Celsius is the top temperature here tomorrow. It'll drop to 13 degrees overnight, so if you're staying over in the campsites tonight, it won't be too bad. Currently, just outside the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre here at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit, it's 16.5 Celsius.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
Just under 9 hours to go. Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh, in what is an intriguing race. And we are not building this up, dear listener. There are 19 seconds now between Will Stevens and Rene Rast. So Will, in the last hour and a half or so since I came back into the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, has about doubled that lead. It was 10 seconds when I came back home.
Yes, so I'm not going to argue with that, but there are some interest. There are some. I'm going to add to it.
Okay.
Not argue with it. There are some interesting aspects around it because Will Stevens stayed out for 12 laps. Rene Rast only stayed out for 11. Their pit stop times were almost identical. Now, normally, if a car stays out for a shorter period of time, it will make a shorter pit stop at the end of it because it has to take on less fuel. It didn't. So the pit stop times were about the same for the Cadillac and for the BMW. So that I found interesting. It does mean, therefore, that Will Stevens, just by delaying his pit stop, might be able to do the same thing again next time. He did 12 laps on his stint. Rene Rast only did 11. Sebastian Buemi, who is in the third place Toyota, he's not quite within striking distance yet, unless we get a safety car and bunches up the field completely. But Sebastian Buemi also did 11 laps, so not as many as Will Stevens, but he came in a lap earlier than either the BMW or the Cadillac ahead of him, so the Toyota came in first because he'd come in earlier anyway when he took the car over from Rio. So you've got the situation now where next time around, if they all do the same stint length, then we'll get Buemi coming in first out of third place, then you'll get Rast coming in second out of second place, and once again that number 12 car will then be sitting pretty for one lap before the next before his pit stop comes around, which is as I say, it just adds a little bit of interest to it. Fourth and fifth place cars now, by coincidence, are both in the pits. Mike Conway having done a 12-lap stint. Antonio Giovinazzi was also done a 12-lap stint. So 12-lap stints for both Conway and Giovinazzi in the second Toyota and the fastest Ferrari.
I would like to see what tyres go on from our pit lane team. Phil Hansen's come in from 6th position. He went on to all mediums. The last information that I had was that Jovi was on a soft medium split with a medium on the left rear, protecting that left rear, which is the tyre that works the hardest here, being a right-handed, a clockwise circuit. But is it time to go? Is it time to change? I don't know.
Well, nor do I, but what I will add is that Ferrari, the 83 car, the private AF Corsa entry, was the last to stay on mediums last night. So it took the longest to go soft, so kind of makes sense that it'll get back on the mediums as quickly as it can.
Yeah, well, it went on the mediums last time through at least. Owen Mildenhall's been looking at the Jovi 51 Ferrari stock. What tyres did they put on that, if indeed any tyres?
They didn't put any tyres on, John. They went for the 51 left with no tyre change, just fuel. But it had a very close call with the Toyota as it left the pit exit.
And he's just overtaken the Toyota going into the Dunlop chicane underneath the Goodyear Bridge now with the sun in their eyes. Nick de Vries got into the Toyota number 7 and he would have got a brand new or lightly used set of tyres, I presume, in that number 7, having taken over that car. And Antonio Giovinazzi with the advantage of warmer tyres, and again the information we have is softs on the front and on the right rear, medium on the left rear for Antonio Giovinazzi. That must have been a really sharp stop by Ferrari there, Owen, to close that gap between themselves and the Toyota, but of course they took tyres, so that would have been part of that, of course.
Yeah, it was very close, really quick. No tyres to the Ferrari. They launched the car and were actually there was quite a bit of sort of arm waving on the Ferrari pit wall as the Toto was released into their path. I think they fully expected to jump the car in the pit stop.
Thanks, Owen. Owen Mildenhall, our driver database informed pit reporter. Oh yeah, that was... I tell you what, the Toyota only got out in front by dint of the fact that they're the last pit. Because if he'd pulled into the acceleration lane, that would have been an unsafe release for Nick de Vries. He started to pull out and then realised he couldn't and stayed to the right-hand side. And the only reason he could do that is that there were no pits in front of him. And then sort of just eased back in gently. So there's the advantage of having the last two pit stalls.
I think if I was in race control, I might be sending that to the stewards to say, take a look at that as well, because I think there is an argument to say that he shouldn't have been released.
Yeah, and he should have let the other car go through.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it hasn't actually affected because Tonio Giovinazzi, on what I'm guessing are warmer tyres, made the overtake going into the Dunlop chicane. And I also, I wonder if Nick de Vries was told to give that position back, actually, because he stayed wide to the right and let the Ferrari go through. All speculation, of course.
I say, if they can convince race admin, race control of that, then yes, they'll get away with saving a drive-through penalty.
5 seconds it was for the Perodo car. So
yes, that's true.
one presumes it'll be a 5-second hold at the next pit stop.
Yeah.
So Cadillac Hertz Team Jota continue to lead. It is now over 20 seconds between Will Stevens and René Rast in LMP2. Richard Verschure for Duquesne. Still with a minute's lead on Richard de Vries in the 3:43 into Europol. And that is a genuine gap, as I've been watching that since I came back. Nick Yellowly, or Nicolas Yellowly, as it is on the timing screen. It is Sunday, Gary's Sunday name. The number 43. He is in third position, another 22 laps further back down the 22 seconds further down the road. The GT3 TF Sport by about 90 seconds at the moment. Nicky Katzberg's been installed in the number 33 Corvette ahead of Gray Newell. And ahead of Jack Hawksworth and Gray Newell. Jack Hawksworth for Ecordis Lexus, number 78, and then 3/4 of a second between himself and Heart of Racing's Gray Newell in third. Francois Herriot, the Vista, 17 seconds further back, and Zachary Robichon's just taken over the Heart of Racing, number 27, which had to have a drive-through, so that's dropped that car back a bit.
Things not going well for the Wayne Taylor Cadillac, the 101 car.
Yeah.
Felipe Albuquerque is being investigated again for a slow zone infringement, having already taken a drive-through penalty for a slow zone infringement. He's now under investigation for another one.
And also, the stewards have come to a ruling on that coming together between Clement Schmidt and Kimura, and it's Clement Schmidt who has had the fickle finger of fate pointed at him for that, causing a collision at, what was that, 25 minutes before 7 this morning, Central European Summer Time. So it will be a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact, or as it is here, causing a collision. It's going to push that car back down the GT3 standings. Both been running well, those Lexus, in what is surely now to be their last outing at Le Mans with the new GR GT3 finally homologated as a road car. Seems to have been that part of the process that's held that car up for better part of 4 years now. We've been talking about the new car coming in. Meantime, the two cars that were battling on the exit of the pits a lap or so ago are right together at Arnage. Those two cars are the hypercars that are battling for what is 5th and 6th position. Antonio Felix da Costa check that, 6th and 7th. It's Antonio Giovinazzi. I got me wrong, Antonio there. And Nick de Vries, he's just been put in the Toyota, number 7. 6th and 7th, heading towards and through the Porsche curves now. And if that was a deliberate redress by Toyota, that was very smart. It doesn't seem to have been passed to the stewards as yet, coming down past our old studio position and the Ford Racing Hospitality. Good morning to those of you who are there watching and listening on the balcony, maybe taking breakfast.
Yeah,
good vibe in that.
They came into the pits, of course, before when they came in, it was the Toyota ahead of the Ferrari.
And they've come right up behind an emerging Aston Martin. Ross Gunn just out the pits, really slow because he is on brand new soft tyres, and he had to have his wits about him there, Paul, going into the Dunlop chicane.
Precisely my point about why you sometimes cut that chicane as you come out of the pits on an outlap, which obviously the stewards want to keep the guys in between the white lines, but they have experimented with different ways out of the pits at Le Mans over the years, and I think they've come to the conclusion that the current way is the best way. I think they just need to give them the option of going straight on if it's not safe not to do so.
Side by side into the Daytona, the first chicane, and that position has gone back to Toyota, and that was on pace, yes, but there is a grip advantage for the first of the white cars now. But the Ferrari is quick in a straight line. Antonio Giovinazzi is dragging back to the Toyota. This might go back. There's a slight move to defend. Oh, Nick de Vries moving there and blocking the Ferrari. Now, absolute slam dunk blocking penalty if that was in the US. I don't know whether they'll look at that here. He moved in reaction to that Ferrari coming up alongside him on the left-hand side, going into the second chicane on the Mulsanne. It is an absolute no-no in IMSA racing that you do that. No reactionary movement. You pick a line and you stick with it. I dare say if we were listening to a Ferrari driver from the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya later on today, they'd have been on the radio straight away saying, he's moving in the braking zone. So whether they'll look at that, I'm not sure. But Antonio Giovinazzi had to lift right out of the throttle on the Ferrari. You can hear it on the onboard. Nick de Vries holds on to 6th position.
Yeah, what I was about to say was they were battling for 3rd and 4th, and they're now battling for 6th and 7th, because coming past them whilst they were having their little squabble in the pit lane was WTR Cadillac, car number 101, and the Alpine A424, the number 35 Alpine, which is, you say, in the hands of the other Antonio, Felix da Costa, and they both moved ahead on the pit stop. Now, we're waiting to see whether or not the 101 car is going to have to serve another drive-through penalty. We'll see whether that comes up on the screen or not. Otherwise, Felipe Albuquerque will actually be staying in that car for, another 6 laps? 5 laps. 4 laps at the end of the one he's on, but another 5 laps across the start-finish line.
So it's the next pitters in the hypercar battle then will be Buemi and Albuquerque, will they? That the next 2 cars to come in scheduled?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it will be Buemi first, Albuquerque second, Felix Acosta actually at the same time as Buemi, and then Rene Rast, and then Will Stevens. So things are kind of just slightly edging in the favour of the Cadillac Hertz team Jota.
Well, Alpine at the moment, if the figures on the virtual fuel tank are to be believed, has a 6 or 7% fuel advantage, sorry, energy advantage on that Cadillac. Just looking further down the hypercar standings, also Gilles Gounon and who's behind him, Andre Lotterer. They should be thinking of coming in around about the same time of the cars that we've just mentioned. In LMP2, two cars absolutely together, being passed by the hypercar. Oh, lovely move, side by side, as Adrien Clomenil in the Oreca CLX using the passing hypercar to get an extra drag down into the second chicane. That was choreography perfectly. Perfect choreography, should I say. Now, please tell me that was a pass for position, because that was a great way to take the number 22 of United Autosport. I was very impressed with that in LMP3.
Adrien Clomenil, who up until now, I have to say, was probably, that they're all inexperienced in that CLX car, but probably the least experienced of the inexperienced drivers in that car.
And that was a pass for position on Mikkel Jensen to 8th,
yes, ahead of the United Autosports for 8th place in the LMP2 class. We've still got all of the LMP2 non-Pro-Ams ahead of the LMP2 Pro-Ams, which I wasn't expecting. I think a lot of people were suggesting that the Pro-Am cars could, once they get their bronze drive time out of the way, start getting in amongst the Pro cars or the non-Pro-Am cars, but it hasn't been.
Well, George Kurtz is still driving, and he's the bronze in that, the leading Pro-Am car, the CrowdStrike by APR. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane as part of our driverdb.com informed pit lane team.
Yeah, I'm having a Lexus moment, the number 87. I can't believe that this car is about to be garaged up and put in a museum. Clement Schmidt, you've just climbed out of the 87. Who are you guys racing against out there?
I don't know where we are racing at the moment with our car. We unfortunately got now a drive-through penalty for the contact with the Ferrari, where I really don't agree on. I mean, I was on the outside all the way, and when it was the change of direction, I think the Ferrari was hitting me, but race controls are different, so yeah.
That's very frustrating, because there isn't any process of appeal. You've just got to suck it up, I suppose, haven't you, and crack on.
Yeah, it's really frustrating that race control decides like this, but it is what it is.
How is the car? I mean, you know, you're still in the mix. It could still go any way. You've just got to keep pushing.
Yeah, we will, for sure. We will push till checkered flag and see where we end up then.
And you're enjoying being at Le Mans and the race, yeah?
Yeah, of course. It's the best race in the world.
Yeah, great stuff. I'll let you get some sleep. Thank you.
It was a disappointed Clement Schmidt there, quite clearly. It was an odd one, that one. Now, a little while ago, we heard from Peter Snowden that Earl Bamber had done a bit of an Elvis and left the building. Well, Owen Mildenhall, he's standing down in the Mighty 38 pit, and it would appear that the party's not over yet, and there may be an encore for the Mighty 38.
Yeah, definitely. The Mighty 38 is about to roar again, I think. So, yeah, El Bamber is now in the car, and the car's just about to be pushed out onto the apron to head back out on track.
There you go. They are going to give it another go. So that car never hit the retired list. The garage door didn't come down. Just 4 cars retired. The most recent, the number 79 Iron Lynx AMG. Before that, it was the accident-damaged Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, the number 54 car. That was a car that went round the outside of one of the Ford Mustangs that was coming out the pits and clipped him as he was turning in. And the Mustang got the penalty for that, which I have to say I didn't agree with that one either. Hey, I don't have to make the decisions. It was then the 61. Oh, that's the other Iron Lynx, of course. That was the one that went out relatively early. But the first car to retire was the 13 Autosports, number 13, the red and white Matt Bell, Lars Kern and Ore Fadani car. Which I don't know, Paul, did you make a note of why that car retired? The number 13 Corvette that was the first car out.
I did make a note. It was due to contact. They had damage as a result of the contact to the sensors that the FIA demand are in the car.
Right.
And although the damage was relatively minor, the damage to the sensors they couldn't sort out. And so that was the kind of... the initial problem was the contact, which sent them into that situation.
The number 17 Genesis, Andre Lotterer, was being investigated for cutting the Dunlop chicane on an outlap. He's going to get a 5-second penalty added to his next pit stop, and a slow zone infringement drive-through penalty. This is for the 10-1, the number 101 Cadillac. So I think that's the second one they've had of those, is it not?
The 101, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And if it has to be taken now, then it will be the second one in the same stint as far as Felipe Albuquerque is concerned. 9 laps. He's on his 10th lap at the moment. So if he comes in at the end of this one, he'll still have enough fuel to come round and do another. But he's only been out for 7 laps. Because he had to do a drive-through penalty 7 laps ago,
right? Which
is barely half an hour. So Felipe will be getting very frustrated by all of this, but hopefully he'll learn his lesson as a result. I'm very disappointed, Felipe.
Is that how you talk to your drivers?
You've let yourself down.
You've let your team down. You've let your teammates down, but you've let yourself down. I don't ever have that conversation with you, Paul.
No. I'd say, shall I go to race control and contest it? You're going to make me stand there and argue with the case.
I don't like having to disappoint the responsible adult. So the disappointment is worse than her shouting. I always find. Morning to Dave Alcock, still going through. Also a drive-through penalty. Good to have you on board and with your boundless enthusiasm and positivity, Dave. Another drive-through penalty for John Ferrano, the DKR engineering car. He's just gone back out the pit lane. Sits 19th in LMP2. And that is a drive-through for a slow zone infringement. However, it seems that Clement Schmidt might be off the hook for a moment because the drive-through has been put on standby. So
they were listening to Radio Le Mans.
Of course they were.
And they thought he sounded very sincere there.
Yes, he did.
We'll look at it again.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are coming up to 7:30 the hour. 7 is the hour. 7:30 is the time. That means CrowdStrike hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
Half past 7 in the morning, not long to go now. 8.5 hours remain of 2026 Le Mans 24 hours. Cadillac is in the lead, courtesy of Will Stevens, who's in the middle or coming towards the end of his second stint at the moment. He'll probably stay out for a triple, although Norman Nato before him only did a double stint. But the car, the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, still in a lead that he is increasing over René Rast in the BMW M Hybrid V8. I say it's increasing, it's now up to 23 seconds between first and second. However, look out for Sebastian Buemi, who's in third place in car number 8, Toyota. He's just done the best lap of the race. We're into the 25s. I think it was Peter Mackay who said we would get into the 25s before the end of the race. Sebastian Buemi is into the 325s, the fastest ever lap by a hypercar around Le Mans, 325.968. And that leaves him 18 seconds behind René Rast's BMW. So just 40 seconds separating the first three cars, with Cadillac, BMW, Toyota first, second and third. Another manufacturer is in fourth because it's an Alpine in fourth place. Antonio Felix da Costa is the driver of the number 35 car, although he is nearly a lap behind the cars ahead of him. He's not quite a lap behind, he's 2 minutes behind, so it's a 3.5 minute lap. He's fourth, Da Costa. Fifth is the second of the Toyotas, Nick de Vries, number 7, at the moment winning a very close race that he's having with Antonio Giovinazzi in the number 51 Ferrari. So 7 Toyota is in 5th place, 51 Ferrari is in 6th. And as I say, we've now got Nick de Vries closing in on the Alpine, so a three-way battle for 4th, 5th and 6th places there. Back to 7th place goes Felipe Albuquerque now in the 101 Cadillac as a result of having to take another drive-through penalty for another full-course yellow, or rather another slow zone infringement. In 8th place is the AF Corsa Ferrari 499P, Phil Hansen at the wheel of the yellow Ferrari, that's 8th. And the second place Ferrari. In 9th place is the second of the Alpines, that being the number 36 car of Jules Gounon. And in 10th place is Andre Lotterer in the Genesis, coming slowly back into contention. Although those last 3 cars are all a lap behind the race leader. So the Phil Hansen Ferrari, the Alpine and the Genesis are all now no longer on the lead lap. In LMP2...
Great job, Seb. You're an animal, mate.
In LMP2, Duquesne leads the way. Richard Fair-Shaw is in the lead of LMP2. That's car number 30, who for the moment at least has got himself ahead of the 2 Inter Europol cars, 343 and 43. Richard de Guerus and Nick Yellerly running in 2nd and 3rd places for Inter Europol competition. But the pit stop cycle of those 3 cars is very different to one another, so it's sometimes hard to work out who's really leading, and it's only when we get to the last couple of hours that we're going to be able to work out how they're going to get to the end of the race on the pit stops. But Duquesne leads 2 Inter Europols, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. 4th is the Proton car, number 9 in Harry King's hands. 5th is Ryan Cullen in the Vector Sport car number 26, and 6th Louis Rosset in the Forestier Racing by Panis entry, that's car number 29. Pro-Am, don't need to say so really, but it's the Crowd Straight Racing APR car that leads the way there. And interestingly, in Pro-Am now, the top 6 are all running their bronze-graded drivers to try and get them through their bronze time. So George Kurtz is at the wheel of the Crowd Strike car in the lead of LMP2. Toby Lutker is in 2nd place with the TDS car, and Francois Perrodo is in the AF Corsa in 3rd place. PJ Hyatt, the AO by TF car number 99, has recovered to be in 4th place in Rocky, so he's going all right. In 5th place is Horst Felbermeyer Jr., who is the father of the Feldmeyer family here this weekend, although he's called Junior. He's 5th, and then Michael Jensen in the Algarve Pro car, number 25, is in 6th place. LMGT3 Corvette is in the lead there. Nicky Katzberg in the TS Sport car, number 33. It's the car that Ben Keating has done, and I suspect won't be doing any more driving. Got his time out of the way very quickly. Codis ASP is Lexus is second. Jack Hawksworth in third place is the Heart of Racing Aston in Zach Robichon's hands, number 27. And then fourth in LMGT3 is Dustin Blattner in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Gray Newell is going well in the number 23 car. That's Jordy Adams' car. He is fifth in the class. And just to round out the top six, I say they're all bronze drivers of the cars at the moment, is the Ferrari from the Vista AF Corsa team. That's number 21, Francois Heriot. So Corvette, Lexus, Aston, Ferrari is the top six in LMGT3.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Some significant pit action while we were in the hourly update there. So the number 33, the TF Sport Corvette, which was leading GT, has been in for a fuel-only pit stop. We had Philip Albuquerque bring in the number 101 Cadillac. That's the Wayne Taylor racing car, the blue one. He came in, did a drive-through, went back out, did a lap, and then came straight back in. Again, another fuel-only fuel stop. So a fuel-only pit stop, I should say. I think it's about that time that I usually get a reflection on Le Mans so far from Wayne Taylor, so I'll go and see if he's awake and maybe grab a chat. He's got another character building Le Mans under that ever-expanding belt.
Sebastian Buemi due into the pits in the number 8 Toyota. I was saying earlier on that that car should be coming in a little bit further back, having had some delays earlier. The number 50 Ferrari is also in. That car, number 50, having come into the pits at the end of Niklas Nielsen's stint, but having had problems earlier on. The number 50 Ferrari is last of the hypercar runners, although now Earl Bamber is back out at the wheel of his Cadillac, but he's right down so far back. He's actually lost 39 laps, Earl Bamber, on the on that.
So this is really a test session now for them.
Yeah, well, yes, absolutely. So quite why that has happened, I'm not quite sure. As what the Earl Bamber team is trying to do, we'll find out later. Meanwhile, up at the front, the gap first to second has now increased to over 30 seconds now. So Will Stevens is having a mighty stint here in the early morning part, but that progress is going to continue because Sebastian Buemi, having been in for his pit stop, this time around it's René Rast's turn to come in with the BMW.
Antonio Fuoco for Ferrari. That's the number 50 car down in 17th as it goes back out. Medium, soft, medium on those cars. So that's a different way on those tyres rather. That is a bit weird.
That's putting the soft tyre on the front.
On the front right.
Right, yes.
I don't think I've seen that before from Ferrari. I'm sure they're trying to spell something out. Mathieu Jaminet, when he went out, went with 2 softs on the front and 2 mediums on the back. But they asked Antonio Fuoco if he thought they could do a triple with that soft on the front as the temperature on the track comes up, but it's still sitting at around about 20.5 Celsius. I think he'd be okay with that, and he seems to think so. No further action for Dustin Blattner in the number 74 car. Remember that was being investigated, that Kessel Racing Ferrari, for overtaking under a yellow. Well, that has been NFA'd. No further action by Race Control. I'll give them their due, Race Control. They have been open to reassessing things that have happened.
Although
you were spot on, by the way. Nick De Vries is under investigation for unsafe release when Giovinazzi was right behind him in the pit lane.
Well, I suggested it should be investigated, and we'll see what the stewards come up with. The other one, though, Clemens Schmid, his claim has been rejected, and that penalty is going to have to be taken for causing
and
a collision.
that was a drive-through.
And that's a drive-through which he will have to come through and take.
That was the Takaki Kimura incident in the Porsche Curve. Clemens was a bit nonplussed about that, I think it's fair to say. 8 hours and 19 minutes and 32, 31, 30 to go. And this is still bubbling along nicely. It's like just having a good stew sitting on the back burner waiting for you. Yeah, you could probably eat it now, but what you want to do is just leave it just to reduce and to intensify all the flavours.
I'm not quite sure I'd leave it for 8.5 hours, but
you have to be very slow cooked. Yes,
right.
But you know what I mean. I can smell that something is going on here. Leader is in the pit lane, and Will Stevens will stay in the car. Joe Bradley is watching this stop.
Yeah, nothing to report here. Move along. Stephen staying in the car. He's fuel's going in. We're cleaning off the headlights, the windscreen, the usual drill. We have got brand new tyres ready. However, again, they kind of catch me out with this one. The tyre guys are not there, so I suspect that they're not going to change these soft tyres quite yet. In fact, the tyre guys have almost disappeared. Fueling still going on, fueling off, and yes indeed, Will Stevens on the same set of soft tyres as he heads out. The teammate of the number 12 car, the number 38 Hertz Cadillac is in. This is the car that is now at a Le Mans test session, isn't it? Well down the order with that steering belt problem.
Did the were the tyres that were standing ready for Will Stevens, which ultimately they didn't use, I think they were mediums.
No, they're soft. I can see from here.
Oh, right, so they were softs as well, so they're still going to burn through, literally, some of their soft tyres.
No, I think the fueling guys were just using it as a little table to put the fueling hose on. I don't think there was ever any intention of Will Stevens doing anything there.
No, the mediums I saw were the ones that are going on to Earl Bamber's car. So this car now becomes a test mule for the other car, Paul, doesn't it?
Well, this is what we said they were going to do with it. The question is Earl Bamber as quick as Will Stevens? Is he as motivated as Will Stevens? They're professional drivers, they're doing the job, so yes, it's a good way of doing it. So Earl had 4 laps to get used to the car with the softs on. Now he's got the mediums on, and he'll be able to advise the team what he thinks. What I don't have a good explanation for from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota is why Norman Nato only did 2 stints when he was driving the car. He did a double stint when he was having his shift. Will Stevens has quite happily gone on to his 3rd stint, having got a new set of tyres when Norman Nato got out of the car. Louis Delatraz, before Norman Nato got into the car, he was quite happy to do a triple stint. Before Louis was in the car, when Will Stevens was last in the car, and we're now going back to the early hours of the morning before half distance, so midnight through till 4 o'clock, Will Stevens did a quadruple stint.
Yeah.
So they're not ashamed of doing long stints. Why Norman Nato didn't is a mystery.
Down at Mulsanne, the Proton number 9 car, just running through the gravel, but managed to get out in exactly the same way that Dane Cameron didn't early on. Hello to Todd Baker. What an amazing weekend. It's my first 24 hours of Le Mans, travelling all the way from Australia, and we've just won our first game in the World Cup. There's still 7 minutes to go, Todd, in that game, and Turkey have very nearly pulled one back a couple of minutes ago. Point blank shot at the goalkeeper, and he fired it straight at the goalkeeper rather than where the goalkeeper wasn't. So which I always find is the best thing to do if you want to score. Aim where the goalkeeper isn't. It's a bit like cricket. Don't look to see, it was Sir Geoffrey Boycott that said, when you're looking at the field, don't look to see where the fielders are, see where the gaps are. No point in knowing where the fielders are. Know that, you hit it towards them.
That's what my driving instructor used to tell me when there was a car coming.
Don't drive at the fielders. What were you doing on a cricket pitch in the carport?
Stupid
I love this time of the year.
Yes,
at RSL_, yes, I know. RSL_studio, hashtag 21RSL24. It is our 21st go at this motor race as RSL at least.
Now Sebastian Buemi has got the jump on Rene Rast, and I need to work out quite why that happened. Was it because the BMW had a slightly longer pit stop? Yes, it was. So, the number 20 now isn't Rene Rast, it's Sheldon van der Linde. And so as a result of the pit stop to hand the car from Rast to Sheldon van der Linde, that means that the number 8 Toyota, which has also had a driver change to go from Sebastian Buemi to Brendan Hartley, but didn't have a tyre change. So Toyota changed drivers but didn't change the tyres, got the car out more quickly, and the result of that has now moved up to second place. So what has been a race between Cadillac and BMW for a long time, John, I would suggest, certainly since you've come back into the box, and for a good time of when Johnny Palmer, before you came up into the box, has now turned into very much a three-way battle with that number 8 Toyota clambering back into a leading position. It may not be the fastest car on the circuit, but they're using its advantages to good effect.
On soft tyres, 6 lap old, it says here. If that is correct, not all of the tyre information is correct all of the time, but I have seen them changing in this.
Toyota were another of those teams last night as it went from being very warm to being slightly more pleasant, who took their time moving to the soft. They kind of progressed, and they don't necessarily change all 4 tyres so they're all on mediums, but they know how to mix the tyres up. And this is the beauty of this new compound, because the old compound, if you'd have mixed a soft and a hard, then you'd either not be able to get the hard up to temperature, or the soft would start overheating.
That is a good point, Paul, because we were talking about the overlaps with the driver a week or so ago when I was at the scrutineering, and they were talking about having to get their heads around with their engineers and their Michelin tyre engineers about where the crossover was. And of course they were thinking about where you went from softs to mediums, mediums to hards, hards back to mediums, mediums back to soft. Perhaps what we hadn't thought about was how they're using the tyres with a, like Ferrari are, protecting that left rear, putting a harder compound, either a medium with 3 softs or a hard with 3 mediums. And I think the fact that those the temperature envelope for the individual compounds overlap more, I think that's been a real factor here to enable them to just tinker with what they're doing.
Gives you a lot more flexibility.
Correct.
With what you're doing.
And how you use your 14 sets of tyres.
Yeah, that's right.
If you need to use, if you only use 4 tyres on the left rear, that's 1 set of hards. But you've had possibly as many as 12 stints out of that set of hards.
Yeah. I mean, they don't specify 14 sets as such. They specify 56
tyres, yeah.
So they don't actually say where they have to go. And, of course, the hypercar front and rear tyres are the same size, which is not the case in all forms of racing. But I have to say, on the subject of Michelin, and I've worked fairly closely with the guys at Michelin through the 24H series. They will come along and give you, and within that series, there's no regulation that says what you have to do. they don't
Gap to the leader,
absolutely demand.
47.9, gap behind 4.2.
That's Brendan Hartley getting some words of encouragement. I have to say, I have not seen Brendan Hartley as chilled as I did last Friday or Saturday. He's got his family with him, and his little girls here, as well as his wife. And he looked fit, he looked ready for a fight, but he was really, really chilled out. And a chilled out driver like Brendan Hartley is normally a fast driver.
I mean, he's not a Sebastian Buemi yet, but he's familiar enough with the way that Le Mans works not to be fazed by anything. He knows how the race works. He knows that most of the time you're going to lose, and there's no point getting upset about it. You wouldn't see him asking who's that idiot in the other car. He's just he's a very safe pair of hands, but also a very, very quick driver. No, it's good to have him in that car, and he's charging along. Is he closing the gap between himself and Will Stevens? I kind of doubt it, but it's not Will.
No, it's still Will.
Will.
He matched him last time around, bar half a second, which I'm going to say he matched him. In for Nick de Vries, Antonio Giovinazzi and Phil Hansen. That's 4, 5 and 6. Remember, there was a bit of argy and bargy from Nick de Vries and Antonio Giovinazzi last time around. Joe Bradley is watching the Ferrari stop.
Yeah, I'm at the Ferrari stop. Toyota just a little bit further up the pit lane. But also coming in behind the number 51 Ferrari is the number 83 Ferrari. Now, this is the one that current champions, aren't they? They won this race last year. Phil Hansen getting out of that car. They've had a bit of a torrid week here at Le Mans, but look at this. 6th place is the position that this car was brought in. So they've just gotten on with their job and just really been quite stealth-like, just creeping up the order. And with the amount of time we have, both of these Ferraris are very much in contention because, you know, anything can happen in endurance racing. The 51 is off. That was just tyres for that car. And we've got fuel going in. The driver has changed on the 83. Couldn't quite see. It's not Kubica, it's Ye Yifei who's got in. And now we go for tyres. This car has got mediums that are on the car at the moment. The mediums are coming off. Let's see what's going on. Just waiting for the tyre guy to get it. It's mediums going back on. So medium
Is that
tyres.
all mediums, Joe? They've been tending to put something different on the left rear.
They've definitely got a medium on the left rear. I can see the left-hand side of the car, and they're both mediums.
And you said for the number 51 Antonio Giovinazzi car, it was Antonio that stayed in that car. You said it was tyres only. Did you mean fuel only?
Fuel. Did I say tyres only?
Yeah, no, it's all right.
Oh my God, it's early.
No.
Yes, fuel only, of course. That would be a miracle, wouldn't it? Oh, we've only taken tyres. Off you go.
Off you go for another 12 laps. Thank you, Joe.
The yellow Ferrari has tended to be on all mediums. It's been the two works ones which have played juggling with their tyres much more.
Well, Hansen had a split set on.
He did have a split set on, but they've tended to prefer to have...
Right. He came onto a full set of mediums. Yeah. That's right. When I first came in, you said they were one of the first to go to full mediums.
That's right. The other thing, of course, Brendan Hartley is not catching Will Stevens, and the reason for that, of course, is Brendan's still on Sebastian Buemi's old tyres. So, with the best of will in the...
Is he, though? Because it says 6 laps.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay, well...
That car has still got the fastest lap of the race.
Same pace on the toy, same pace on the toy. In terms of weather, we are having small wind, rush, tailwind, like us all weekend long. About 10 kph. I have a question for you. How it is running 4 curves?
That's Sheldon von der Linde being talked to by his race engineer. 3:25.968 is the fastest race lap, I think, for this current generation of top class LMH cars.
Yeah, we're gaining a lot of time at 4.2, and it doesn't feel harsh on the car, so I'm happy to keep it.
Okay.
This is Sheldon van der Linde
So that was the answer to the question that was asked.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it? And we only get a snapshot. We can decide whether to take the team radio that is offered, but we don't get all of the team radio. But the amount of information and the complexity of information that's being passed backwards and forwards while drivers are doing 200 miles an hour never ceases to amaze me. And I was just about to say, we've got a yellow flag down at Indianapolis, and it's Kevin Estre who's gone off, knows the TDS Racing Shopify green and blue car into the wall. He's not coming out. The car's dug in. I saw a plume of gravel from the back of that car. Oh, it was on the turn into the first part. The left-hander at Indy got it all wrong, took far too much curb, and he was fighting it from there. The double yellow was out on his screen in the car before he even hit the barriers.
Which is right. The marshal should be showing.
Car on the gravel, driver's right at MP25.
That's Rams Fire. Fires on the talk through there to the teams. I've just also seen that was a reprimand for Nick De Vries and the Toyota Racing number 7 team for the unsafe release. So Kevin Estre in the wall at Indianapolis.
Yeah, interestingly, there is also now a slippery surface being shown at Marshall's Post 24.
Oh, just before.
Which is before where Estre started doing anything, unless he fell off on his own oil. But I suspect that somebody else has dropped something slippery on the surface there, which is what Estre has discovered.
That's been removed now, that slippery surface flag at that point. That was the car, I think, that was sitting... Were they sitting third? I think they were in Pro-Am. Obviously, it's going to drop down now because it is so tight there. And
second,
the 14 was
second in Pro-Am.
Right, well, he's already dropped the third then, because Alexander Quinn has gone through in the CrowdStrike Racing. Oh no, sorry, yes, I see what you mean. Alexander Quinn is leading in that, and then AF Corsa Francois Perrodo has gone through.
Yeah, he has taken second place from the TDS car. Kevin Estre probably hadn't been in that car for that long, I would suggest. Let's check down to where he was. No, he was only on his 5th lap of his stint. So Tobias Lutke had done a sterling job to get his drive time up. But then it all went wrong.
Todd, you can celebrate now. The Socceroos have indeed recorded a 2-0 victory over Turkey. Now, the mighty 38 going slowly again a moment or two ago.
Slow zone for the crash of Kevin Estre.
He's got brake problems on that car. Is that still Earl in that car? Massive brake balance problems. I think it's made it back to the pits, Joe Bradley. Oh, it's gone in the garage, has it?
Appeared on pit road, immediately went onto the dollies, swiveled round through 90 degrees and pushed backwards. Pretty much attention on every area of the car. The wheels have been taken off. I'm just going to head over there. And I mean, this is a car that we suspected might be being sent out, a bit of a test bed. See when the mediums, there's going to come a point in the morning where, you know, tyre transition's going to be towards the medium as the track temperature comes up. The sun is certainly beaming down on the majority of this track. The start-finish straight is still in shade, but it's soon going to be heating up pretty much everywhere. But the sun is out, and when I step into the sun, oh my goodness, it's a little bit chilly in the shade. But hey, if you're getting a little bit chilly, just step into the sun. It's already got a lot of energy in.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, the weather is part of the story here at Le Mans 2026. A top temperature today of 31 Celsius. What will that do to the track temperature? Drops down to 13 degrees overnight. For those of you staying over, it'll be a little more comfortable on the campsites. 33 Celsius tomorrow for the drive home. And right now, the air temperature at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit here at the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre is 17.7. 20.6 on the track. I suspect that measurement is still being taken in the shade.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet.
On 91.2 FM, Sirius Channel 137 and XM 202. And around the world at radiolemans.com.
This is Radio Le Mans.
Another milestone passed now, Paul. 8 o'clock in the morning, which means 8 hours still to go. So we move into the final third of the race for 2026 with 7:59 and 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. For those of you syncing up. And this incredible race, and it has been an incredible race, been some great overtaking manoeuvres. There's been some excellent strategic calls already, but Will Stevens and the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota Cadillac V Series, as the slow zone is about to end, and has been continuing to control the race at the front of the field. Brendan Hartley in second, Sheldon van der Linde in third, Toyota and BMW WRT. The track is back to full green, and we need to pay off a story down in the pit lane at the other Cadillac Hertz Team Jota machine. This is the 38, which Sebastian Bourdais had to bring back into the pit lane a few hours ago now. They had a power steering issue on that car. We thought it was going to be out. We thought Earl Bamber had left. He's been back. He's done a few more laps. But all did not seem well, Joe Bradley.
No, the inevitable has happened, guys. The garage door has come down. The 38 is now an official retirement.
Okay, thank you, Joe. That is the first of the hypercars to retire. Meantime, further down the pit lane, Kevin Estre in the TDS Shopify car has made it back to the pit lane. Owen Mildenhall and Joe Bradley are our DriverDB.com informed pit lane reporters. We'll get some news. It looked as though Kevin was saying, honestly, I have no clue what happened. I pushed the brake and I didn't stop.
He had to be hoisted to a place of safety by one of the telehandler units, but then was able to drive it home. If you're standing around the circuit, look out for Sheldon van der Linde. He's flying at the moment in the BMW number 20. He's closing in on Brendan Hartley. And Brendan, they got that position as a result of taking a bit of a risk, I think, and leaving him. No, we put him on new tyres, didn't we? I just couldn't understand how they'd done it quite so quickly. Anyway, Brendan Hartley's lap times are not on a pace with those of Sheldon van der Linde at the moment. Van der Linde is probably the most rapid driver on the circuit at the moment. He's lapping consistently in the 3-minute 28 bracket. Brendan Hartley is in the 3-minute 29s.
The diff mod is still on, so if you want to turn it off, it could help stabilize. I don't know if you're happy with where the car is now, then we can leave it, but sorry we forgot about that.
Yeah, let's leave it. I was just getting in the rhythm. On it, would have done a good lap with the traffic.
Copy, yeah. So I confirm 100% off throttle or 100% on throttle, please.
Yeah, I've had to do it a few times because we were a bit quicker than the car front.
Yeah, I can see that.
That is interesting. Something not quite right with the Toyota. Remember, they won Le Mans a few years ago with a pickup problem on and a throttle problem on the car that they had to reprogram through the evening, the overnight session, and upload some new code into it. And it sounds like Brennan Hartley is finding some kind of throttle. It's all fly-by-wire now, so there is no connection between the pedal under Brendan's right foot, no physical connection. There's not a piece of steel wire going to a throttle body anywhere. It's all potentiometers and
electronics,
electrical stuff, electricity.
Yeah. And then it goes back to Cologne, and Cologne sent it to Tokyo, and then a message comes back saying make the throttle sliders a bit wider, and it all happens in the blink of an eye.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
So while I was watching the ceremonial dropping of the garage door at 38, just a little bit further down, Kevin Esther had made it back to the pits in the number 14 TDS racing car. We saw that car nose first into the barriers. By the time I got to the pit wall and made my way down, he'd already had a new nose section put on the car and was pulling away. So they're happy with the car. It's not damaged. The important bits of the corners, aren't they? And the two corners at the front of suspension, absolutely perfect. Superficial damage to the front of the car, and he's back into the race, wondering why that happened and kicking himself in the butt, no doubt.
See if you can see if the team will tell you what he was telling them. A huge penalty for Eric Powell, the rookie American driver here at Le Mans. His first time here, at least, in the number 77 Proton Ford Mustang GT3. Pit lane speed limit about 20 minutes ago. Now, the way you calculate the pit lane speed limiting violation is you, generally speaking, take how much over the speed limit you are, and there's a multiplication effect that goes on that. Well, that number 77 car, and I'm not sure who was in it, whether it was Eric who has drawn this penalty, but 45 seconds stop and hold in the pit lane, and that is again a penalty that cannot be served when you come in to do any other work. So quite often you'll see 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds added to pit stop time. No, this has to be a specific run down the pit lane. Hello to Dave Alcock on the Northwest Coast. It's cooler than Le Mans, but surprisingly bright. Obviously very many of you waking up this morning. Hello to Gecko, to Right Turn Lover, Arnage Rod, Dawn Bright and sunny in Sheffield. This one's going to go down the wire, he thinks, in LMP2 and hypercar. I won't argue with that, mate.
And GT3, I think.
I think probably, yes.
The pit lane speed limit table is, for the first offence, you get a 5 second per kilometre over 70 kilometres an hour. Now, the pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometres an hour.
Yeah.
So anything up to 70 kilometres an hour, you get a straight drive-through penalty for. But if you're going above 70, then it's 5 seconds for every kilometre per hour over 70. So if he's been penalised 45, then he must have been doing 79 kilometres per hour in a 60 zone.
That's going to get you. That's going to get you a fine.
Yes, quite.
Yeah, you're going to get ticketed for that every day of the week. Absolutely every day of the week. Now, in LMP2, we have a potential. Well, we've got an investigation. Should I say it? It's not an issue quite yet. And I've said that, and I can't find the card. But it says we have
25. It's the Algarve Pro Racing.
That's why. I didn't expect to look that far down. Michael Jensen, not Mikkel Jensen, Michael Jensen in the 25, under investigation for a slow zone speed. We didn't have a slow zone speed at 8:01 this morning, did we? I didn't see that.
8:01 would have been actually just
10 minutes ago.
8 minutes ago, yeah.
I thought we'd only had the one slow zone, but for young Alessi dragging all of that.
No, that was the slow zone in zone 6 for the recovery of the Shopify LMP2 car, which has been recovered and has made its way back.
Yes, so that was recently. Yes, okay.
With Kevin Estra.
Yeah, that was the Kevin Estra slow zone. Yes, of course it was. We managed to make it well into the race without a slow zone, and we've had a couple since then. And again, we've been talking about this change. Now, opportunity for a change of position through the Porsche curves, as it is Ferrari versus Alpine, and that's Antonio Giovinazzi, Antonio Felix da Costa. They're coming through traffic, and for a moment, it looked like the Alpine, with Antonio Felix da Costa on board, might have had a moment through the final parts of the Ford chicane. The blue, black and white Alpine with headlamps on full burn, going through the first uphill right-hander and heading in